Adopted by Humans, Book 2, Chapters 1-4, by Robert Butler. It was strange to me still, to feel this kind of warmth around me. But I felt like I could get used to it. But the thing about that sensation is, once you have it, you greatly fear losing it. My professor kept in touch with his human hosts for decades, to the point where he was well known even to the ones he hadn't met, and he spent years arranging for us to get to Earth just so he could go again. So now here I was, happy as could be, and yet I had to worry about being deported. Wolfbeard's constant legal motions were delaying the question for now, but that couldn't and wouldn't last. But eventually, we have a saying on Delamius, eventually every question has to be answered. After I wrote that line, I heard Fauve shout down the stairs, "Bailey, breakfast!" Fauve's voice had a lot more vigor and pep than before. The stress and strain melted off of her like ice on a summer sidewalk, and like the once water, it evaporated and disappeared like it was never there. With her verbal assailants arrested, fined into poverty, imprisoned, or outright barred from the internet for life where patterns of harassment were uncovered, she was back to her old self. Now, a mere 2 weeks after it was over? Why, you'd never know she'd been put through hell. "The coffee is fresh, but if you don't hurry, you'll need to make the next pot," she added. Such was the penalty for finishing the last drop. Humans have a lot of funny rules and traditions. One of the most ubiquitous is, who will finish, must replenish, when it comes to coffee drinkers. And other than Michael, who was still too young, everybody in the Walker household was a coffee lover. I think it says something about how well I was adapting to life here, that I stopped writing when she said that, and rushed upstairs to get my cup and my share of the bacon. I resumed writing only when I was seated at the table with eggs, bacon, and coffee on my plate. But I was not the only Dlamisa at the table. Beside me was one of the security guards who was in turn flanked by his human counterpart. The human's name was Byron. I knew this because on his first evening shift he was quick to introduce himself. He was a giant of a human, and the wooden chair in which he sat creaked a little when his weight came down. His arms were like tree trunks, and he was clean-shaven save for a mustache with wisps of gray amidst the brown. He wasn't much for smiling, and he didn't say very much. Truth be told, I'd barely heard him say a dozen words since he first got to the house and started guarding it. The only thing I caught clearly was his informing William that he would reach out to the old friend. That old friend turned out to be Percival Terence Barnum, one of the human world's leading media experts who gave the household an impromptu class on media savvy and advice that helped end the storm around the Walker household. The male Dlamisa at his side was almost a reflection of the human, towering, broad, and with thick, short fur. He and Byron seemed to get on well in a kind of amiable silence when not engaged in shop talk, and even had Byron choose a name for him since Dlamisa names are all but impossible for humans to manage, and for reasons unknown to me, the name Byron chose was Boatswain. They were at our table on this particular morning because a few days before, Percival Terence Barnum did not wake up, and we were going to attend his funeral. We were invited by his granddaughter who was handling his final affairs. Here I want to write a little about the oddity of human death rituals. Despite the world of humanity being unified, there were still many cultural distinctions, and one of the most prominent among them is how a community of family, friends, and neighbors deals with death. In writing this, I issue a call to Dlamisans or other species who have chosen to study anthropology, come to Earth. There are more cultures on this one world than there are intelligent races in the known galaxy. I couldn't study them all if I had nothing else to do but that, and lived 10,000 times 10,000 lifetimes. There are stories to be told that will enrich the whole of the galactic experience, if only there is someone to tell them. Now, having said that, my humans, as I will refer to them forever, were part of the North American continent, an area that was once dominated by a religion that treated their death as a kind of transition. This religion at its peak was believed by some 99% of the population before it underwent a long decline that accelerated in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Today on that continent, it is clung to by only tiny rural and mountain communities far from the larger civilization. But because of the long dominance it held, many modern behaviors still have their ties to that nearly vanished belief system. What we were doing, a funeral service, was a way for the living survivors who cared deeply for the deceased to come together and mourn in common, while the dead are interred in their resting place. In the past, this meant a burial amidst the grass, and an open field full of headstones or being put into a small stone building. But now things were different. Fauve was wearing a white dress, unusual for her, as I had never seen her wear white anything. But then, so were the rest of us. I was wearing a white shirt and pants, as was Byron, who wore it over his tactical vest, and as was Boatswain. William and Rebecca went a step further. Each wore fake bald wigs, just like Percival wore the day we met him. I cocked my head and looked at each of my humans in turn, waiting patiently for the explanation. It was Fauve who provided it. "Cosplay," she said. I did not uncock my head. "Dress up. A game, sort of," she said, and picked at her dress, "where you pretend to be a fictional character from a fictional universe. Last year, for my last day of public school, I went to every class dressed as Liln from the classic novel series, How Misunderstandings Made a Demon Lord, and I pulled it off pretty well." "So, Mr. Barnum made this request, that we cosplay him at his funeral?" I asked, and William answered with a shrug. "That's what his granddaughter said. Apparently he figured the planting would be more interesting that way." I looked Fauve up and down. "Did Mr. Barnum wear a dress?" She shrugged and took a bite of her plate of eggs, and after washing it down with a sip of fragrant coffee that had my hand searching for my cup while I waited for her answer. She chewed, swallowed, and flipping her fork upside down, she pointed it at me and said, "I gender bent him. If he objects, he can wake up and tell me so." Fauve's parents said nothing to that, and here I must point out how unusual the Walkers were, in particular Fauve, whose words might have been taken as callous or even disrespectful to the man. But I didn't think that was what she meant. I recalled how he first mentioned having her dress younger and more innocent for the cameras, and her unflinching refusal. Not only did he take her refusal in stride, he didn't ask her to change anything about herself, only showed her how to present herself best. I think, if anything, he would have approved of her cosplay choice. Fauve was an odd one born from odd ones, so odd that every now and then I wondered if they were the best choice to teach me about humans. But the oddballs are the splashes of color on a canvas that you never expect, but never forget either. And I couldn't help but think she had some affection for the old man who stepped in out of nowhere to help her in her time of need. Wanting him to wake up and give his disapproval after all was like saying she wanted him to come back, even if we all knew he would not. Rebecca dabbed Michael's cheek to wipe away a milk stain and addressed Bosun and Byron directly on a practical matter. "Are you sure it's fine to leave your friends here by themselves?" Byron grunted and set down his cup of coffee, while Boatswain continued to chug his oversized mug down. "Yes, ma'am. They'll have rear monitoring drones to let them know if anything happens, and with Wolfbeard locked up, the threat level is down. We must still be cautious, but the worst has passed." "Okay. Latunde will be watching Michael in here while we're gone. Are you sure he shouldn't just be over at his house?" Rebecca asked, and it was Bosun whose low, rumbling voice gave her an answer. "You're supposed to live normal. Anything not normal, you might make a new risk by doing it. So if that's not normal, don't do that." Rebecca seemed doubtful. I say this because she neither agreed nor disagreed, and given her vocal nature, I could only conclude that she was unsure of whether to argue or not. Instead, she looked to her husband. Interestingly, most species mate pairs tend to be very hierarchical, but humans seem to take a more egalitarian approach, with mates consulting with one another on their areas of expertise. William, having once been a soldier, was her go-to expert to settle her mind. "That's fine. We won't be gone long. The planting will last for just a few hours," William said, and put his hand on his wife's shoulder. I was accustomed to the little nuances of their gestures now, and noticed the way his fingers contracted a little when they squeezed her shoulder. Rebecca's anxious pheromones began to settle down after that, and just in time, as a moment later there was a knock at the door, and we could all hear the voice of Tuna on the other side, chatting with the two guards who would remain behind. William took one deep breath and clapped his hands together. "All right, let's go," he said, and those of us with less than empty plates scraped up our food into forks and spoons to savor every last bite before we went to bury the dead. Words with Tuna were brief. He took Michael into his arms, and the boy seemingly couldn't have been happier about it, judging by his clapping, excited hands when we left. I had very little time to learn much about the human funerary practices of my local region of assignment, but I knew that traditions and social shifts blended together into something different, something commonly referred to as the planting. Thankfully, some common resource options existed for a quick overview which I will provide here. In the mid-20th century, when the first satellite pictures of Earth became commonplace, additional technological development in imagery and environmental science began to reveal a world that was in a word struggling. Trees were being cut at an ever-increasing rate, and environmental decimation became commonplace, and most shrugged it off as simply the price of progress. However, the view of the Earth from above showing the damage industrialization was doing, along with widely publicized disasters including setting a river on fire, spawned the modern environmental movement. After a number of humans died by breathing toxic air in a major city, the movement picked up steam, culminating in the first large-scale legislation in industrial nations to start fixing problems. You may be wondering what this has to do with human funerary rites? As I wrote that very question, the answer loomed before my eyes. A great forest of stone and trees lay in front of me, far from being a normal forest of natural origin. This was laid out more like a garden with crisscross spacing, allowing people to walk between each tree over a path made of stepping stones, over which I could see some people walking. Each path of stone was in turn framed by flowering plants in wild, vibrant patterns of blue, yellow, red, purple, and more. The trees themselves were of considerable age in human years, at least some of them. They stretched up toward the sky where their branches created a canopy of shade beneath which the living walked. I followed behind the walkers after they parked at the entrance and made their way on foot into the interior of the forest. I caught sight of a few other humans along the way who knelt at or touched various trees with reverence. The human race is strange in that they hold an abiding love for their dead that does not really ever pass away. For most races, the dead are dead, the living live, and when the living become the dead, they simply matter very little. But human bonds transcend this state, which was why others were there at these trees, touching the bark, the roots, or more notably, their belts of stone. Yes, around each tree was a kind of belt or band of stone. Guided by small upright markers indicating numbers and letters, we reached plot E42, where a number of other humans were already gathered around an open hole in the ground, deep enough to bury a human body. There I saw Percival Terrence Barnum's body was already waiting to be lowered into place. He was contained in a black box that wasn't really a box, more like a biodegradable container enriched with fertilizing nutrients, only his face exposed. If I didn't know better, I would say he was only sleeping. His body had been preserved, frozen since his time of death to ensure he was intact. His eyes were closed. I would say he was almost like a doll. The people around the open hole were a diverse lot, united in that all were dressed in some form of Barnum cosplay, some dressed as young versions of himself, others as old ones, some carried photos of him clasped close to their chests, as if they were hugging him. Teresa approached us and shook our hands one by one. "Thank you for coming," she said, a fragile smile on her face that quavered when she spoke. "My grandfather hoped you'd make it, especially you, Byron." Unlike the rest of us, she gave him a hug that seemed familial, pressing herself close to the towering bodyguard. Humans love skin-to-skin contact more than most sentient species, and affection like that is typically reserved for those who have formed a close bond. The tighter the bond, the closer the contact. I didn't know at the time what the story was behind Byron and Teresa, and even as an alien I knew now was not the time to ask. She then turned her attention to Fauve, seeing the white dress, shoes, and everything she'd done with her hair, and after a moment's pause taking her in, Teresa laughed a deep, belly laugh. "He guessed you would do something odd, Fauve, but making him a girl wasn't on my list of guesses," Teresa said and waved my humans and I over to where the gathering of Barnum imitators stood. Only when I came close to the hole did I see the sapling at the head of the grave, and every head bowed as his granddaughter returned to her position. "Thank you all for coming," she said, and raised her head to look at the crowd of 30-odd people. "And thank you all for not leaking out the real location of his funeral. I'm sure the media are having a merry old time chasing their tails from one place to the next." A rumble of laughter came up from the many costumed attendees and faded after a few moments, allowing Teresa to speak on. "My grandfather was a lot of things in his life. A media expert, a satirist, a performer, a public advocate for victims' rights, for peace, and a guiding hand that made him renowned to both his detractors and his advocates as the last big fixer and the kingmaker. But to those of us who knew him best, he was a friend, a confidant, a mentor, and an eccentric, absurd prankster who loved a laugh, especially at the expense of people who, in his words, needed a little crow in their diet. The world hasn't had anyone like him in a very long time, nor will it again, and he will be dearly missed. Goodbye, Grandpa." She had a sheen of tears in her eyes that was utterly at odds with the crisp professionalism I saw on her face the last time we met. And then his granddaughter and 3 other adults I did not know lowered his body into the hole in the ground. He wasn't even with the hold or tightly packed, and I soon saw why. A handful of shovels were close by along with a small mound of dirt. After he was in place, they retrieved the tools and began to fill in the hole around him, while 4 more approached a ring of stone. This ring rose to knee length from the ground, or 1.5 Daleks units high in our reckoning, and was only 0.2 Daleks units thick. It was calcium white, and etched on one side I read the following: Percival Terence Barnum, born November 30th, 2420, died April 21st, 2518. I lived a life worth writing about. Don't linger here, go live your own. Whatever the stone, it must have been heavy as the 4 humans grunted while they lifted it. Their knees and backs bent, their muscles were tense, and they inched it over the grave step by step as the last bit of dirt was shoveled over his corpse. There was one small depression in the space over Percival's chest, and when the stone sank a few inches into the dark soil, Teresa went to the sapling tree, picking it up in both hands. She brought it over to where her grandfather lay and pressed the base into the depression. One by one the attendees approached, picked up a handful of soil in their hands, and dropped it over the base, continuing until the last paid their respects and filed away. Byron and Teresa were the last, and when they finished, a new oak tree was planted. I and Boatswain cocked our heads at the same moment while we watched the strange ritual, and Teresa chose to explain. We do this so that our bodies will nourish the tree after death, so that we can give back to Mother Earth. She touched the tree with reverence and looked down at the place where dark soil covered the roots. Over the years, this tree will grow. The trunk will run up against the stone and carry his stone up with it, reaching toward the sky while his tree gives us fresh air to breathe. In this way, our dead can still offer something to the living. It was humbling, then, to look around. I and Boatswain tilted our heads back and looked at the trees with a kind of new reverence. Some of the stone rings that served as tombstones were dozens of feet up in the air, carried upward on thick trunks, while others were only just beginning to brush up against the wood, and more were barely more than saplings, the stone not even touched by what would one day be an old-growth tree. "Is it so strange to you?" Teresa asked, cocking her head in a Dlamisa-like fashion. "It is a good tradition." Boatswain answered for the both of us. I didn't say anything, only shook my head in denial. Military Dlamisans are an unusual breed, more accustomed to teamwork than many. They form closer bonds with their units, and as such they feel losses more keenly than others of our kind. I could see his hard eyes soften a little, and almost read his thoughts as he made note of the tradition. It should come as no surprise to anyone that this tradition made it to my homeworld and spread amidst the military ranks with great rapidity. If you happen to be curious, Percival's tree was still growing strong when last I saw it, and I expect it will continue to do so for a long, long time. With that ritual at its end, Teresa asked us, "If you'd like to join us, we have an after-funeral service, a dinner at his ridiculous building where we'll read his will and drink to his life and memory. You don't have to go, but—" "I'm going," Byron interjected, and then clapped his jaw shut. "As if. You think I'd miss the second half of the old man's service?" Fauve asked, and her parents nodded along. "Of course we'll go. We owe him a good farewell," William replied. His hand went up to Fauve's shoulder, and his wife placed her hand over his, a silent agreement with their intent. Teresa's weak smile strengthened a little. "I'm sure he'd be glad to have you. Just follow my car if you would," she said, and led us back out the way we came. So, there is the connection. The rise of their environmental concerns reshaped their culture into one of caretakers who mixed their death rituals with a concern for the living, thus protecting their world for future generations and in true human fashion, making even a moment of great sorrow into a thing of great reverence and beauty that we could do worse than to imitate. It was a quiet ride to the media center once owned and operated by the late Percival Barnum. The humans I was with were all pensive and thoughtful. Fauve rested her arm on the base of the window and propped her head up in her hand while she watched the traffic go past outside. William and Rebecca were silent in the front seat, while Byron looked out the opposite window and Boatswain and I sat in the rear seat in silence of our own. But where he was indifferent to the silence, I was observing it. Humans are one of the only species on their planet to truly understand death. For all other forms of life, death is either only understood in the immediate sense, or not at all. A few, such as elephants, understand it in retrospect, but the ability to understand death for themselves as a natural and inevitable thing is unique to their species. There are even intelligent species that do not fully grasp their own ends. Even though they can grasp the deaths of others, it is simply a mental block they are unable to apply to themselves. Humans, however, live with this knowledge from childhood onward, and seeing the loss of someone they know, even briefly, can affect them deeply. The funeral rite we went through was relatively brief, fitting given the relative brevity of their lives. They can only spend so much time on anything, especially death. But in the end, the funeral, it seems, was not for the dead, rather it was for the living. They joined in common grief, brought him to his final resting place, and as I write this, we are en route to celebrate his existence and settle his final affairs. For all their unity and mourning, however, each one was lost in their own thoughts. The Walker family knew Percival for only a brief time. They met him only once after all, but in that brief moment, his impact was so powerful and so overwhelming that they felt his loss as if he were their own grandfather, as if he were family. The human capacity for grief, I believe, played directly into their capacity to love. They are, from what I can see, creatures of great extremes. The human who picked up his severed arm and beat a Zenti cutter to death with it had extreme rage. The human who set us all on our current course was an extreme failure, with an extreme sense of selfishness. The human Percival was extreme in his eccentricity. Even the very moderate William was extreme in his love for his family, and Rebecca was no different. I wanted to say something while I watched Fauve's reflection in the clear window. I could see her eyes twitch. Her face was flushed red, but she wasn't crying. She was wearing a stoic, steady expression that seemed odd in her Barnum costume. I think she wanted to cry, but she didn't want to do it around anyone. It seemed very much like her. She never, as far as I know, revealed the extent of the harassment she received, and even I only knew a fragment of it. When she wept and was in distress, she hid it. This may seem strange, given her openness toward me and the excellent relationship she had with her family. But herein lies another oddity of humans. You will recall, I'm sure, how William acted to save face for me, coming up with an excuse for me to leave the water park and not telling Fauve why we'd come back. Appearances and dignity are of great concern to even the most open humans. Their capacity for shame is as great in its extremes as anything else. Strangely, looking back, I wonder if that might have been part of Wolfbeard's failing. He had no sense of shame, and so he never bothered to learn how to behave. I couldn't be sure, but it is worthy of further study. Shame, or the fear of it, acts as a deterrent to negative behavior. However, in this instance, it acted as a deterrent to positive behavior. By positive behavior, I mean that while watching Fauve bite her lower lip to stop it from quivering, and occasionally she touched the corner of her eye to hide a stray tear, I can't help but think that she must have been suffering. The brief time with Percival changed everything. In some human stories, a knight rides in out of nowhere and saves the day, charging in to save people in a time of desperation. To Fauve, the arrival of the old man and the way he prepared her to turn it all around must have been like that. Now he was gone. His brief appearance altered everything in the darkest hour of her young life, and just like that time snatched him away. And yet she was afraid to show how much that mattered to her. To her left, Byron appeared to feel somewhat less. At least he didn't seem to struggle to control it. As a veteran soldier who lived through somewhat chaotic times and places while Earth modernized and danger was still to be found, I couldn't help but think he'd lost people before. Perhaps that was it. Humans call it case hardening. Where a person is exposed to something enough, it loses its impact. Much like most races are able to gain immunity to poison by frequent exposure, they are able by the same token to build up resistance to strong emotions that are brought up by loss. I didn't envy anyone that immunity. When we arrived at the center, it was at the back entrance we used previously, though we parked much closer and found a slew of young men and women in matching Barnum costumes standing by, waiting to accept our keys. These were valets, their purpose being to take the car once it is parked for a moment, then move it somewhere else, then return it to you when you are ready to go. It is a peculiar custom, but when I saw other cars begin to fill the parking lot, I began to see why the job was invented. "The reading of the will," Byron grumbled. Percival was loaded. He snorted a little. "The old man, He was a good one, but he wasn't above cheating a little if he thought he was justified in doing it. Cheating how? I had to ask as we exited the vehicle. Byron waited until the car was away, and we were unobserved. I don't know the details, but a few times the old man had me act as a bodyguard for folks who had only one job. Hold on to money. Pretty clever, really. He'd hire somebody, put millions into a bank account in their name. They sign a contract promising never to spend it, and they get paid out of the accrued interest. I'm not supposed to know, but... Byron chuckled a little. One of them talked in his sleep. So he cheated on his taxes? William asked, as we headed toward the door a few dozen paces behind Teresa and her immediate family. Yeah, I guess. It was probably paid out of the bank accounts his hirees held, but it also meant that he had access to a lot more money than people are supposed to as private citizens. Byron answered with a passive shrug. He wasn't worried about being cheated. I mean, if the money is technically theirs, a contract like that isn't really... I don't know. Wouldn't that get him into trouble? Fauve asked. Her boundless curiosity buried her silent grief for a moment, and again Byron only shrugged. The ones I met weren't about to screw up a good thing. They were students, employees, people he handpicked. And Mr. Barnum, he knew how to pick people. He had a real sense about them, like he could sniff out corruption. He always said something. It isn't the power corrupts, it's that it reveals corruption. After doing this for years, yeah, I think the old man was right, Byron said, and then stopped talking as we approached the reception desk and caught up with Teresa. There was a book at the front where each person in turn stopped, bent over, and then moved on. When we got to the front, I realized what it was. It was a guest book. These books are simple blank sheets of lined paper where people inscribe their names to mark their presence, and in this case, each person also added a sentence beside their name. When it came time for me to sign, I took up the little black pen and touched it to the paper. Pretending to think over what to write, I was actually scanning what others wrote for themselves. Fauve predictably wrote simply, "Thank you, Mr. Barnum." Nothing flowery, but I had no doubt of her sincerity. Don't say much, but mean what you say. It's the Dlamisa way, and even after being here for a while now, it was still strange to see how our species sometimes overlapped. At this particular juncture in time, my world and Earth were in negotiations over resource trades, and the first joint force operations were being drawn up, and from what I saw on the Broadcom channels, it was a shock to most of the other galactic nations that we were getting along so well. Dlamisa has always had an aggressive foreign policy, but when our leaders met with humans, they seemed to simply click, and negotiations were moving at a rapid pace. Fauve's little 4-word sentence seemed to me to be a microcosm of our common ground, a tiny example of a much larger shared compatibility. I couldn't delay forever, though, so I quickly wrote, "Bailey was here and is glad he was." That was true enough. While it was hard not to like Percival, I just hadn't felt the same way as Fauve or the others, though perhaps with time I could have. "This way," Teresa said, and gestured toward a very familiar path. "It's been set up as a dining hall for the occasion, and no expense has been spared for my grandfather's last dinner party." I had to ask, "Isn't it a little early for dinner?" Teresa wiped her eyes and cracked a smile when she said, "He said to tell the one who asked that, you're asking an awful lot, to ask the dead to care about the time of day. Now, if you will." There was a round of laughter from the lot of us at Percival's final joke, and from there, we followed Teresa into the dining hall for the old man's last dinner party. Greed. It isn't unique to humans. Even the baser animals incapable of higher thought can be greedy. In fact, it is far more common across species than almost any other trait. Greed has value in survival. Hoarding things means that the one to starve last is the one who has held the most. With the rise of currency across most intelligent species, that greed became connected to the common medium of exchange. But greed is unique in humans in that, like most things, it can be carried to great extremes. Much like their capacity for empathy, acceptance, and great acts of generosity, their extremes of greed are just as boundless, which is exactly why they began wealth restrictions in the first place. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised then that Percival found a way around those restrictions, giving people great wealth expressly so he could access it. Sounds like something almost perverse in its counterintuitive cleverness. Knowing what I now did, I sat down at the table wishing all the more that I had gotten to talk further with him. The room was crowded with far more people than there were at his funeral, and my hair began to stand on end. I probably would have fled the room entirely, except for 4 things. The first was that the sound dampeners were on, and so the noise was almost non-existent. The second was that my humans were with me. And the third was that each of the tables was carefully placed in the room, and each one had a small nameplate on the seating. This might be nothing by itself, but what mattered was that the placement for our table set it well apart from the crowd, giving me space I badly needed. And lastly, the table was near the exit. Much like at the transport site, knowing there was an easy way out made it easier to bear the crowd. My sharp nose told me that there was also alcohol in the area, and my tongue lolled out briefly. I started panting and licked my mouth. There was bourbon in the area, and beer. Good bourbon, and good beer. Bosun looked over at me, his head cocked to the right. "You haven't tried alcohol yet, have you?" "No," he answered. "Try it," I said. "Trust me." He let out a loud huff and tilted his nose up to sniff the air. Military Dlamisa in crowded areas usually took drugs of some sort to suppress their more powerful senses. It kept them from being overwhelmed, nothing too straining, just enough to dull the worst effects. However, this dulling meant that the big bodyguard of my race couldn't know what I could. I would be remiss if I didn't admit that I was finding this amusing, in particular when Byron leaned over and began to whisper the explanation to Bosun. And without thinking, he absently reached over and scratched the back of Bosun's head just behind the ears. I was distracted from observing the pair when I smelled cooked meat. Humans are masterful chefs, able to turn common bland materials into banquets, and it was obvious that Percival chose to demonstrate that mastery again in how he funded his funerary meal. Cart after cart was wheeled in. On each cart was a silver tray. On each tray was a covered set of smaller silver dishes, some cups, some bowls, some plates. Each in turn was delivered to a table while Teresa waited patiently behind the podium on the elevated stage. It is worth noting that everybody else, even those who hadn't attended the funeral, were dressed in Percival costume, some of whom did very well, even having canes made like his. And here I want to say something about this trend. Humans never really seem to lose their desire to play. It begins in childhood for most forms of animal life on most worlds, but in humans, it never truly fades. The desire to simply have fun is always there. Almost all of the reforms I read about seemed centered on improving the human quality of life, not quantity of wealth, for as many people as possible, and this always seems to center around giving humans more time to do what they count as play. One of the great authors of their 21st century said this: "No happy person has forgotten how to play, and nobody has ever died wishing they'd laughed less often." This cosplay, or costume play practice, is an outgrowth of that. Humans being tellers of tall tales, story collectors, and the like, it should come as no surprise that they desire to immerse themselves in their myths and fictions to such an extent that they will dress up as their favorite characters. The desire to truly bring their imaginations to life has driven art, artists, actors, and animators for generations. This simple act of dressing up as Percival and having fun with it, even with him dead and unable to get a laugh out of it, was emblematic of so much of their character. No sooner had I finished putting those thoughts into my datapad than our tray reached our table. The waiter removed the trays and revealed a steak and lobster dinner. I want to point something else out here, and that is that neither the steak nor the lobster were ever alive. They were cloned meat. Late in the 21st century, by Earth reckoning, it was discovered that the large-scale animal husbandry was doing serious harm to the environment at large, with cattle gaseous emissions contributing to a greenhouse effect, and the requirements of feeding them all taking up vast amounts of land that could have otherwise been used to grow edible plants and fruits. So in the early 21st century, as cloning technology improved, the idea of cloning the desired animal meat took hold. Imitation meat made from plants was tried, but could never quite compete. According to my research, real meat was so thoroughly a part of the dominant cultures of large countries that the substitutes just weren't as in demand. Reality clashed with culture, and compromise began with the increasingly effective cloning methods, eventually making it cheaper than raising cattle and pigs, and cheaper than trying to harvest from the sea itself. Within a century, the only reason not to eat cloned meat was the expressed desire to kill. So, cloned meat it was. Curiously, this mirrors much of the history of my world, as Dlamisa hunters still exist and kill their own food, but most, for purely practical purposes, clone their food. However, unlike with humans, there was no perverse pushback against it. Our lives are very long, relative to humans, and as such we can live to see consequences that humans often did not. Moreover, there are always perverse humans who will do the opposite of the sensible thing, purely because other people want them to do the sensible thing. Humans are the only known race to suffer from oppositional defiance disorder, wherein an otherwise sentient and intelligent being will engage in deliberate defiance of even the most obviously sensible things, even if it puts them at risk or kills them. As an example of this, in the late 20th century of North America's largest nation, seatbelts became mandatory. These restraints are there to compensate for the human love of unsafe velocities and minimize the risk of death in an accident. And many humans resisted the law requiring their use, even to the point of cutting the seatbelts out of their cars in order to defy the law. Decades later, they were a mockery, but their outlook is endemic to their species, and there are always a few who defy reason simply for the pleasure of feeling they have stymied someone else, up to and including refusing to eat meat that didn't suffer before dying. Once every table was served, we heard the ringing of a bell from up on the stage, and our eyes all turned to Teresa. She cleared her throat, coughed once into her hand, and then said, "Thank you all for coming to this dinner in honor of my grandfather. If my parents were still alive, I'm sure they would be pleased to know that their father was so widely loved and respected that we not only filled this hall, but left a lot of opportunists confused and dismayed." A rumble of laughter swept the room, and Teresa gracefully waited until it passed before going on. My grandfather was a lot of things: a sometime philanderer, a sometime philanthropist, an entrepreneur, an innovator, an inventor, and so much more. But in that long list of things that he was a businessman, and he always said you should get business of work out of the way so you can get straight to the business of living as fast as possible. She paused and held up a data pad in her hands. With that in mind, in accordance with his wishes and as the executor of his estate, I will read the dispensation of his estate and then let you all enjoy your dinners after one final toast to his memory. As you know, he never believed the dead had a claim on the time of the living, no matter how much they were loved before they passed. With my sharp eyes, I could see that Teresa's businesslike demeanor was wavering a little, to the point where she was clearly blinking to get rid of her tears before she read. To my granddaughter Teresa, I leave my shares of the cooperative, conditional upon her election. If unelected, I leave her the full control of all my worldly possessions, after taxes, which if I did this right will be a big fat middle finger to the directorate that tried to screw me on my filing fees when this cooperative got started. Suck an egg, you rat bastards. The confusion around the room was evident, and Teresa looked up at us all. Yes, it really says that. I'm just reading it. The entire room shrugged, and she resumed reading, stopping to tap the screen, and then I heard the noise of shrill dings and buzzing as devices went off all over the room. All those who have received a ding or a buzz have just been notified that access to a trust established in your names has just been granted. Contact the number listed in the message to arrange for the depositing of between 1 and 5 million interstellar credits into your accounts. Teresa then looked over to our table. None of our devices had gone off, but it was obvious that the young woman intended to say something more. To my last media project, there was insufficient time to make the arrangements for contact, but to Fauve, I leave the sum of 5 million credits in trust until she reaches the age of her majority, and a standing offer of an internship and a position in the cooperative if she so desires. Fauve said nothing. Her eyes were, however, all but bugging out of her head, her mouth dropped open like she wanted to say something. But words were clearly failing her. Her parents were no less dismayed than she, nor was Byron or Boatswain. However, Byron might have been bug-eyed because of what was on his own screen. It was clear he'd inherited something. Teresa, however, was not done. All other properties listed in the blah 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 will be sold, and the money invested into the media expansion of the cooperative, assuming my granddaughter is elected to the position of CEO by the board. Teresa set the datapad down and rang the bell again. That's business, now as my grandfather would have said. On to the serious business of living. His final instructions are this: drink his winery dry so my granddaughter has to start all over. Personally, I can't think of any orders I'd enjoy following more. Before the last tinkling noise of the bell finished, trays were wheeled in again, each stacked high with bottles of bourbon, wine, and other liquors I didn't recognize at the time, and would not remember the next morning. But what I do remember of the rest of the evening was Byron and Boatswain rocking side to side with their arms over each other's shoulders and enjoying a drinking song, while Fauve discreetly departed with Teresa. I presumed about the nature of her future career, or at least leaving the business of serious drinking to the adults. I wish I knew more, but as you know, it is possible for a Dlamisa to get blackout drunk. I wish I could tell you exactly what happened after that, but let me tell you this. The human propensity to turn things into alcohol is as limitless as it is charming. The last thing I remember was Bosun and Byron making a bet of some sort, something about a ball, and then I was handed something called tequila. I didn't know what it was made of, but there was a worm at the bottom that supposedly granted magic powers if you drank it. So, down the hatch it went. After that, there is nothing. When I woke up, there was a sunbeam in my eyes, and I could feel the grass beneath my body. My costume was a patchwork of stains, and I really regretted not going with my first option when I was considering how to dress. If you're wondering, my initial plan was to just dye my fur white. Clothing was still weird to me at this point, but I changed my mind to better blend in with the others. There was a ray of sunlight hitting my eyes, and my head was pounding. I groaned and realized I was curled up on someone's feet. I could hear voices. 2 of them. My eyes fluttered open, and I saw the pale blue uniform embroidered with the golden fleur-de-lis, the symbol of the human capital city. It's a strange device, like a triple-headed spear that curls outward from the center, or like a strange-looking flower. My head was pounding, and off in the distance, somewhere out of sight, I could hear an abundance of splashing. I wished everything would shut up and let me just die again for a few hours. But it was not to be. I was alive and staying that way, and doomed to listen to the conversation taking place above where I lay. Sir, dressing up your dog does not make you immune to leash laws, and you know I could also give you a ticket for animal cruelty, getting your dog drunk and dressing him up in that. I'm telling you, he's not a dog. Do you know any dogs with that many ears? And look, he's got, okay, his hands have paws, but those are clearly fingers. Smells like a wet dog to me, and the rest can simply be mutations or selective breeding, like the others. Great, I thought. It was a dog catcher or animal control, and I recognized the voice. It was Byron. I was going to speak up, say something, but my tongue was lolling out of my mouth. I tasted grass. It was not good. But also my tongue wouldn't respond. I can only assume that the worm granting magic powers is some form of human myth. It was a question for later. As I was regaining consciousness, I had a vague sense that no, I didn't quite want to die, but I also didn't want to wake up, or move, or talk. I will never drink again, is what I tried to say. What I actually said was Gakanaba Dankagan, which means nothing, except perhaps that I drank too much. Thankfully, neither of them seemed to notice, and the reason they didn't notice was the same reason that the splashing stopped, and why the animal control officer's damnable tapping on his datapad stopped. There, found it! Ha! Bosun said, just as the ball dropped from his mouth and onto the ground. And I guess you found Bailey. What do you say to a few more throws before we head back? That damnable tapping started up again. Never mind the ticket, sir. I see I was mistaken. A chubby face loomed over mine as the human bent forward. I guess he really is an alien, huh? Never seen one of these up close before. We'll give him some hair of the dog and some bed rest. He looked up at Boatson and tilted his head back to look up the military Dlamisa and whistled. Damn, y'all make 'em big. He then pinched his nose. And all 3 of you smell like a brewery. Byron chuckled. We were at a funeral. There was alcohol, a lot of it, he said and crouched down to pick up the ball. He launched it with a powerful pitch. I caught sight of it as it sailed over a cluster of bushes and beyond the shallow crossing spot of the river. Bosun was turned around and gone so fast that my lazy, weak, bleary eyes could barely follow him. Right, say no more. If that's the case, your friend going to be all right? The worker asked. He'll be fine, Miguel. He just ate the worm, Byron said while the splashing went up again when Boatson hit the water. The worker whistled again. Damn, son. The boys'll never believe me when I tell them about this call. He took off his blue baseball cap and scratched his dark hair. First it was that blobby guy that turned into a puddle. Now this. Maybe I should open a bar just for aliens. Y'all drink so much that I might make back my money on the grand opening. The man Byron identified as Miguel was clearly joking, but it didn't seem like such a bad idea to me, if not for my promise to never drink again. I groaned and rolled over. Just as I was about to push myself up, I saw Byron's hand outstretched. I took it. His fingers and palms were thickly calloused, and he hauled me to my feet as if I weighed no more than Michael. I wavered a little and put one hand on my head. I'll never drink again, I promised myself. But then what Miguel said hit home. Blobby guy? Was he green? I asked, and Miguel nodded. Yeah, he was with some lizard guy who kept licking his eyeballs. Weird, but they seemed nice enough. Somebody thought the lizard guy was an escaped monitor lizard from the zoo. He had a good sense of humor about it, at least. Miguel rubbed the back of his head, and when I noticed the dog wrangling stick in his hand, he had the good grace to discreetly move it behind his back. That sounds like my professor, and one of my colleagues, I said and huffed. I slumped forward a little. I shouldn't be surprised. After all the recent chaos, honestly, I am surprised he didn't come sooner. I raised my head and asked Byron, I know you're having fun with Boatswain, but could we cut it short for the moment? I know how much fun Cherokee Park can be, but I should get cleaned up before my teacher arrives. Byron looked past me. Boatswain was charging back with the ball in his mouth. It was obvious that neither would really want to leave. I could hear the squeaking of the ball with every squeeze of Boatswain's powerful jaws. Its siren's call demanded that I stay and ask for a few throws. But between the alcohol pounding in my brain and my own sense of smell returning to me, demanding I wash off the fragrant aroma of alcohol and my own natural terror of getting a lower evaluation, I begged off my instincts with a promise to return to the park at a later time with Fauve. By the time Boatswain reached us, Byron had already agreed. Afraid we've got to go, this one, Byron jerked his thumb toward me, has to meet with his teacher. Boatswain dropped the ball, letting it roll out of his mouth to drop into Byron's hand. He stared at it like the ball would leap out of his companion's grip and fly off all by itself, and grumbled, I suppose we have to. We've been gone too long already. I guess that settles that, Essie. Y'all have a good day, and maybe next time leave the worm alone, eh? I gotta go. I gotta explain all this and drop some folks off, Miguel said and waved to us as he headed back to a large truck with a high-covered top clearly meant to contain numerous animals. I'll never drink again, I said to him, and waved farewell. Then to Byron I simply whispered, thanks. Before I asked, so, what exactly happened last night? The human exchanged a look with Boatswain and said, do you at least remember the part where you called your embassy? If I could have paled like a human face, I would have. No. What exactly did I do? Byron jerked his thumb over his shoulder toward the dog catcher's truck. I'd say you can ask your ambassador. But he's passed out, along with most of the embassy staff, Boatswain finished. Thankfully, the dog catcher is now convinced, and he'll take them back to the embassy to sleep it off instead of letting them wake up in the pound. I didn't mean to. Suddenly, my professor's visit was looking a lot more awkward to me, and deportation looking a lot more likely. I wasn't quite sure what to say, and so finally said nothing. Byron tossed the ball up and down in one hand, Boatswain's eyes watching and bulging every time it made a squeak. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. We invented a new sport. I called it Bailey ball, but after they got too drunk to say it anymore, it just became Bally ball, and I guess that is what it'll stay. Come on, get in the car. I'll explain on the way back to your house. When I began to half walk, half stagger toward the waiting black car of the security staff, I couldn't help but wonder whether or not I really wanted to know what happened or not. But I concluded that, whether or not I want to know, I'm pretty sure I'm going to find out. Hopefully before all of my ears are full with my professor's reprimands. It turns out that ballyball is a very interesting sport that is only really playable as something interspecies. According to what Byron informed me, it started like this. I left the room, and they made a bet on who could find me first. Byron with his tracking ability and understanding of how to use terrain, and Boatswain relying purely on his sense of smell, and all three of us were 3 sheets to the wind. I went to the place known as Cherokee Park, which was large enough to take an hour or 3 to walk in its entirety. I don't know exactly how I got there, but Lamesa are fairly swift, so I can only presume that I ran part of the way. I can guess why I went there. After all, Fauve had a habit of throwing the ball there. I likely wanted a good time, and I didn't realize that my human wouldn't just be there. Byron's vehicle was capable of self-driving, so according to him, well, I will relay what they said in their words as best I can, having heard the story from both of them. Admittedly that this is cobbled together, and their memories are not dramatically better than mine, but it will have to do. How does a Dlamisa just vanish on this goddamn planet? Byron groused, while Bosun's head hung out the passenger side window. I don't know, but you'd think I'd smell him by now. It's been 20 minutes. Why did I suggest that much of a head start? Bosun groused in turn. He smells like he bathed in bourbon. I should be able to find him with ease. Do you know what city you're in? Louisville is famous for its bourbon, even more so than for its baseball bats. It's the best stuff in the world. Byron smacked his lips together, the taste of the stuff still on his tongue despite having none in hand while the car drove on. Still! Bosun protested, and let his tongue loll out the side of his head while he bit and sniffed at the air in search of the smell of drunken Dlamisa college student. Still nothing. You probably smell liquor on yourself, too. That can't help. Byron remarked as the car went down the quiet streets at half the normal speed limit. Maybe, but if you hadn't insisted on bringing all that... Bosun didn't need to say what he was talking about. On the back seat there were bags full of liquor bottles from absinthe to tequila. We might have caught up with him by now. Would you rather I left it behind? Byron asked, and Bosun immediately shook his head. No. All right then, Byron said with what could only be described as a smug little smirk, to which I will add, he objected to Bosun's characterization of it as his mug, know-it-all, and cocky. Okay, so you're a drunk Dlamisa that has wandered off. Your favorite human isn't around. Where are you going to go? Byron asked. If he's really drunk, the house and to bed. If he's not quite that far gone, where he thinks he'll have fun. He seems like a fun lover to me. Very un-Dlamisa-like, Bosun remarked. Squeak, squeak, Byron remarked. Okay, fair enough, Bosun acknowledged. The park then, the one close to the house, Byron suggested, and when Bosun didn't object, he pulled up the map, plugged in the location, and the car began to drive toward the new destination. The route on foot was a lot easier than the route by car, so they had time on their hands while they tracked me to my destination, and when silence passed between them for a while, Bosun finally asked, So he left you something? Yeah, Byron answered. He stared ahead, briefly forgetting to look for me when he thought of the old man, and instead focusing on his memories. What was it? Bosun asked, his ears flattening at the side of his head, one eye flicking toward his human comrade. Credits, energy enough to jumpstart my own power plant if I want, enough to retire off of, and a few mementos, Byron answered. And for a little while longer there was quiet, just the hum of the car. It might have been tense if there were two humans involved, but because one was a human soldier and another a Dlamisa of the same field, things were easier. The tension that sometimes exists between two human males does not seem to be present between the two across species. Perhaps humans and Dlamisa are uniquely compatible races, or perhaps there is a natural ambassadorial trait in the primate species. Whatever the case, when Bosun chose to ask, Why? Byron chose to answer. His kids, Byron answered. You're his son? Bosun asked. No, I took a bullet for his granddaughter. Byron answered even though he wasn't driving, his fingers closed around the steering wheel and went knuckle white. Zenti? Bosun asked, and Byron spat out the window. No, those are wimps. Crunchy wimps. I have no idea why anyone was ever so scared of those. Years ago, look, maybe on your world everybody gets along and everything is hunky-dory, but we're kind of contentious, and every now and then there's a little flare-up. Percival's son, his wife, and their daughter got into the family business. There was a politician that was rattling off some paranoid nonsense about an alien invasion. A politician was accused of facilitating an invasion because he wanted to streamline the process of securing visas as part of a trade agreement. Once the wild stories spread, he hired a media consultant. Percival Barnum? Bosun guessed. Yeah, he assigned his son and daughter-in-law to the consultation. His son was very hands-on, a lot like his father. Brash, loud, bold, a real charmer, he really took after his old man. His wife was a good match, less eccentric, level-headed, collected, organized, but also incisive and very take-no-prisoners. They decided to do a public session. Nobody expected it to go down the way it did. There was a bombing. The politician was killed. Hell, half the damn building blew up. I got lucky. I was in the shitter. Phineas, his son. He was killed instantly. His wife managed to live long enough to protect their daughter. And then the gunfire got going. I took a half a dozen rounds in the back, but I ran Teresa out of there and provided suppressing fire. Terror attacks are two-stage affairs and I had an exit planned. We still might have died, but I had some of the best protective gear on the market. Bosun processed that quietly. Then what? He asked. Percival is what? After his son and daughter-in-law were buried, he spent millions of credits on revenge. He might have appeared to be a sweet old man, but if you ever see an old man in a profession where people die young or quit early, beware. He unleashed a media blitzkrieg on every politician even remotely associated with anyone in any affiliated group ever. I never could prove it, and didn't want to try, but I suspected he got the EIB and a lot of other alphabet soup organizations involved. Blasted names, faces, home addresses. He even organized protests that went to politicians' homes. They couldn't eat in peace at a restaurant. They couldn't sleep in bed, and when they tried to involve the law, suddenly there were investigations of corruption. He might not have killed anyone, but they were no less destroyed. The legislation passed, of course. That's how our quarry got permission to come here after all. And those little xenophobic shits are on the Barnum hit list. Rumor has it, anytime somebody associates with the xenophobes, their funding dries up or their opponents get some surprisingly large donations from friendly cooperatives. Byron had a little smile on his face when he talked about that, like the revenge was a fond memory. And Byron went on, I got a medal, which I tossed in the river, turned down a promotion, turned down a chance to work for Percival directly. But he visited me in the hospital, and we stayed in touch ever since. He always promised he'd pay me back one day when I couldn't say no. I guess leaving me something after he died was his way of keeping his promise. So are you going to quit now? Boatson asked. You're rich, right? Yes, but I don't think I'll quit just yet. I'll probably make this my last job, at least like this. Maybe start my own security cooperation. With more alien contacts, maybe I could start hiring other species. Louisville is a pretty cosmopolitan city, and it's only a matter of time before... Byron's further conversation was cut off when they reached the park, and they saw me shouting something into the phone. It sounded something like, Bell! But exactly what I was saying was unclear. They parked the car and rushed over to me. In between their exchange of words with me, they argued over who was responsible for finding me. In short, who won their little wager. And it was just then that the ball squeaked in Byron's pocket. I said before that this new sport can only be played interspecies, and the reason is that humans have a broader range of motion than D. lamisa. They can throw farther and from more angles than we can, but at the same time, we're also much faster over short distances than almost any human, since we can go from bipedal to quadrupedal in no time. The game began when Boatson and I immediately stared at his pocket where the ball seemed to call to us. I have no idea why it has this effect on our species, but with all three of us at least somewhat drunk, it was even harder to resist. Without thinking, Byron took it out and chucked it as hard as he could, far across the park. Bosun and I went for it at the same time, and I landed on my face, which isn't to say that I stopped. Every time it was returned I tried again, until the Dlamisa ambassador, and half the damn embassy security showed up. Not even the gods of men could tell us exactly what I said, but the Dlamisa ambassador was so out of sorts that he chose to track my location himself and showed up with a security team. Finding me on the ground with a human standing over me, I can only imagine what the ambassador must have thought. But before another international incident could kick off, Bosun was seen running toward them with the squeaking ball in his mouth, and every single eye of my people honed in on that noisy little object. He dropped it into Byron's hand and explained the situation. I can hardly believe some mere liquid could do something like that, he said, looking down at my goofy face with my lolling tongue and slowly struggling self while I tried to rise with very little success. It's true, sir. If you'll just try some... It is the logical thing. We know it's been vetted. And besides, there's a human here who is happy to share. It would be undiplomatic to refuse. Logic dictates that we participate to make amends for our near-disastrous misunderstanding, especially given recent events. Bosun protested, and the ambassador, finding no counter-argument coming to mind, agreed. Fine, retrieve some, then explain that. He pointed to the squeaky ball. To me. Of course, sir, right away. I'll get the liquor, you explain the rest, and take your time, Byron offered, and went back to the car while Bosun did his best to provide some kind of explanation for the activity to the Dlamison security detail. While he was gone, however, Byron also made a phone call of his own. It didn't take long for the results, as he popped open bottle after bottle of bourbon, whiskey, rum, spiced rum, absinthe, tequila, vodka, and the gods of men know what else, and began to pour them into some opaque plastic cups. A large black van pulled up, and some plainclothes gorillas hopped out. Human security officers familiar to Byron, but dressed for their off hours. Like they'd coordinated it beforehand, each one reached into their front pockets and squeezed. The squeaks that went up raised every Dlamisa ear, and given that we have multiple ears, that was a lot of ears. The reactions to alcohol were quick, with cocked heads, sniffing snouts, and suddenly wagging tails. Even the ambassador, a stern sort even by our standards, seemed interested in something called Irish cream. "Take it, a gift from me to you, to apologize for any inconvenience," Byron said, and the ambassador snatched it away like he was afraid the offer would be withdrawn. "Ahem, I accept this on my people's behalf, and we will forget this little inconvenience." Sure, but we could make it interesting. Maybe you could leave with some more if we play a little game," Byron suggested, and then before anyone could ask what he had in mind, every human held up the ball, made it squeak, and then chucked it as hard as possible. The Dlamison security officers, and the ambassador, charged over the grass after it before they knew what they were doing, splashing over the shallow water, each one striving to get to the squeaky green balls before the other. The confusion on their faces when they got back, according to Bosun, would stay with everybody for the rest of their lives. They dropped the balls from their mouths, most of which bounced off of some part of me as they tried to work out exactly what they'd just done, and for a moment, everybody was quiet. A game. Humans line up side by side and try to throw the ball as far as possible. 1 point per every 3 meters. Each of us partner up with a Dlamisa who retrieves the ball, and then the humans try to stop every Dlamisa but their partner from crossing the line again. First team to 21 points wins, and every round, whoever crosses first, that team takes a shot. Top 3 teams take a bottle of their choice home, +1 for the ambassador if you'll referee, sir. The ambassador's tale could have cooled the desert summer. "I suppose I must agree," he said with very obviously false disinterest. I was dragged out of the way, and the game began. Human throwers had rocket arms, it seemed, and at first it was hard to score. The fastest Dlamisa got back first, but were tackled by multiple humans, whose considerable muscle and their unique range of motion made them difficult to outmaneuver. Slowly, strategies evolved, as human throwers mixed their distance goals with an attempt to time the return of others, so they didn't throw as far, but forced the other humans to pick and choose who to try to stop. Thus, nobody fell too far behind, particularly as everybody got drunker as the night went on. The ambassador chose to take a shot with every win, and refereeing was soon forgotten. Before the night was done, half the humans and all the Dlamisa save Bosun were passed out, and Byron was forced to go and check just to make sure nobody was left behind. His human counterparts were strewn about the park or stumbled back to the van to sleep it off, and by the time he came back, the dog catcher was ready to add me to the truck where the rest of my people were sleeping. Thus Ballyball, or as it came to be known, Ballyball, was born. As more of my people came to Earth, it became a popular sport that was transmitted back home. Professional leagues emerged, and the players became famous across multiple worlds. Somehow, I think Mr. Barnum would have been pleased that he ended up doing a lot more than just putting the fun into funeral, and would have appreciated the use of his alcohol. But as for me, that morning, all I really wanted to do was remove my brain so that it would stop pounding for a few minutes. I got home to a quiet house. My guess was that, other than Fauve, the whole family was plastered. I did have the sense to wonder if my people made it back to the embassy quarters safely, but I was reasonably sure that they did, though they would have to send people to go fetch the cars. My steps were staggered, and I was busy vowing never to drink again, while Byron and Bosun helped me get down the steps, over to my room, and let me flop down into bed. I don't know what time it was when we got back, so I have no idea how long I slept. However, before I fell asleep, I made a few mental notes that I put together later. Human death rituals are not about the dead, but the living, and the disposition of goods after death is dual purpose. First, it properly dispenses goods that enriches those the deceased cared for, but also it provides memorial touchstones. Where most intelligent races have a fairly dismissive view of the dead, the human sense of empathy is so highly developed that it is fair to say it is overdeveloped. They recall the dead with the same sense of affection and love as if the person were still with them. A parent who loses a child might cling to the child's toys for years, and if they do finally give them up, it will be to another child who will appreciate them in the same way. When a comrade passes, a treasured object gains almost religious reverence, a thing bonding the living and the dead across even an impossible divide. As I see it, part of Percival's motivation in assisting Fauve was not just the repayment of a debt. He bonded with her in mere hours. His steady guidance was, frankly, grandfatherly. More about the role of elderly in human society later, and based on the limited descriptions Byron would later give regarding Percival's son and daughter-in-law, I think Fauve reminded him of them. By the same token, Percival's post-death generosity with Byron seemed to be a kind of transference. As humans have the unique ability among intelligent species to find families, a transferal of affection is far from impossible. This is especially true if the recipient of that transference did something remarkable on the giver's behalf, or on behalf of someone important to the giver. The complex weaving of bonds between humans is fascinating to no end, and I could not help but notice that it was strongly rooted in their psychological need to connect. Even those who lack the ability to connect still have a need to do so. Overcoming this difficulty in empathetic connection has been the work of generations of human scientists who have tried everything from drug therapy to animal therapy to draw the inner human out of their shell. Assisting others with their desire to connect, either connecting with them in person or simply providing mentorship, guidance, and patience, is considered a noble service to society. In studying my host family, my humans, I must point out that the two children are given abundant attention. William and Rebecca regularly sit down to have coffee with Fauve and simply talk with her. Eye contact and light physical contact are common. A hug, holding her hand, a fist bump, a kiss to her forehead. Affection is myriad in its expression, and I have not listed them all here. But all seem centered around ensuring she is confident in her familial support, safe, and learns how to behave with others. The result of all this was a girl who seemed nearly fearless when speaking to a room full of adults, many of whom wanted to just use her for their own agendas. Michael, being so very young, received very different attention. He was held often, cuddled, most affection was physical, and there were various simple games. Smiles were common. Nonverbal communication in humans is important. This is not unique to humans, as Dlamisa have a number of physical tells regarding our moods, ear motions, tail motions and positions, and the baring of teeth. But in humans, the lack of these nonverbal communications is detrimental. Smiling is instinctive and meant to spark a reciprocal expression in the adult. Withholding it in the long term will actually damage the development of the child. Michael, it seemed, was in no danger of that. Their games centered around smiles, snuggles, and simple rhyming songs that, with a little reworking, would have served as suitable rhythms for drinking songs. If I'm to make a full confession, I was typing this in bed. Hangovers are unpleasant. If by unpleasant you mean that it feels as if an asteroid impact has struck your head, only you can't die, so it just throbs and throbs without end. I spent most of the day just lying there typing this out and trying to recall more details from the most recent events. I stopped only to get the story that I could from Byron and Boatswain, independently of course. Thankfully, they were kind enough to bring me a small breakfast, which included a note from Fauve wishing me well. I thought it was because she was going to work at her usual job at the mall candy shop that she hadn't come by to see me that morning. But William informed me otherwise when he came down a short while later with the traditional post-hangover coffee. She's at their headquarters. That was where she went last night. Teresa took her back to fill out some legal forms, he said while mixing cream and sugar until I nodded when it was enough. He stirred the blend with more vigor than he really needed to, so much so that when he stopped stirring, the spoon kept sliding around the inner rim of my cup for a full rotation before it finally stopped. He set the cup down beside my bed, and I sat up. My ears were all pricked up. William wasn't exactly a genius at deception, but even if he had been, my sense of smell knew anxiety pheromones at this point. "Isn't that good?" I asked. I genuinely didn't know one way or the other if it was, but if it wasn't, I wanted to understand why. I remember things before the drinking, and she got a lot of credits. Her future is set, right? A job, a fortune, what's to worry about? William rolled his eyes and sat down in the nearby chair. He drummed his fingers on the table and said, "I don't know. I guess it's weird thinking of her actually growing up. She's going to be 15 in a few months. A few years from that, she'll be a legal adult. I guess that just threw me off a little." He gave me an almost playful little half smile and ran his hand through his hair. "Silly stuff," Don't think about it. Thinking probably hurts still anyway. I didn't know you could drink that much. It was a change of subject, I knew it. Though I don't know if he knew I knew it. But I allowed it. I touched my left hand to the side of my head, and after taking another sip of coffee and setting the cup down, I dramatically flopped out on the bed. If you could kill me now, that would be great. I flopped one arm over my eyes and made the most melodramatic sigh I could, imitating a human drama show. And it had the desired effect. William laughed. I enjoyed cheering up my humans, and I could feel his anxiety levels decline a little. But it wasn't over. I got a data note from your embassy, William said, and I removed my arm from over my eyes. In my mind, that could not be a good thing. Deportation. I thought right away. It wasn't always at the forefront of my mind, but it was still a going concern. Thankfully, Wolfbeard at least had his father's stubbornness and kept making motions before the court, and thanks to the human right to face their accuser, I had to remain on Earth for any potential trial. If I left, there was always the chance he'd be freed, or that Fauve would be forced to face him again. Nobody wanted that. Percival's thoroughness in his media blitz was such that nobody wanted to be the politician behind Wolfbeard's release. Coupled with Byron's explanation of Percival's personality and special hatred for xenophobes, it is just further testament to one singular truth. Do not poke humans, especially their families. Their overdeveloped capacity to empathy has a converse overdeveloped capacity for unbridled revenge. As it happened, however, William's news wasn't nearly that bad. Apparently you had quite an evening last night, and your embassy was very pleased with your... He paused, cleared his throat, and made the most exaggeratedly formal tone he could, saying to me, "Hard work in developing interspecies relations between Dlamacens and humans. As such, you are to be rewarded." "Rewarded?" I asked, and William nodded. "I was CC'd on the message, but it was you it was sent to. Apparently something involving a sport called ballyball, but it lacks details on that. You can read it yourself, but the long and the short of it is that a Dlamacen freighter has been redirected, and it is on its way to Earth to buy a lot of alcohol, and as a citizen of their world, you're supposed to help them select the best options. If you do, they're sponsoring you for a work and education visa in addition to your exchange visa." "They're what?" I asked, but I was already racing through my datapad for information. I found the message and read through it. "So, I can attend a human university, study student life, and I can get an actual job?" "Yes, as long as you help them with the alcohol shipment." William explained. "They've asked that as a friendly human, I facilitate your employment and admittance, basically get you a job and get you enrolled." It was Dlamacen through and through, hardly subtle, very direct. You do this and this will be what you get for it. Very straightforward, and then it was done, but it was too good of an opportunity to pass up. "Yes, of course, and, did you by chance hear from—" "Yes, they'll be at dinner tonight. You might want to get cleaned up and for God's sake, take a shower, you smell like—" I knew the smile he made. He was going to use one. I braced myself. A booze hound. I groaned at yet another dad joke, and he rose to his feet. "I'll get right on it," I promised him when he reached for the doorknob. He turned the brass knob and the catch opened with a click, but before he exited, he looked back at me and said, "I know. I've already arranged for a job interview and reached out to the admissions department for the University of Louisville. See you upstairs," he said, and left me behind. As I tried to rise, I reached for the half-empty cup and took another long drink to polish off the remnants of the rich cream-colored coffee and thought, maybe he's getting better at reading me than I believed. There is a strangeness to the human work ethos. On the left hand of the scale, they can be so lazy that it's a wonder they don't grow moss. Multiple vacations, creature comforts. Far be it for me to complain about these, since I would have to ruin my academic integrity by pretending I didn't very much enjoy them. But on the right hand of the scale, they are capable of tremendous energy and ambition, a desire to leave their mark on the world and achieve something they deem worthy of themselves. Even for so non-homogeneous a species, these extremes in them were jarring. I adapted better, I think, than most of my fellow students, in part because Dlamacens have at least some of these traits encouraged by our culture. Strangely enough, with humans at least, it is the lazy that make the largest difference. This may shock some of the more industrious races who read what I am about to write, but I will explain. Picture an industrious idiot tasked to bring 100 clay vases across a very wide room. Because he is industrious, he is willing to work hard, but because he is an idiot, his solution is to carry a great many of them, and as a result, he drops them, and they shatter. Now picture an intelligent and industrious person. They work out what they can carry, and tirelessly make many trips ensuring each one in safety, breaking very few, and he finishes after a very long time. Now picture a lazy idiot. He does nothing. And lastly, a clever but lazy one. This one makes a cart with wheels and takes them all across with minimal effort. All of human civilization has advanced because somebody set out to make things easier to do. Whether inventing irrigation because buckets took too long, or pulleys because heavy things are troublesome, humans are the only species I have ever encountered that can turn laziness into a superpower. Which is why I was thinking hard about my next job while I got up and went to the shower downstairs that I would use to clean myself off. Humans, even more than Dlamisa, love their water. Perhaps because so much of the planet is covered with it, they think it normal. My homeworld has substantially less, but it is because of that we're drawn to it. Unlike Earth, my home is a megacontinent, our own Pangea. The first of our kind to travel around it did so on foot. But the human divisions brought about by having not 1 or 2, but 7 continents, made exploration far more dangerous, and their superabundance of water gave them far more options than they had any business having. With the abundance of massive seas providing nearly unlimited food for generations, their civilizations were able to grow up independently of one another. But I digress. I find myself doing that more lately, the longer I am here. My shower, yes, as I said, I had my own which provided ample hot water, though I am somewhat embarrassed to admit that I, as Fauve put it, smell like wet dog. Rebecca helped to compensate for this by setting up 3 standing fans connected to a single power strip, along with a few extra towels, so that when I left the shower, I could simply turn on the fans while trying to dry myself. It took some time, and I had to go from standing to kneeling to turning around for several minutes at a time. But it is a bad guest who stinks up the home of his host. I'm reticent to add this part before detailing the events of dinner. However, after the publication of the 2nd edition of this volume, certain homophobic species let their fear of Homo sapiens get the better of them, and it was whispered that I was forced by the Walker family into an elaborate cleaning ritual as a way of humiliating me, or because they considered aliens to be filthy. Therefore, I add into this edition my refutation of that claim. Dlamison fur may range from thick to short, but mine was on the thicker side and relatively long. As such, when taking showers, I would get thoroughly drenched and drip water for hours if not properly dried. Aside from puddles around the house that could be slipped on, I admit the odor was not the best. Therefore, I was more than happy to meet them halfway, and if it took a little longer to start my day, what of it? Unlike humans, I didn't have to engage in the same daily cleansing ritual, only weekly, more if I dirtied myself at the park. So with that interval accounted for, and that rumor refuted in my own hand, I returned to the narrative. After throwing on a pair of shorts and a loose t-shirt, I headed for the stairs. Before I got there, I could already hear 2 familiar voices. One, my avian comrade, Kawik. He was an odd one, as I recall. Not many Kitsians became linguists, and he was another of the few predatory races to evolve, making him a double oddity. He was living with Virginia Walker and her son Samuel, who were paired with him because of all the Walker clan. They were the most mobile, and Kitsians do not idle well in one place for more than a few weeks at a time. Their world is unique in that their civilization did not begin on land, but in the sky. Their ancestors settled on large floating fungi that drifted over their world. From what I know, they went down to land to create short-term harvesting sites and began rotational work that let their people make more discoveries, and so it went. Despite being settled and civilized, they are still known as wanderers. Kawik was very much one of his people, with a sharp-hooked beak and a somewhat bulging red-feathered throat. He had no claws on his hands, but rather 9 webbed digits with small spines that would punch through whatever he grabbed. His more predatory ancestors slew their prey by grabbing it out of the air, then crushing it by slamming it into the ground below. As predatory species went, they were the Dlamisa of the air. The other voice I heard was that of Professor Schlith. I stopped, resting my hand on the rail and remaining out of view on the stairs. My student seems to have embroiled you in a thorough mess, and I would like to apologize for any fault of his. I should add that Tlaxishi do not really have a concept of apology in their culture. Among their people, anyone who does something offensive removes themselves immediately for a period of 30 days, time enough for aggression hormones to dissipate. Much of their communication age came about expressly because they needed to do more work at a distance and couldn't afford to not communicate for an Earth month or nothing would ever get done. Since his sojourn to Earth, the concept of an expression of verbal regret has entered their lexicon, and between that and some medicinal hormone blockers that make them less defensive, they are a more peaceful species than before. There is a reason Schlith became famous in academic circles for his work with humans, but at the same time, it seems he was not immune from being impacted by his own studies. His apology flowed so naturally from him that had I not known his voice and heard the faint flick of his tongue darting up to his eyeball, I might have thought it was a human speaking. "Come now, Professor. You know how these things go. At least it certainly does with Virginia and her mate." I could practically see Cowick's feathers puff out. I knew little about his time with Virginia, but what little I knew was that she and her mate were prone to various hijinks and exotic travel, throwing themselves headlong into every new experience. It wasn't hard to conclude that he'd come to think of humans as headstrong and relentlessly adventurous, not to mention prone to getting into trouble. Think nothing of it. Maybe there was a better way, but you don't always have time for the better option, and I'll be damned if it wasn't fitting. Besides, Grandfather told me you learned that we do just fine with disruption. William's laugh after the last word was as thick and rich as syrup on pancakes, and it was at that moment that I realized that while I'd come to learn a fair bit about his immediate household, I didn't know a lot about his family history. I should have read the unabridged version, not Professor Sixlith's purely academic work. That, if the reader is interested, is when I decided to release my volumes of thesis work as a journal instead of a traditional observatory report, breaking with centuries of tradition and presenting a narrative instead. The academic tome contained premises, conclusions, and evidentiary observations abound, but the meat or the humanity of the work was absent. It presented an incomplete picture that left me less prepared than I might have otherwise been for my time on Earth. As I reached the main floor, I saw an unexpected sight. Blorup, my semi-permeable colleague, who I recalled moved like an oversized slug and was at least once or twice turned into a puddle from alcohol, had taken a human shape. It wasn't quite perfect, but he had clearly learned to morph his body into something two-legged, though the proportions were a little off. But it was good enough that he wore a kind of clothing. More specifically, he was wearing galoshes and a bright yellow raincoat that had been clearly cut and re-sewn into shorts and a button-down shirt, or something like it. "You never know what to expect, so you can't plan for everything," he said, and to me, that was a shock. Blorup came from a very conservative race called Baxili. Baxilians are even longer lived than Dlamisa, reproduce asexually, and their offspring retain a large percentage of their parental memories. While they are a predatory race, they are also capable of living off of almost anything, even more than humans, as they can survive off of a diet of raw minerals. That is to say, they can eat rocks. I would have been less surprised to hear William offer rocks for dinner than I was to hear a Baxili say that you can't plan for everything. Of course, with humans, that was simply the truth. "Professor, Blorup, Cowick, good to see you." I extended my hand in a human greeting, and my professor's lips twitched a little when I made the very human gesture, and it was met by my classmates. We shook hands one by one, Cowick being careful not to do any accidental stabbings. I kept a brave face on it, but I knew what it had to be about. "Come, sit," Rebecca said, and went to the coffee maker. As Michael wasn't in his chair, I had to assume he was down for a nap, but though she put a brave face on it, I noticed the way her hands trembled a little, and how she focused more intently on the task of coffee making than she usually did. Any doubts I had about the subject were erased. William emphasized his wife's words and gestured toward several chairs, his hand falling to the wooden back of one of them when his eyes met mine. I went for it, while the others went for empty chairs of their own. Professor Schlith waited until the steam was rising from each of our cups, and the cream was flowing out of its container. We all took one long, deep breath, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the rich liquid that so shaped much of human culture. Only then, when each of us had a hand on our cups, and Rebecca claimed a seat of her own, did my professor speak. "We need to talk about Bailey's stay, and how much longer it will be, or rather, not be." I sat sideways on the chair to face my professor, my hands out in front of me, my fingers twitched and my fur bristled. "But, the trial? The failed human is still filing motions. I have to be here in case I need to testify. Besides, I haven't even been here for a year yet. Plus, the ambassador said he has a job for me. He's promising me a work visa, a student visa. There's so much left to learn. I don't want to go back, I exclaimed. I didn't realize how fast I'd been speaking until I found myself breathing hard. My fellow students and my professor were eyeing me while saying nothing. My professor was an unusual male of his race in that he tended to be louder than others. It was part of why he preferred his position as a teacher at a large university. It gave him a chance to be loud. But despite that, Professor Schlith was quiet, looking from me to the walkers. I knew this would happen, he said, and sounded somewhat regretful as he said it. His long, slender tongue darted out to taste the air. His green-scaled palm rested flat on the table. His tail at his back was stiff and unmoving. Knew what would happen? William asked. I couldn't see it, but when his and Rebecca's arms moved a little, I knew they entwined their hands together beneath the table. It was a gesture of unity among humans, a quiet, private gesture meant only for one another. For all of human openness, most of that was simply practical. As a highly social species, they had few occasions for total privacy, so by sheer necessity, most gestures of affection were public. But that didn't mean they had no need for privacy at all, or that they would deliberately display a bond for all to see. Some gestures were meant only for one another. The fact that I could detect some of these private gestures was a point of professional pride. I was learning more and more. In my more ambitious moments, I couldn't help but dream of the day I would present my work and reach the top of my profession, the foremost expert on humans. What a title that would be. But Professor Sixlith's words threatened all that. I chose my students for more than their grades, my professor said, addressing William's question. Each of them come from a predatory species. This makes them rare. You may not know it, Will, but intelligent predators are not even 1 in 50. No, not even 1 in 100 of the civilizations of the galaxy. Just by existing, the 5 species at this table are uncommon as can be. More than that, each of my students is an aberration for being extroverted enough to want to study another species. Most don't want to do that. And even more rare, those selected for this special assignment are the only ones to show any interest in their fellow students, even as rivals. It was Rebecca who made the connection first. You chose them for their individual ability to bond. She guessed, and Schlith's tongue wiggled around as he nodded. Exactly. A maximalist aberration, if you will. And I seem to have chosen well. Too well, perhaps, he said, and finally rotated his eyeball in my direction. The government of your homeworld may give you a visa, but you came here through the anthropology department, and there are grave concerns among my colleagues that you have gotten far too involved in your study, that you are going to give a black mark to the university if you're allowed to continue. I don't need to tell you what that means. I hung my head. He was right. I didn't need to be told. William, though, did. Would you mind cluing me in, grandfather? He asked. A drop of sweat appeared on his brow, but he did an admirable job of keeping his voice steady. Kawik chimed in. Same reason we're here, really. Our worlds put a lot of money into the university. If they think it's corrupting us or making us into disruptive elements, they'll cut the funding or pull out. And that would be disastrous. True unity isn't present in the galaxy, just a tenuous peace built on fear of war and the knowledge that governing multiple worlds is impossible. Nobody can really win. The university is a symbol of our commitment to peace. My student, Bailey, broke that peace and attacked a human. His reasons are justified, but it has raised concerns for a lot of things, not the least of which is among the evolved prey races about hosting the predators. My colleagues want to remove him, and while the university is not a government, other governments may start applying pressure to Dlamisa to remove the offender, or... He licked his eyeballs several times like he didn't want to say what he was about to, or they may recall you to speak directly to a special counsel. That doesn't sound so bad, Rebecca said, and I could feel them relax, but Blorup's body bubbled out before he got control of himself. It isn't, if you don't mind him not coming back for another 50 years. The Dlamisa visa is good for a very long time. If this is a problem, they will simply send you back to explain yourself, and delay your return to Earth for decades. That does sound like something my people would do if they want to avoid a problem. And when word spreads about last night? I shook my head and then snapped my jaw shut. What about last night? Professor Sicklith demanded, and I felt very much like a young pup again getting caught by my mother doing something foolish. I slumped in my chair and explained myself, everything I remembered and everything Byron and Boatswain explained to me afterward, down to how the embassy chose me to handle a small matter of trade. Far from being angry or appalled, all three looked impressed. Kawik immediately said, "I want to watch a game like that." Blorup's burbling redoubled its speed, so that he could barely maintain his humanoid shape when he added, "Me too." And as to my professor, Ixlith said matter-of-factly, "It sounds like a bizarre mashup of Earth sports, and like they would need to clone livers to keep the athletes alive, but it might be fun to watch." William was less enthusiastic about sports than the others, and remained focused. "Is there anything that can be done?" Professor Sixlith licked his eyeballs one and then the other back and forth several times, while he thought and then answered, "Yes, the university's contention is that you are a danger to their reputation rather than an asset, a reputation grounded on the advancement of knowledge and peaceful cooperation. If you can present something of research value, then they will have grounds to more or less ignore these incidents. It will not be easy. Our research projects span years, but you do not have years. The Dlamisa freighter and the favor of the ambassador will buy you time, but not very much." "How much is not very much?" Rebecca asked. She shifted uncomfortably on her seat. As a woman of science, I knew why she was anxious. Time constraints on a study tended to make them sloppy at best. Saxlith's answer was delivered with his own unique form of deadpan energy, the sort used when he gave assignments we had very little chance of completing either on time or to his satisfaction. "Months at most. I can justify a short extension for the freighter and the embassy work, but you will have to write, create, and conduct a complete study that demonstrates real value to not only the university staff, but to the financially contributing government's overarching mission of maintaining peace and cooperation." Professor Siglith was not the most expressive in the visual sense. A few cues were obvious to me: the pace he used to lick his eyebrows, the stiff tail, even the fact that he brought colleagues to observe our reactions to this. It wasn't that he didn't care, but rather that he was always thinking of improving his understanding of humans and the effects they had on other species. Even devastating news and a near impossible task were aspects of his studies, even with a family he cared about. But despite that, I was grateful he'd come in person, and I steadied my mind, took a deep breath that filled all 3 air sacs in my chest. "Fine, I'll do my best, Professor." I could see William and Rebecca were making ready to protest, make an offer, something, but I quickly headed them off, shutting down anything they might say by suggesting, "For now, what say we have a nice meal? It looks like Fauve will be late getting back after all." It didn't take a genius of interspecies relations for them to see what I meant. I'd want to talk to Fauve myself, and I wanted a different subject for now while I processed all this. "Of course, I was just about to make stew, dear. Why don't you go grab a bottle from the basement?" Rebecca suggested. "We can play some cards while we wait. We have enough people to play Spite and Malice." "Sure thing." William rose and tugged lightly on his jeans. "Who wants bourbon?" he asked. All of us, myself included, immediately answered, "I'll have some." And for the moment at least, we would have a relaxing evening before my ordeal began. "I wish I could do more for you, but I'm only a department head and professor. The best I can do is approve any study you submit to me for approval. I can extend credits to you for any supplies you need, but beyond that, the only one who can help you out of this," Axlith paused his diatribe to lap his tongue into the bourbon glass several times, "is you." I threw back my shot, tilting my head up and envying human mouths the convenience of their glasses. The liquid burned down my throat where it settled in my stomach, and I held out my glass to William, who quickly poured another. Kawik darted his tongue out and drained the liquid through a little funnel connected to its tip. In nature, this was used to either drink liquid or to drain the blood of their prey. His species' digestion was exceptionally efficient, even more so than humans, with a natural consequence that he lay slumped back in the chair after his 3rd shot. Blorup, by contrast, simply made part of his body into an appendage and stuck it into the shot glass. His green was starting to look greener, and his humanoid shape was starting to become more blob-like. His body rippled as the dark liquid ran through the interior of the membrane and finally blended in with his body's darker hue. I guess that's all I can ask, more than I expected. It was hard not to look down into my shot glass and feel flustered and frustrated both at once, but I did my best. A human might have thanked him, but I did not. Thank him for what? Nothing changed. Exlith didn't press me. Instead, he turned to updating William and Rebecca on the goings-on of the rest of the branches of the Walker family. They were a large and diverse lot, with people spread from the continent of Europe, Central America, and Australia, and everywhere in between. My teacher's words came back to me in a flash. You are anthropologists. For you, everything is a study, an experiment, or both. Every observation is a chance to learn something new, including things about yourself. My professor was studying me, but that meant I too could study him. I could study the walkers, and how they responded to news about family that was out of sight and out of mind, or if they even were out of mind. So I listened more than I spoke, which is the best way to learn. So she's going to have another kid. That's great news. William replied to Slith's information. It's always a good idea to space them out a little, free child labor and whatnot. He chortled a little, then let out a harumph, a perfectly good child labor joke, and Fove isn't here to catch it. Rebecca didn't laugh. Joke schmoke. I don't know how she handles all those kids. I can only handle 2. It's the little things about this conversation that I gleaned the most from. William was referring to a cousin who had 6 children already in rapid succession, an uncommon thing for most humans in the modern era. A lot more can be gleaned, however. He showed neither anger nor pleasure in the way he spoke. If anything, he was very casual about it. Great, loud, expressive enthusiasm would follow with someone closer to him, or so I judged from my media observations. He wasn't worried, which is to be expected. Over the years, the healthcare of humans had evolved considerably from their most primitive beliefs in magic, rituals, and miracles to modern science. In the last few hundred years, their shifting politics made proper medical care a basic right of all people, and as such it was fully funded out of their planetary budget. Their reasoning for this was starkly simple. If you hold a rope out to a man dangling off a cliff and demand payment to let him grab it, are you not a monster? If you let him fall because he cannot pay, are you less monstrous? Why should it be different for those who will die without medical treatment? As such, preventative care, including prenatal stages, were kept widely available to ensure maximally good health at birth, and then until the point of death. William's casual air, therefore, was a blend of his emotional distance to his cousin, and an easy confidence that things would work out as they typically did in these things. But I paid special note to Rebecca. She side-eyed her husband and said, "Don't even think about it. That's what you said 9 months before we had Michael." William pointed out, and Rebecca poured another shot for herself, looked him squarely in the eye and replied, "A truly loving husband would not point that out." She handed him the bottle, and no sooner did he pour himself another round than he retorted, "My dear, a truly loving husband is the only one who can." It was oddly comforting to watch their taunting play, the way Rebecca flipped her hair back with a single gesture, and the way William leaned back in his as casually as he could. There is something else I have to note here. William and Rebecca's bonding was nearly 20 years in length, astonishingly long compared to most species who remained together for only a handful of years if they did at all. Even in his own species, such unions were typically not much longer than 7 to 10 years. Seeing the way they played with one another with words, engaged in their regular flirtations, I resolved one thing. If I got to stay, I would study the significance of human pair bonding far, far more closely. The light drinking did its part for us, burying the underlying tension and helping me to relax when I needed it most. It wasn't lost on either William or Rebecca that I couldn't put off telling Fove for long. For the moment, though, there were other questions too. "William, you mentioned a job?" I asked. His eyes switched from his wife to myself, and he answered me with a snap of his fingers. "Yes, right. It's at the university. You'll have to go up there. But since you're also going to be a student, it should be an easy job to get. The University of Louisville has a small military presence. You'd be doing some work for them. I don't know all the details, but apparently they want somebody to help with field exercises." "So, human soldiers?" I asked, and he gave a little nod my way. Any questions I might have had were put off by the noise of Fove's voice at the door, and well, they would object if I openly said I was a coward, but I know of no other word for it, so my cowardice reasserted itself. I stood up and stretched my legs. "I'm going to get some rest. Good night." "But we haven't even had dinner yet," Rebecca objected. Thankfully, nobody in the room had my hearing, so they couldn't hear what I did. Fove excitedly talking with Byron and Bosun outside the front door about her upcoming internship and her orientation. I had to avert my eyes from the door. My tail drooped. "I don't want to go." I would have said it to anybody who could have changed things, but there was nobody like that here. Not even Professor Sixlith could do more than help me with a study approval that I haven't even written yet. Put a plate in the refrigerator for me. I'll eat later. Good night, I said a little quieter and faster than I normally did. Professor, Kawik, Blorip, live long and learn much. I gave a half bow to the trio as I hastily shot out the traditional courtesy greeting of university academics. I'm sure they said it back, but even with my keen hearing, I didn't notice. I was focused on my flight from the inevitable questions I didn't want to answer. Dlamisa have no superstitions, no gods or spirits as humans once did. Our evolutionary path simply didn't lend itself to anything like it. However, in that moment as I descended the stairs, afraid of saying things I knew needed to be said, but that I neither knew how nor wanted to say, I envied the superstitious. To believe something was giving you an edge, a little extra protection in the face of unpleasantness, fear, or anxiety, must have been comforting. I didn't have that, but I did have swift feet, and I rushed down, glad that the pads on my feet kept my steps quiet all the way, and then raced to my room, closing the door with such care that my hand never left the knob and my ears were pressed against the wood until I was sure I could let the knob turn and secure the door in place. I then flicked off the light, buried myself deep beneath the covers so that even my head was concealed from view so no part of me could be seen, and after that, I don't know what else to say, except that I curled up and went to sleep. I do remember another thought, though, my last one before I drifted off. I don't want to go. It would be fair to say, with a long time looking back on that night, that I covered myself completely with the covers, not because I didn't want to chance Fove coming down and realizing I was awake, thus forcing me to talk. That was very unlikely, since the failed human's incarceration and the string of legal actions against his flying monkeys, she'd returned to much of her online world. She was herself again, and I was glad about that. But of course, as a consequence, her night owl habit returned, and she would likely only inform her parents on her way to her room. Which meant the true reason I was hidden beneath the covers was that I didn't want to face what was outside of them, even if that consequence was light years away on worlds so far distant that the light of its star would not kiss the ground of Earth until even the youngest of the Walker family had died of old age or nearly. Here they used to call it the loneliest planet, and I never really knew what they meant by that until I had to fear leaving this one. That was my thinking when I woke up in the morning. I moved like a ghost out human stories, going through the motions of preparing for my day, while I mentally prepared myself for everything I would have to cope with. The ambassador hadn't told me when the freighter would arrive, but if Dlamisa are anything, we're efficient, and our ships are somewhat faster than those of humans. It wouldn't be long. Days, maybe weeks depending on how far away they were. I knew that the propulsion technology combined with our gate technology would have widespread applications. Much as the scientists at university howled about the need for urgent implementation, how could I not know that? But it also hadn't yet been combined, which meant with only the gate tech if the freighter was far away, then they would be faced with as much as 2 months' travel if they both followed the usual trade lines, which they would, and were a fair distance from us. That bought me time to come up with what I needed. A study, some kind of study that would convince the academic boards on the planet humans referred to as Tomasses that I was an asset here despite the indiscretions. But I was in no shape for that at just that moment. I was leaning up against the shower wall while hot water pounded through my fur to wash away something of the smell. And because I'd heard that humans sometimes use hot showers to treat hangovers, I touched my right hand to my head. It felt like I was being smacked there by Zenti cannon fire. "I'll never drink again," I muttered under my breath and stuck my face into the many little jet streams of water. I was briefly blinded by the spray, but even if it didn't help my hangover, it did make me feel a little more awake. Drying myself off took the expected amount of time, multiplied by the number of shots that I had. Suffice it to say, it took some time to get ready to join everybody upstairs. As I expected I would be very busy today, I chose to use one of the clothing sets the walkers provided to me with my room. A pair of simple jean shorts and a button-down shirt embroidered with the University of Louisville name and logo. The only thing that really caused me to move any faster than a trudge up the stairs was that I could smell bacon and coffee. While the diets of each Earth region differed considerably, perhaps because it was my first impression, or perhaps it was attached to the people themselves, I loved their breakfasts best. The bacon was crispy, my nose told me that much, and I could hear Rebecca talking while she opened the oven. I could hear Michael babbling nonsense in his chair as he tried to master human words. I noticed that he smiled a lot at me, and as I settled into life with the Walkers, I regularly sat beside him. He seemed to like the black and orangish fur a great deal. His head was a little oversized relative to the rest of his body, leaving him unbalanced, and on occasion I'd taken to watching over him. It was for this reason that Rebecca said, "Could you mind Michael for a little? Just let him play with you for a few minutes while I get the biscuits done and everything plated." Rebecca was clearly where Fauve got her sense of order. Everything had to be just so for her, and in this case, that meant that breakfast was not a free-for-all. She would plate out the first serving, providing a practical measure to each person. After that, she ignored all second helpings. Strangely, she'd never asked me to do this during breakfast before. I wanted to take a look, but as soon as I got up and tried to look at what she was doing, she put her back to the food and motioned away with her hands. "Shoo, shoo! Out of the kitchen! Go play for a bit. You'll see what I've made soon enough," she insisted. "All right, if you like." I answered and picked Michael up. This was a task I had to handle with care, as human infants are shockingly delicate creatures. William once explained to me that for the first few years of their life, your job as a parent can be summed up as, just keep them alive. I found it difficult to disagree with his assessment. Carrying Michael in one arm was as easy as it was hard. It was easy, in the sense that he weighed very little, but it was hard, in that he was a wiggly little creature who was also prone to tugging at my fur when being carried, wrangling him properly to the point where he would let go. Well, I can sum that up by saying that he left me with a few little bald spots on my fur on more than one occasion. I spread out a small blanket over the hardwood floor. It was only 3 or 4 paces across for me in either direction, but it was enough room for him to play on. I had to be grateful to my teacher for his advice. It made me look at the tiny, wiggling specimen with a more critical eye instead of just amusing myself, and it made me more conscious about my own responses as well. Studying how other races respond to this particularly dangerous predatory species at all stages of life was, in my mind, absolutely vital. Given the affection I have when I speak of them, it is jarring, I'm sure, to also hear me speak of their dangerous nature, but this is part of what sets them apart from so many others. This difference begins in infancy. Michael was at an age when he was mobile, but still needed intensive care. He couldn't say much, but I could see in his eyes the way he absorbed everything around him. Perhaps it was that which made our little game possible. I began circling the outside of the blanket while he toddled around on it, coming after me, only for me to dodge by jumping from one side or the other, or even jumping over him. His little hands flailed and little pudgy fingers grasped, but keeping just out of reach was still not at all difficult. However, I must add that this active play in species around the known galaxy is exceptionally rare. It is found only in apex predators or in prey that specializes in survival via retreat. Equally noteworthy, he just didn't stop. Young Michael continued to chase me around the blanket, giggling all the while, and going after my tail. The way he giggled and stared was almost enchanting. He reminded me of that Maxili species who also create large-headed young. Incidentally, as of the time of this writing, the survival rate of their young has gone from 10% to closer to 90% in areas where human pioneers have settled. It seems the pioneer women have turned Gaxa serpent hunting into rite of passage. No woman may guard or bear children until she has proven her ability to protect them by exterminating a Gaxa nest. It seems the timid race took Professor Sexlith's words to heart, and human females have become the most treasured allies of that once unfortunate world. Yes, I do keep an eye on my professor's research. I suppose in human terms, I could sometimes be called a teacher's pet. But I genuinely revered his research and contributions to our collective future. As for Michael, his tireless motion led me to study human bodies more, and I learned that from his age through toddlerhood, he could be expected to move a minimum of roughly 3 hours per day. Astonishingly, it was conceivable for him to move much, much more when spread out into sessions. It was no wonder that he eventually caught my tail and gave it a good yank. I jumped a meter into the air and whirled around to see him giggling and holding some of my fur in his hands, sitting down with a thud and waving his tiny fist around in triumph. "Bailey! Fauve! William! Byron! Bosun! George! Cullen! Breakfast!" Rebecca was not a very large woman. If anything, she could be described as rather petite by human norms, but she had a powerful set of lungs and was not afraid to use them. You may have noticed 2 additional names, George and Cullen, on the list of those called out. George was Byron's human comrade, one of the two Earth guards set to mind the house, while Cullen was the Dlamisa counterpart. I barely knew either of them, though both were giants of their respective kinds. Not unlike Byron and Bosun, and both were quiet sorts and rotated shifts regularly with their colleagues. However, at breakfast, all four were sure to be present as it was when the shifts would change over. Of course, I had to wonder about my professor and my colleagues, but as the door opened and the stampede of behemoths rushed in, I was not going to miss out on the plating. So I scooped up Michael and raced to my spot at the table just in time for Fauve to descend and to see her go straight for the coffee pot. I felt William's eyes on me, and then as Rebecca began to set plates down at spot after spot, I felt hers bore into me in turn. The question didn't need to be spoken. I darted my eyes away from husband and wife and toward their daughter. Fauve was already chattering away while she added creamer to her steaming cup. So the internship pays 20% above market rate. Plus, when I turn 16, Teresa says that if I'm still there, I'll get to travel with her as her personal assistant. If I stay till 18, I'll get a full-time job and college credit. Her enthusiasm was so high that she was bouncing up and down on the balls of her feet. A tiny bit of hot coffee spilled out and landed on the counter, but either she didn't see it or she ignored it. "I can't wait to start!" With her beaming bright smile, flushed red cheeks, and bouncy demeanor, I couldn't bring up something like that. I didn't meet the eyes of either the patriarch or matriarch of the Walker household. It was answer enough for them. I wouldn't be telling anyone anything today. Instead, I said, "Great, I got a job too. I don't know what I look forward to it." I covered my own sense of dread with a wagging tail that wasn't entirely faked, and I was at least sure that even if I hadn't fooled myself with some of that enthusiasm, I had entirely fooled Fauve. The trouble would have to wait. For now, I just wanted her to be happy. Now, just as then, I hope I made the right choice. "That's fantastic. Are you nervous?" Fauve asked when she crunched down on a piece of bacon. "A little," I admitted. "How are you getting there?" she asked, and I scratched the back of my head. "Oh, right. How do I get there?" I looked to William for advice. He swallowed the coffee in his mouth, smacked his lips, and informed me, "I bought you a hoverbus pass last night after you went to bed, and sent the address to your datapad along with the route map. Just take the bus routes on the list at the time specified. You'll be fine," he said, and reached for a steaming golden biscuit and a little clear container of honey. "Oh, and don't bother with the thanks, it's all covered under your program. It's not costing me a thing. Plus," he grinned a little bit, "we got our reimbursement for all the legal costs involved in the recent fiasco. Lawyers' fees, service fees, court costs, and his lawyers gave us a direct deposit of their own. A little upfront for a hoverbus is no big deal." I think it is worth noting that while hover technology was widespread among humans because of their propensity for distraction and intoxication, actual driving with their control over the vehicles was rare, and no privately owned vehicles were equipped with hover tech. Instead, only their mass transport vehicles had it, and they operated under strict rules with pre-designated routes and remotely managed guidance that could be shut down manually or from their headquarters. The reasoning behind this was simple. Many humans are unfortunately stupid and lazy, like most species, and if a privately owned vehicle with hover tech installed were to fail in flight because the owner replaced prevention with wishful thinking, accidents would be disastrous. By the same token, an intoxicated human would do a lot more damage crashing their hover tech vehicles into buildings without any paving or lane controls. Mass transport, however, could be easily controlled, and by keeping the skies almost completely clear, hoverbuses could move people great distances very quickly with easy layovers wherever they were needed. It was so efficient that traffic began to disappear as more people took these much faster, safer options. "William, though," went on, "I sent the location to your datapad last night, by the way," William added, "and I made sure to let them know you're coming, so there will be someone to greet you at the entrance." He paused and stabbed his fork into a sausage, took a bite, and savored it for a few seconds before he swallowed. "Just one more thing," he said, and raised his fork in my direction. "You might have some dirty work ahead, so you may have to take more showers. The last thing anybody wants is a smelly employee." I wasn't sure if he was joking or not, but I suppose I should elaborate more on this point. For most species, self-care routines are either intensive where they need to care for very little, but focus heavily on it, or extensive where they have to take care of their whole bodies, but need to do very little to any one place. Humans, however, are unique in that they are both. The human male and female will both groom the hair on their head. Most males will shave their faces, or they will trim to keep a particular appearance they deem attractive to either attract a mate or maintain the attraction of the mate they have. Meanwhile, most females will strive to keep their longer hair on their head clean and shiny with extensive chemical modification. Similarly, they will often remove hair that grows elsewhere, for example the legs, and where their arms and torsos meet. This hair removal is not universal. Numbers of human cultures outside of my host family ignore it completely, but in the area I lived, it was very common for a human female to place strips of burning hot wax over her flesh, lay a small strip of paper over top of it, and when the melted wax dries, rip the paper free to rip all the hairs out by their roots. The human tolerance for pain is a wonder to behold, and that they endure it merely for vanity is no less remarkable. They also bathe themselves in water, slathering themselves with thick bars of strong-smelling substances called soap, which kill bacterial growth, which takes place all over their bodies. Apparently, humans are hosts to some of the largest bacterial colonies existing both parasitically and symbiotically with their hosts, anywhere in the known galaxy. Killing harmful bacterial growth on their bodies is a daily requirement, and the failure to do so leads them to quickly develop a foul and disgusting odor. The failed human we dealt with previously was one such human. If I could have puckered my lips, I would have. The memory of his foul-tasting meat was still thick on my tongue at the mere mention of it. While there are many species in the galaxy that will consume their enemies, I think it is highly likely that any attempt to do so when it comes to humans will inevitably lead to accusations of biological warfare. Even in death, a human is a dangerous thing. Regardless, focusing on the moment, I noticed that Fauve was watching me more closely than before. I watched the way her eyes searched over my face, her brow slightly furrowed as if she was studying a new specimen and wasn't quite sure what to make of it. I hadn't ever tried to deceive anyone, not really. It isn't that Dlamisa can't lie, it's just that we're just not as good at it as the more social species. But I did have my alien face going for me, so I doubted she caught on that I was hiding something. Besides, is it really a lie if you just don't say anything? Or so I thought at the time. Several seconds passed where that intense look went on without wavering before she finally perked up and said, "Don't worry, you'll do great." She flashed an encouraging smile at me and then closed her eyes in imitation of the way her favorite anime waifus often closed theirs. The artistic styles of humans are far too many and varied for me to elaborate upon in a single book. But in brief, I will touch upon one which had considerable success in spreading around the world. While it is popularly considered to be from the region known as Japan, in fact it originates in early 20th century America. This style centered around very large eyes and faces, which were easier to animate and create impactful expressions. Features that enhanced expression were exaggerated, while those that could not were largely minimized or even concealed. As this was the earliest place where animation was spread to the wider world, it influenced other nations considerably. Over time, the point of origin shifted stylistically, but the region of Japan kept it, modified it to their liking, and eventually spread the style all over again, giving it renewed popularity in the late 20th and 21st century industrial world. It endures in its modern form today, with several classics having multiple reboots and expanded universes. Fauve, as it turns out, was one such fan and occasionally imitated some of her favorite characters. I doubt she realized I knew what that innocent and encouraging blind smile expression was used for. I had studied their favorite media, from the classic animated versions of Evolution of a Nobody to the largest fantasy universe by a single author in the last few centuries, who endures, along with a number of their comedies, that a blind smile was used in storytelling when a character was encouraging someone who was lying. I cursed my bad acting. She knew something was off with me, and she was playing the innocent. As much as I hated to admit it, I would have to tell her sooner rather than later. Not even 1 minute before I was so sure, and now I wasn't. I'd have to explain, and I'd have to do it soon, but not yet. My heart's quailed at the very thought. Coward. I judged myself internally before I distracted my head from the accusation by looking down at my datapad and pulling up both the bus pass and the route. I'd better get going. It's going to be a very busy day for me, so you all have a good one. I'd best be going too then, Bosun said and rose to his feet. Before I could ask, he said, "Until everyone responsible for threatening you is dead, imprisoned, or broken, You're getting a security escort to any uninspected area. Embassy orders. I tried not to show my lack of enthusiasm, and instead nodded. Just don't interfere too much, I asked, and like a true Dlamisa, he didn't even bother to answer me, though he did say a few farewell words while I headed for the door. The truth is, I barely paid attention to him. My mind was elsewhere. My mind was on what lay ahead. Hoverbus routes were everywhere. They had to be. Unlike some of the races of the galaxy, humans were a very ad hoc, which is to say, a very in-the-moment improvisational species. They often built cities essentially completely by accident. On Dlamisa and many other worlds, even in primitive times, these disconnected peoples all came to the same conclusion. Whenever a new area was to be settled, multiple villages or towns would gather their landless and unemployed, equip them with supplies, and settle an area all at once with materials and a long-term plan. Humans, however, often settled areas very slowly, the exception being when large kingdoms or their armies expressly wanted an area settled. Most areas, devoid of long-term planning or a specific settlement type in mind, grew wildly and unrestricted for generations, even centuries, until some force of government imposed order on the chaos with legal zoning mandates. Louisville was a marvelous example of the human propensity for chaos and rapid growth. It was obvious after minutes of driving through it that the city was never expected to be the size that it was. As such, to accommodate hovertech, they stationed bus routes nearly everywhere. Strangely enough, this innovative species managed to make this into an efficient model by carefully scheduling arrivals and departures so that nobody waited in one place for more than a few minutes. I found my stop easily enough. It was conveniently placed a few minutes' walk from the Walker household, directly by one of their major food stores. This was a deliberate choice on the part of the city government, ensuring that mass purchase, employment, and education centers were also doubling as drop-off and pick-up points for the bus system. The bus stop was a wonder of pragmatism, a pair of benches side by side carved out of stone, and for shade, there were fruit-bearing trees whose slender trunks stretched up a meter over the tallest person's standing height. The branches spread out overhead, and when I arrived, there was a maintenance worker who was trimming the fruit free from the upper branches. Conveniently enough, to protect people from falling fruit, a clear plastic barrier rose up from the back of the bench to protect the heads of people down below. The fruit on and around the trimmed branches went into baskets carried by the blue uniformed worker, while the lower branches went untouched. He whistled a little while he worked. Though I didn't recognize the tune, it had a delightful bounce to it with every clip of his hand shears. The fruit in question was a variety of apple, one of the more popular earth fruits, evidenced by the fact that several people on benches were already munching on ones they'd taken from the tree. This trend of publicly available fruit trees was found at every common stop and public park, though I can't help but wonder what they did with the excess. Given their love of liquor, I guessed that they used the unharvested extra in some of their cheaper and more popular liquor manufacturing. I snatched a bright red apple from the tree and brought it to my mouth. I got a few funny looks from people, though nobody shrank in terror. The reason being, I think, that every time a new species was encountered, the Earth government would broadcast what they looked like all over the planet, providing what knowledge they'd gained, so that if one of a race visited their world, they would not be shocked or alarmed. It helped a lot for me, I think, that I looked so very dog-like. I waved and bit into the apple. My jaws let me take a quarter of it in one bite, and I sat down beside an old woman in a skirt and dress, and a young woman in a very short black skirt and what they referred to as a tube top. Boatswain, however, remained standing, where I used body language for openness. Relaxed and leaning back, he crossed his arms and kept a severe, steady stare straight ahead. I just pretended I wasn't there and looked over the human who looked at us both. Because of humans' shorter lifespans and year-round sexuality, I observed that it was very common for those who were younger and of mating age in their prime to bear more flesh than those who were much older. But interestingly enough, unlike most species, the very display that enticed the same or opposite sex was also not necessarily indicative of a desire for a mating partner. Instead, it was sometimes simply an expression of comfort and confidence on the part of the one bearing skin. You may recall my earlier observations regarding the wildly varying mating strategies and their differing levels of success. There seemed to be one golden rule in this peculiar species: assume nothing. "So, you're an alien?" the younger woman said to me while we munched on our apples and stretched out, waiting for the bus. I had to conclude that given Bosuen's steady outward stare and pointed ignoring of the humans near us, that she was returning the favor and focusing in on me as I appeared the far more open and less threatening of the two of us. I am not sure whether to credit William or Fauve or even Rebecca for my answer, but I said, "No, I'm just a talking dog in clothes on his way to work." She looked at me funny for a moment, the way humans cocked their heads at the unexpected. It was positively adorable, especially with those who were young and clearly a little naive about the universe. She scratched her head for a moment, fingers running through her ink-black hair, and then she parted her ruby lips and laughed. "For a moment I thought you were serious." She said, "What with all the genetic engineering stuff going on lately? Who knows?" She wasn't wrong. Humans modify their environment more than any other known species, to include modifying living organisms. "Yes, I'm an alien. You can call me Bailey," I said, and it was then that I noticed that her shirt was emblazoned with the name of the University of Louisville. "Are you a student?" I asked, and pointed out her shirt. For a moment after she followed my pointed finger's direction, I sensed indecision in her, before she said, "Right, alien." She then nodded. "I am. I'm a xenolinguistics major." That had my interest. "I'm an anthropology major, not here, sort of, yet. Back home. I'm going to take a few classes here, though, as part of my studies, and work there too." "Why xenolinguistics? And which species?" "The Zenti, and because language rests at the heart of culture. The better we can understand them, and they us, the easier it will be for us to make peace." She explained and tossed out a little factoid. "Did you know the Zenti have no word for share or gift? The closest they have to it is takase, meaning to take and take, in its clearest translation. Is it any wonder they launched out into the galaxy and became pirates? They don't even have a word for equal or fair exchange." She was right. I was no expert on the Zenti, but the department specializing in other species was fairly small, and as such we all knew each other and talked shop often. I'd heard that before from a Maxiki student. "I suppose that's true. I'm certainly finding that with humans. Knowing how many different words and terms you developed for certain habits certainly tells me a lot." I chuckled a little and tossed the apple core up into the air, tilted my head back, and caught the remainder in my mouth, chomping it down whole and swallowing it down to the stem. She looked at me again, up and down, like she was reappraising me. "Do you not approve?" I rotated my hand at the wrist in a casual, dismissive gesture. "Oh no, it's fascinating, although I will never drink again." I shook my head firmly, and her brief reappraisal ended with a smile spread over her apple of a face. "I'm Lisa," she said, and held out her hand to me. I took it in mine. She had a good grip for someone as slender as she was. "It's nice to meet you, Bailey. Do you know your way around campus?" "Not really, but I have a map." I tapped my pocket where the datapad sat, but she shook her head. Maybe it was because she happened to share a name with my first human friend, but I was immediately favorably disposed toward her. No, that won't do. Map or no map, the campus is confusing if you don't know where you're going. Let me see your map," she said, and I drew out my datapad and held it out to her. She took out her own and held it close to mine, tapping it once against the corner. My data moved over to her own, and for a few seconds she was quiet as she loaded and looked over the data. "Yep, you'll get lost. I'm going close to there. Let me show you the way." "Are you sure? I wouldn't want to trouble you?" I asked her, and looked down the street. The bus was coming close. It was a long tube with 2 floors in it to hold the maximum number possible, with the upper level open to the air. I knew immediately where I was going to sit. "It's no trouble, like I said. It's close by where I'm going anyway. I'm on my way to practice, and the field is right across the way." She explained, and I immediately asked, "What practice?" "Cheerleading. I'm the head of the squad." She explained, and this now had me intrigued because I had only the vaguest notion of what that meant. Before I could ask, however, the bus lowered itself to street level, and people began to disembark. I went straight for the stairs that led to the upper level of the bus, and Lisa followed behind me. For the moment, I'd almost forgotten her. After all, I was going to have the wind at my face again at high velocity, and I could hardly wait for it to begin. I knew immediately that Boswain had never done this before. Who had? Nobody until me, at least among my people as far as I knew. We sat down in our seats, secured our safety straps, and then the hover bus rose into the air and accelerated. I wanted to see Boswain's severe, stern face when the impact hit, and I was not disappointed. As the wind blasted him full in the face, I said, Try opening your mouth." He did, and his already big eyes grew larger. His stern expression was gone, his ears blew back, and his tongue lolled out of his mouth. "What is this ride?" he shouted and bit at the air between letting his tongue hang out. "Is this what they call a bemusement park?" Amusement park. And no, this is just what happens when you go somewhere really fast. I explained, and tilted my head back to let the wind batter me in the face. Our excitement over it all caught the attention of most of the upper deck of the bus, and we found ourselves the subject of dozens of human stares. But he didn't care, and neither did I. The cool wind blasted our faces and drew my fur back. His own was much shorter, so it was less obvious, but his tongue was also longer, and so was pulled back more. The air billowed around us and made our ears dance beside our heads. We didn't care when the humans, including my recent acquaintance, began laughing. We gripped our seats like we were afraid we'd fall out as the hover bus shot through the air and our cheeks puffed out, and with that air came a whole world of scents. Humans have very poor noses compared to ourselves, so they could never know the bliss that we could. The feeling of having so many racing smells from so many sources hitting us all at once. From the taco stand on the corner to baking bread mere minutes away, it was a constant and wonderful assault on our strongest sense, not to mention the sheer blissful feel of the air hitting us all at once. There is no Dlamacin exact translation for "we," as humans say when they let out a cry of excitement, but we do have a kind of long, high-pitched "roo." And somehow I was not surprised to see my Dlamacin bodyguard let it out. Military members of our race tend to be radical outliers in a number of areas, not the least of which is their reckless disregard for their own safety, at least compared to others of our species. I myself still didn't like the crowd, but the pleasure of the wind in my face was enough to let me at least force that down for the time being. Plus, it helped being up in the open air, rather than confined inside the lower floor. It wasn't until we reached our destination that Boatswain put a hand on my shoulder to stop me from getting up after I put away my datapad, and he asked me, what exactly happened back there? Some drug of the humans? I shook my head. The other passengers were passing us by and had, for the most part, enormous grins on their faces that I knew indicated happiness. Bosun now had enough familiarity to recognize the same thing, and their obvious positive feelings toward us set him much more at ease than the towering Dlamacin guard would otherwise have been. "No, it's just an effect of our velocity. I've experienced it a few times, and the faster you go, the better it gets," I explained, and Bosun began to pant. "I want to do it again," he said, and I shrugged. "You'll have to see what the options are. They make things that go really, really fast on this world." I could see the hunger for it in his eyes, but I had things to do and wouldn't allow myself to be distracted. I turned toward our guide. "Lisa, would you?" I asked, and gestured toward the steps. "Sure thing. Just take it easy. Everything is safe here, and kind of fun." She answered, and then when she reached the steps, she offered an encouraging smile without baring her teeth and added, "This way," then hopped down the steps while we followed behind her. I got my first good look at the campus as the hover bus pulled up and away from us, and it was unique. The roads were no longer paved, but red brick with the logo of the school plastered every 50 paces or so. The buildings were eco-friendly, as the rest of the city, yet interestingly, the patterns also formed the logo, and flowering plants kept the red cardinal, yellow beak, and white lettering consistent. There were garbage receptacles every so often along the sidewalk, and it was notable to me that near each receptacle was a fruit tree, consistent with the city's theme of readily accessible healthy food for all. The roads consisted of multiple roundabouts, a necessity given the confined nature of the campus. The buildings were multiple stories tall, but they weren't skyscrapers. Interestingly, there were open lawns between each building with paved walkways taking people from place to place, with benches of stone carved in the shapes of books. The seating space as books laid flat, the backs of the benches as open ones, and in a remarkable attention to detail, there were words carved into the pages. "This way," Lisa said, and walked with a youthful skipping step, which reminded me of Michael's seeming need for constant motion. She stopped a few feet ahead when I paused to read the pages etched onto the stone. "I will repeat a portion here as best I can. Even if we find a way, I'm not going home. What's waiting for me there? I'm a succubus, a second-class citizen even when they need my magic. If we go back and they've finished the summoning, they won't even need me for that anymore. I've got no future there except maybe working with another generation of potentials. and that's if I'm not just thrown out as a failure. You're an angel. All you have to do is exist, and people will dote on you. At least here, if I stay disguised as a human, I can have a future. I'll stay with Albert, and if you want to go back to where we came from, I won't stop you. But I will miss you, Liala. Lisa approached me and looked at the bench. Oh, you like that? She asked, and while I nodded, Bosun scratched his head and his ears all went down. I don't get it, he said with his head cocked slightly to the right. Lisa pointed to the top of the bench. It's from a novel series written in the 21st century by one of their most influential indie authors. It's called Evolution of a Nobody. She pointed to several other benches along the way. He was a student here for a time. Every bench in the area either has something by a local author or somebody who contributed to the culture of their era. This one, I think, it deals with two sisters trapped on Earth and wondering if they can go back to their own world. Only one of them doesn't want to, even if they can. So why does it matter? You just do what you want if you don't have orders, right? Boswen asked, and Lisa's ruby lips formed the bare traces of a little smile. I knew why that formed the way it did, and I answered him, Your time here on Earth is a 5-year duty. Your time guarding the walkers is not even 1 year. Before you know it, Byron will quit working entirely, and you'll be back at the embassy. Before you know it after that, you're going back to the homeworld or another assignment. When or if that happens, you will never see Byron again. I didn't need to explain any further. His tail drooped, his ears sagged, and for perhaps the first time in my life, I saw another member of my race experience sorrow, at least on that scale. Bosun didn't say anything else, and Lisa's smile vanished as the amusement was gone from the moment. Perhaps in retrospect I was cruel to say that to Bosun the way I did, and even at the time I wasn't without sympathy. I suppose my own immediate fears were responsible for my reaction. But in my own defense, better he know now so he can plan for tomorrow than not even think before it is too late to do anything at all. And if nothing could be done, then at least he had time to prepare himself. This way, it's around the corner, just one office to run things, easy to miss. She explained, and as we walked away from the bench, her stride changed from an energetic skip to a long and purposeful stride that had her hair fluttering around at her back. As it turned out, she was right. The office was technically part of the building, but finding it on our own would have been difficult. We had to descend a set of stairs that were obscured by a row of bushes and enter through a basement door. So, how do you know this place? I asked, and Lisa looked over her shoulder to answer me, never even breaking her stride as she walked. I was in the program once. It didn't stick. I dropped out, but I still know people here, and of course, where the place is. She answered, and Boswin's mouth dropped open in shock. If we didn't have 3 hearts, I would have expected him to drop dead of a heart attack at that moment. You quit your military service? He asked. She nodded. It's not required for you to stay unless you stick with it for a full year. Before that you can sign yourself out on a neutral status. No benefits, no penalties. I liked cheerleading more than marching, and I got a full scholarship for it. The military would have gotten in the way, so I had to make a choice, and that was mine. She sounded, to me at least, a little wistful while she said it. I couldn't help but think that she missed something about her time in the Earth military system, but it somehow didn't feel right to ask her what. David, I got a guy for you. You expecting an alien? She asked as she breezed in through an open door. A wall of meat. That's what stood up to greet me wearing the black and gray fatigues of the Terran Armada. He was lantern-jawed and had piercing ice-blue eyes, clean-shaven, even down to his tan skull. Damn it, Blankenship, I'm on duty. Yeah, well, I'm not, David, Lisa said with a smug look on her face. He sighed, instantly defeated. Right, you quit, whatever. Yeah. He stopped and let out a low whistle. A big one. Oh yes, he'll do fine. You're Bailey? He said and held out his hand toward Bosun. No, he answered. I'm Bailey's bodyguard for the time being. Boatswain with the embassy staff. Despite the error, Boatswain stuck out his hand and shook the meaty hand of the wall of human flesh. I wondered how he got through the door into his office. Wait, so that means... David looked down at my comparatively scrawny self and asked, Seriously? This is the guy who had all those maniacs shitting themselves about an alien invasion? He did put the neckbeard in the hospital, Lisa replied. I heard it from William himself. David looked no more enthusiastic, his eyes darting from me to Bosun. Can we take the big one instead? Boatswain straightened a little. I couldn't help but feel a little insulted. But then, I've always known I wasn't cut out for military service, so it wasn't too much so. "Just what am I supposed to do exactly?" I asked, and David sat back down after breaking the handshake with Bosun. "Not what I intended, but I do have something for you. How are you with paperwork?" he asked, and my tail wagged back and forth. Before I could answer, he chuckled. "I think I have my answer. You'll take her old job." He pointed at Lisa. "We need somebody who can be efficient with that kind of thing, but can we still hire the big one? If my embassy will allow it, and exchange might be welcome. But it is not up to me. Recent events being what they have been, I'm sure they would jump at the chance to build goodwill between our peoples." Bosun's answer was the kind of non-committal promise expected out of a subordinate Dlamacin soldier, but it seemed direct enough to satisfy David. "That's your first job, Bailey. Get permission for him to work here. By the look of him, he's got meat enough on him to handle what we need done," David said, and then pointed to a desk. "Lisa, mind doing me a solid? Just take him through the job, get him a sign-on and everything. Not telling you, just asking a favor." He clarified, and Lisa's almost moment of tensing up faded away. "No problem, David. I've got time before practice. It shouldn't take long," she said, and led me to what I presume was her old seat, one of a dozen in the room, though we were the only ones present at the moment. I noticed immediately that every desk was orderly, each one laid out in a uniform fashion such that no matter what desk you sat at, you knew exactly where everything was, from a little red stapler with the words "Wingline" embossed in white across the top, to a matching touchpad, each of which was exactly in line with the desk several paces away. The order. It's so beautiful, I thought, and cracked my knuckles, ready to get started while David chatted amiably with the matching wall of meat that was Bosun. Warriors recognize warriors, I suppose. I watched out of the corner of my eye, my professor's words, "Everything is an experiment," still in my mind, while Bosun and David fell quickly into talking shop, discussing some of their tours of duty and workout routines. Thankfully, with my multiple ears, processing Lisa's instructions proved very easy, filling out my request for logins, taking a photo. Some things were so hauntingly familiar, like a shadow of our processes back home. I quickly caught Lisa off guard. "So then we process these documents through the Ramses." She was explaining to me, but I immediately interjected. My hearts all raced at once like I was chasing that blasted tennis ball again. "Yes, I understand," I said, and my fingers flew over the pad, tapping buttons and eyeing the split-screen system while I processed the autofill. I quickly brought up a spreadsheet and said, "But that presents a problem. If you look at cell B42 on the other document, that will put this soldier over his leave total, and he was due to take a fitness test a few days after that, and I didn't see him on the other roster as having taken the last one." Lisa frowned and stood beside me. She put her hand on the back of the chair and leaned over my shoulder. She smelled vaguely of lilacs, I noticed, and she let out a derisive snort. "I'll be damned." She straightened up a little. "Hey, David, when was the last time Private Morris took a fitness test? According to what the new guy just found, it looks like he's skated out on at least the last two, probably more by gaming the vacation system." David pursed his lips when he looked over at me, a glint in his eye as he looked me over again, as if it were the first time. "That right? 1 second." I waited in quiet patience while he pulled up some information, and then began cursing up a storm. "Lazy son of a... Hey, Lisa, show him where to pull up the rec..." She shook her head, cutting him off. "He's already found it." She sounded almost awed, and I could feel her eyes boring into the top of my head. "Have you used this system before?" she asked with utter incredulity in her voice. "No, it's just the logical structure. It's kind of like ours." I explained, and then pointed to the new document I pulled up. The naming convention was what I expected, sorted by date, company, and location. "Private Morris, Charles C. has taken 6 vacations, cross-referencing it against outside missions on your assembly notes. This pattern dates back 5 years since his initial arrival. I'm guessing that isn't normal?" The way David's face darkened with anger, I was sure I guessed correctly, but he was looking at me with new respect. "How the hell did you do that?" he asked. "He's Dlamacin. We're efficient." Bosun explained on my behalf. "You know, if you put all this into a uniform database, you could easily cross-reference this kind of information and identify the problem before it becomes persistent," I suggested and swiveled my chair around to face David directly. "I could do it for you if you like, Depending on how large your information is, it could take anywhere from a few hours to a few weeks, but it can be done. That's a yes from me. David answered, Consider the job yours. He snapped his fingers and pointed his finger at me. 3 days per week if you're a student here. I am, or I will be in a few hours. I explained, and I think his face was almost disappointed when he learned that, but he didn't object. I should actually take you over to the admissions office now. They'll be bogged down and take forever if you don't catch them early. Lisa cautioned me and looked at David for permission. She fluttered her eyes and he let out an exasperated sigh. Yeah, fine. Take him over there. David answered, It's more efficient that way. He said, and waved me up from my new desk. It had barely been 2 hours, but I was already fairly sure I would like my new job. Bosun made a brief farewell and followed behind me while Lisa led the way over the campus. This part at least I was sure I could have managed without her. The directions were very clear, and there was a large admissions sign in red and white above the stone steps. It is here that I stopped. Lisa didn't realize it at first. She went several paces further before becoming aware that I wasn't following her. I had my datapad out and began writing. The steps of stone had words etched into them, words I considered important, not just because of their placement, but because of what they were. Every intelligent race develops a value system, ethics of some sort. A study of human ethics was more complex because their ethical history is so complicated. However, a few values at least seem to transcend time and culture. Considering that these steps were now centuries old, predating even human space travel, it was telling that the values inscribed on the facing side of each step were still there. I wrote them down to ensure I researched it more later, and took several photos which you will find in the back of this volume as Figure 15. 1. What startled me, if startled could be said to be the word, was how similar these values were to our own, not only in practice, but in display. Of all the species I've studied, only Dlamisa and humans tend to etch their words permanently into stone, even after the invention of more disposable and easier methods of record-keeping such as paper, parchment, vellum, or other equivalents. Stone has a sense of permanence, unchangeability. Once there, it is there forever, or at least long enough that it doesn't matter that it's not truly eternal. Seeing values like fidelity, patience, diligence, and honesty etched into stone at one of their institutions of higher learning in such a way that anyone ascending those steps would know what the institution stood for. It was heartening to me, and I heard the wagging of Bosun's tail behind me as he read the same words and felt the same sense of approval as myself. The more I thought of it when I finally resumed walking behind the patient Lisa, the more credibility I gave to the idea of a kind of coevolutionary principle, a shared origin to all the living species of the galaxy, but I was still years away from the studies needed to even test the idea. But by this time, yes, the studies were in my mind and were already starting to take shape. I still considered the Zenti stories of humans being an unnatural species to be pseudoscientific bunk, of course. But a shared origin? That was at least not impossible. The doors were antiquated in that they were simple glass and swung manually, no automated systems controlled entry, and I was confronted by an unusual layout. More glass-walled offices with a round design with office workers sitting in various locations where applicants or existing students could come up and speak directly, and a row of cushioned chairs in the University of Louisville colors lining the wall. Thankfully, Lisa's forethought got myself and Bosun in, while those long rows of waiting chairs were still empty. The fact that the row was 20 in length with more just outside promised long waits at other times. Riding the wave of my good luck, as soon as Lisa opened the door for me, I went straight to the long round desk and toward the nearest employee, an older man with a balding head, gray hair, and while he was a bit overweight as age took him, he still had a vigorous gleam in his eye. He did give me a once-over. His eyes went up and down my full height, though he almost scooted back when he saw Bosun right outside, waiting patiently. "My escort," I said, tilting my head toward where the giant Dlamison security guard stood. "Right. I saw you on the news. You're shorter in person," he said, and grabbed a document from his desk that was just out of my view. He put it up on the counter and slid it over to me. "This is the new form for admissions. Make sure you put planet of origin in red ink, and then in green ink. Mark this spot." He pointed to another section of the paper, "for any dietary restrictions or special requirements you have." I was surprised enough to see that the document was actually on paper. Strangely enough, some humans seem to innately be able to read the thoughts of others, or at least my own species as much as theirs, and he didn't wait for me to ask my question. We haven't had time to adapt our digital filing system yet, in a few weeks maybe, but you're the first alien to attend school here. I suppose I would be, I acknowledged, and he added immediately, normally we would require that you meet with an academic advisor, but from what we hear you've been a student for longer than most of us have been alive, and as a special accommodation since you're not seeking a degree from us, only studying, you are allowed to take any class or subject you like, regardless of prerequisites. My tail wagged so hard that it was pummeling Lisa's leg well before he even slid the datapad over to me with the course listing available. Here you go, pick what you want, and just write them on your form. I'll input the data manually, and we'll message your data ID the course schedule. I was browsing the course list, flitting my finger over the information, and found that some of the classes held a distinct appeal. Western Civilization from 1850 to 2000, Anthropology 300, Chinese Art after 2200. The list of options went on, and each course description came with a brief bio link to the professor. As I was browsing, Lisa put a hand on my shoulder. I looked over at her and she said, "Can I make a suggestion?" She asked. I will admit, even many years later, she had an utterly charming speaking voice. "Sure," I said, and when she got my permission to suggest something, she slid the datapad over to herself and scrolled through the list of classes. The words moved too fast for me to see, but she seemed to know what she was looking for and tapped her finger on the screen to stop it. She inched it down a little and then said, "This one." "Creative writing?" I asked. "Why that?" "The class is small because it isn't a requirement, plus writers are fun. You know they can tell a good story, and you're here to study people, right?" She rested her arm on the surface of the counter above the employee's desk and crossed one foot over the other. I nodded to her question, but I doubt she noticed. She was a very fast talker, not one to slow down for much. "So you can study dead people and ancient history, and sure, that's fine, but you want to give a good study of humans that will help the rest of the galaxy's intelligent races understand humans, so why not study modern humans? The stories we tell today are the things that concern us today. That's the cutting edge of modern culture. Modern music, modern art, modern writing and videos and simutech, not dead people." She made a powerful argument, and then she added, "Oh, and I'm in that class, so hey, at least one friendly face will already be there." That clinched it. A small class, a friendly face, and the promise of a good time. I tapped the box for creative writing 101 and another for Kentucky authors of the 21st century, and handed the datapad back to the employee. "All right," he muttered, while he typed something else up just out of view. The clack of keys indicating his actions continued for another minute before he said, "There's only one small problem." "A problem?" I felt my air sacs tense up in my chest. "These classes include some field outings, tours. They're not covered by your embassy. If you want to go, you either have to pay out of pocket or by the school through the volunteer program." He explained, and again he saw my expression and seemed to know what I was about to ask. "There's things around the school that need doing. Volunteer for those and the school waives the outing costs. Nothing too stressful," he emphasized. "Trim the fruit trees, take care of water at the football game, help support some of the campus clubs by helping them with activity setup, that sort of thing." "Pick the water boy job," Lisa said at once. "You get in free to the games while you work for the team." She winked at me when she said it, and I knew enough about humans thanks to their films to know that a wink meant a lot of different things, but usually favorable to the person being winked at. "I'll do that then," I said, and then he pointed me over to another chair. "Sit right there and look at the camera," he said, and finished typing something on his screen. He grunted as he pushed his sizable body upright and half waddled over to the camera. I stared straight ahead while he fiddled with the little black camera device. I'd say smile, but I did the next best thing. I opened my mouth a little and cocked my head with my ears down. I got the reaction I expected. The old man broke into a massive smile that seemed to take up most of his face before he said, "Perfect," and pushed the button. I was briefly blinded by a flash. Then while I was blinking and trying to restore my vision, he finished up his task on his system. It took a few seconds to get my vision back, and when I did, I saw he was placing a plastic ID on the counter. "All right, you're enrolled. There is your student ID. It'll get you some discounts in the city, entitle you to 3 meals per day at the dining facility, and get you into any class building on campus." I looked at my ID and read it out. Bailey Walker. I wasn't quite sure what to say to that, given that my species didn't have family names in the usual sense, but I wasn't displeased with it. I put it into my pocket and waited while Lisa said a brief farewell. "Come on, I'll show you where the stadium entrance is. I'm going to practice now anyway," Lisa said and added, "Welcome to the team." I barely heard her though. For some reason, one thought immediately came back to my mind. I don't want to leave. To get to the stadium, we didn't walk. Instead, Lisa took me over to a small stand where a number of small scooters sat in a rack. These lacked hover tech, which wasn't overly surprising. Nobody miniaturized it enough to go on anything smaller than the military-grade transport or combat bikes like the first human I met drove. These small scooters were three-wheeled, with one at the front and two at the back. The wheels went a little higher up than a handspan and were made of thick, treaded rubber. They had handles for holding onto, and a single, very small red cushioned seat. In the center of the handles sat a small computer screen, and Lisa held her university ID over the front for several seconds before the screen started to glow. "What's this?" I asked. I could guess, but as Bosun was with us, it seemed better to ask than to force him to speak out on his own. In my own observation, he was adapting fairly well to life on Earth, but he was still a Dlemison soldier, and as such he wasn't used to asking questions before being asked if he had any. So, to keep him up with the rest of us, I asked for him. "Complimentary," she said. "The school provides these for student use to get around campus faster. It keeps automobile usage to a minimum, and we can keep more trees and plants around with only paths to worry about. If you ever drive here, you won't need to use your car again until you're ready to leave. Go on, hover your card over another one of these," she said, and slid the scooter away when she heard the click of a latch releasing. I did as she said, and when I heard the click of the security latch again, I rolled mine out as well. "Now do it again. Every student gets 3 guest passes before they have to pay," she explained, and I did it again for another scooter, which Bosun grabbed with a reluctant look between myself and the little red and white vehicle. "So now you just pick your location on the screen. It'll take you anywhere on campus, whether you want to go to Gottschalk Hall for history class, or in our case." She scrolled her finger on the screen and then tapped the spot for Cardinal Stadium. "To the stadium. Just stick it in the charger when you get there to keep it ready to go." I imitated her gesture on the screen and soon found the stadium. No sooner had I tapped the green and white lettering than a picture replaced the words asking for confirmation. I tapped yes again, and then a path came up which traced out my route, not over roads, but over paths. "You don't need to drive these. They're autopilot, so just sit, hold on, and enjoy the ride," Lisa said, and nestled herself comfortably on the cushion. "Just grip the handle to start, relax your grip to slow down, the lighter your hold, the less power it gets, and release to stop. Questions?" she asked, as Bosun and I mimicked her and got on. The thing sank into its springs somewhat when Bosun took position, and he hunched over a little to hold the handlebars. His ears went down as he stared suspiciously at the computer screen. "Are you sure this is safe?" he asked. "Pretty sure," Lisa said, and had I not spent as much time around Fauve as I had, I'm sure I would have missed her sarcasm. She then clenched her hands down on the handlebars, and with an electric hum, her scooter took off. I could feel Bosun's eyes on me. It was almost accusing. As if I should have seen this coming, all I could do was mumble, "Sorry." What else was there? From a Dlemison perspective, this had to seem insane. The little conveyance had no safety harness, and we didn't even have helmets or protective gear. I was fairly sure that was something we probably should have had, but we didn't. Before Lisa could get too far ahead, I clenched the rubber handlebar grips and took off after her. Seconds later, I could hear Bosun at my back. I knew I'd have to apologize to him again later. Springing unsafe activities on Dlemisa is very bad form, but even I hadn't seen this coming. I really had to wonder, was my time among humans making me far more comfortable with casual risk? My reverie was interrupted when I heard a gleeful "Roo" at my back. All right, so maybe no apology will be necessary after all, I thought, and looked over my shoulder. Bosun's maw was wide open, and he was biting at the air as his scooter zipped along, chasing me down. He was hunched forward to make himself more aerodynamic. Thanks to his weight, I still didn't think the black furry behemoth was going to actually catch up, but he was making an impressive effort. I admit, I enjoyed the ride thoroughly myself. The path we took was smooth, and painted over in a bright red shade, while the other half was a bright chalk white. And though I saw there were a number of pedestrians, they only walked on the white path, leaving the red for scooter users. Thanks to the fact that I weighed around what Lisa did, when I leaned forward in the same manner as Bosun, I started to catch up. The path was wide enough for two at once on a single color, and we weren't going too fast. Perhaps a little quicker than a fairly quick run, so this made it easy to converse. I wondered if there was a cultural significance to riding on red and walking on the white, and asked about it. When it comes to humans, symbolism and tradition can be found all over the place, so much so that even they don't realize it sometimes. I had little hope that she knew, but given that she mentioned the history department as her go-to example, perhaps I shouldn't have been surprised at her answer. Yes and no, she told me. It goes back to when these were first rolled out. She tapped the scooter with her left hand, and then resumed her grip. The paths weren't painted then. The school just asked people to be earth-conscious and not drive as much. Fuel was really expensive back then, but there were people who were all like, nope, I can't walk that far and I'm not using one of those ridiculous things. They kept up the driving and kept pushing the university to get them fuel discounts so they could do it. The story goes that a group of men, as a prank, started using parking garages as hookups with other men. After a few weeks, anyone seen walking out of parking garages was assumed to have been there for that. So to avoid the label, they started taking scooters or walking, and the university started driving on the wrong side of the path, slapped down a quick paint job, called it school pride, and now here we are. I thought that one over. Is that actually true? I had to ask because it just seemed so absurd. Lisa didn't answer right away, but she also didn't laugh at my question. Finally, she said, I can't say for sure. A few hundred years ago, there was a part of the population that was super concerned about how into women they looked, and there were times when men who liked men would just mess with them, making them think some antisocial behavior was a signal that he was into other men. It became kind of a game, and it just kind of died out as attitudes changed. Of course, she chuckled a little. It was centuries ago. I'm sure a few stories got made up, but we do know of at least a few instances where bigotry was weaponized to normalize prosocial behavior. You are a very sneaky species, I said, and it was almost admirable in the way I said it. Lisa only gave me a sly little smile while our scooter zipped along and rounded a long, slow bend. You know it, she said as the stadium started to loom into view, and Bosun's roo picked up again as the slight downslope let him go just a little bit faster. The stadium itself was unlike almost anything I had ever seen before. Some species like mine and Kawik's had developed athletic sports. As our societies grew and developed, sports was a way of preparing young people for war. This is something of our history that we share with humans. However, most societies had abandoned sports long ago, and in my species it was generally expected that a young Dlamisa would stop playing when they became old enough to work. Humans, however, did not. This particular stadium was host to a sport on the North American continent called football, which is strange because it shares the name with a different sport that actually involves the use of feet, while this one almost never does, and in fact involves lots of violence. I had only seen clips of it in person in human media up to that point, and I was sure that Bosun had seen nothing. But when we parked our scooters and made our way inside under the shady tunnel that led onto the field, I was also sure that he liked what he saw. I knew he did, because I did. The first thing we saw and heard were the human cheerleaders, mostly made up of females of the species, dressed in the same way as Lisa. The voice of an older woman was giving some instructions, and they were shouting in response and conducting acrobatic aerial maneuvers that would have made Kawik wonder if humans could fly too. Spirals, twists, spins as they were flung up that threatened to defy the law of gravity itself. But that wasn't what I liked the most, impressive though it was. Nor was it what Bosun liked, though I was sure he was impressed. From just out of view, we heard the booming voice of a human male, the crashing of bodies, and we saw the spiral of the ball sail past in the light. We were in motion before we realized it. Both of us. My datapad dropped out of hand and clattered to the concrete, and I took off. I'm nowhere near the size of Bosun, but for my size at least, I am nimble, and we are much, much faster than humans. We tore past Lisa, who stood dumbfounded for a moment. She shouted, "Wait! Where are you going?" And her shout caught the attention of the others. The cheerleaders stopped, thankfully before throwing anyone up into the air, and the two of us raced out into the open air, charging past the dumbfounded human players. Some of them saw us, but the ones who ran far ahead, rushing for the ball. They had their eyes in the air to catch its trajectory. They didn't see either of us until we ran past them both. Many cries of, "What the?" and various expletives not fit for a journal intended for academia came up behind us. And the rational part of my mind was forced to acknowledge that Dlamacen military training made some truly impressive specimens. Bosun gave me a shove, and I vaguely recalled something similar during the game of ballyball. I tumbled and rolled away as he shot on, and he jumped in between the ball and the human player intending to catch the blasted thing. Even if I knew nothing about human expressions, his brief look of shock would have been recognizable to me when Bosun caught the ball in his mouth and landed back first against the human's chest. The human reflexively grabbed my colleague as he would have any intercepting player, and they both went down in a tangle of limbs. It was only when he saw me standing and brushing myself off and caught the confused shouts of the players all racing over that he realized what he'd done. He rolled off the grunting human, stood, and extended his hand, but the human didn't take it right away. He propped himself up on his elbows and looked at the giant, multi-eared, toothy maw of our dark, furry security officer and just stared. "Sorry," Bosun muttered after an awkward moment and tossed the ball underhand toward the human, who again failed to catch it. It bounced off his chest and rolled away, wobbling over the grass. "Wait, it's okay. They're aliens. That one is from the news." I could hear Lisa's shout drawing closer, along with the footfalls of the crowds. I could feel my anxiety rising at the prospect of being surrounded, and stepped well out of the way. Lisa's words had an immediate effect on the player on the ground, and he removed his helmet to reveal a large brown-skinned human with a thick beard. I do not know why, but his face seemed friendly to me after he exposed it. He held his hand up and allowed Boatswain to haul him to his feet, and this seemed to relax the others, as well as myself. "You look really different on TV," the player said, and Bosun pointed to me. "That was him she's talking about. I'm his escort since some humans threatened to kill him after he helped out that girl." Bosun explained, and I must say, I think he must have picked up something about human culture, because otherwise it wouldn't have occurred to him to mention helping Fauve. But he knew enough to trigger human protective instincts and give me a favorable impression at the start. This was of interest to me, even more so than noticing my clothing had gotten just a little bit torn and more than a little bit dirty. I, after all, am an aspiring anthropologist. Studying new cultures and peoples is supposed to be my field of expertise. Understanding another species is difficult at best, most of the time, unless you have special training. But Boatswain knew enough after a short association with Byron to say just the thing that would see me looked at favorably. Deriving intention of that sort without training or education in my field was beyond exceptional. And then it came to me. Right, the ballyball incident. They all bonded so quickly. Could it be that our two species are just uniquely compatible? Did we evolve in a kind of parallel line that makes us natural colleagues, friends, and allies? I really wished I hadn't dropped my datapad when I took off after that damn ball, and looked back in its direction with a sigh of regret just as Lisa came close. "You okay, Bailey?" she asked, and then, to my delight, handed me my datapad. "You dropped this, and it's probably a good thing too. That was one hell of a hit," she said and let out a low whistle. I followed her gaze and saw the indentations where I bounced and rolled over the ground. She was not wrong. Yes, I'm fine," I said and winced. It wasn't much of a lie, but now that the moment passed, I sure felt that hit. "So, you're his guard, but you... Wow. Y'all got some weird guarding methods," the player who was supposed to catch the ball said, and Boatswain looked over in my direction. His own jaw dropped to expose his teeth, and then he lowered his head. "Sorry, sir. It won't happen again. I will report myself for disciplinary action as soon as we return." Bosun began to protest, but I waved it off with one hand while rubbing my injured tailbone with the other. No, there was a ball involved. Don't worry about it," I said, and made sure to keep the path clear for the rest of the humans to approach. The flurry of questions from cheerleaders and players came on like a storm. Again and again Bosun had to point out that I was the one from the Battle of Waterland Park, but I did nothing to convince anyone either way. Frankly, I didn't want the attention. Attention meant crowds, and I wasn't a fan of that. But then came the other questions. "Why did you go after that ball? Are all of you that fast? Do you play football? Are you students here? Are you male or female? Do you even have females? What planet are you from?" We lost track of the questions, and I deferred to Bosun to handle most of them, which he clearly didn't like. I suppose it was a little petty to leave it to him, but he was the one they were interested in, and I took in more from observing anyway. Getting out that I was the water boy for the team brought some amusement at least, and judging by the way they looked my now filthy self up and down, I think they decided that was the best job for me, and for the same reasons as themselves, I agreed. Boatswain proved a big hit, and their practice was briefly given an impromptu pause while Lisa took my arm and began to lead me away. "Over here, let's get you cleaned up, and I'll show you where the supplies are." She flashed me a playful, broad, and toothy smile, then said, "Try not to get distracted this time. If I don't give you a promise, then I can't break it." I answered with an old saying of my people, which she seemed to neither accept nor reject while we shuffled off back the way we'd come, leaving Boatswain to deal with the football team on his own. He seemed not to mind at least, but even if he had, petty as it was, he caught the ball, so the least he could do is handle that much. At this point, I realized something. I have barely spoken of what Lisa looked like, at least in my first edition. As this writing takes place in the second edition, with memories somewhat faded with time, and with the virtual stack of requests for more information that I received since the first publication, I can only promise to do my best. Lisa's hair was a blend of autumn leaves. That is the best way to describe it. If this is confusing, and I am sure it is, I must explain something about human vanity. They're very visual creatures, humans. How they expose their skin and how they conceal it says a lot about individual self-expression. They're natural artists in my view, with their lives and even their bodies as a canvas, sometimes literally. Lisa, for example, dyed her hair, but it wasn't a single color. Rather, she dyed it in such a way that the splotchy pattern made her hair look quite literally like leaves, at least when she stood still. With hues of orange, red, and gold, when the breeze picked it up, the light glinted and reflected off the sheen, and it was like watching leaves sway in branches. Her face, at least in its shape, reminded me of an apple, with smooth contours, and her lips were neither thin nor thick, though they almost popped from her use of red lipstick. I remember her eyes very clearly, being that they were hazel and studious. If I were to compare them to anyone else, they reminded me of Michael, not in color, but with the same studious intensity, studying things around her. When she walked, it was with a kind of confident and sure-footed strut, and I was hard-pressed to imagine her without that smile on her face, even when she appeared to be deep in thought. "Come here," she said when we reached the opening into the field. There was a door close by that led into a side room. The door had a simple handle with no evident lock, and it swung open soundlessly. She led me within, where I found a surprisingly large room with lockers, sinks, and toilets. Jerseys with the Cardinals logo were stacked in a tall mesh hamper, along with the form-fitting half pants that the team wore. Lisa led me over to a countertop that, if I am being honest, could have used a cleaning. "Aren't you supposed to be practicing?" I asked, and she shrugged it off. "Yeah, but this is fine. We don't get many alien visitors around here, and it seems everybody is distracted by you and your companion. We may get an extended practice, but that's all right. The buses run 24 hours per day, and I can ride-share it if I don't feel like waiting. Now hold still," she said, and reached up to a red plastic box on the wall which was painted with a plus sign in the center. She opened it and revealed it to be a first aid kit, and when I caught sight of myself in the mirror, I understood why. "Are all your soldiers that big?" she asked. I knew this strategy. She was trying to distract me, but I went with it. "No," I said, and waited while she put some rubbing alcohol on a pad. "Brace yourself. If your nervous system is kind of like ours, this will probably sting." Lisa instructed me, and she began to rub around my eye. I had a few cuts, bruises, and a very small gash on my side. Presumably when Bosun slammed into me, one of his claws caught me too. I winced as the pain of the alcohol hit, but what else could I do but go with the moment? I answered her. "No, definitely not. Military Dlamacens go through extensive training. Most of them get some body augmentation too, and Bosun is embassy staff. That means he's a combat veteran, between drugs, training, and experience." I didn't even try to keep the note of pride out of my voice when I said, "Our soldiers are some of the best in the known galaxy. Unless somebody throws a ball." Lisa pointed out and dabbed a spot of blood from my side. I winced and snapped my jaw shut, exhaling hard through my nose, then replied, "Yes. Well, who could resist the lure of a thrown ball?" "Uh-huh," she answered me and began to wipe the disinfectant around my little injuries. "Does it hurt anywhere? Do you feel like anything is broken?" No, thank you. I'll probably be sore for a day or two, but it'll be fine. I patted my side and suppressed another wince. But I had to ask, now that I watched the way she acted with confidence, patching up my injuries, the care she'd shown in making sure none of the alcohol got into my eyes, and even the precise placement of the fabric tape she finally slapped over the gash, which she ripped away after counting to 10, leaving the little sealant to stop the blood flow. It was all so seamless in its execution. "Where'd you learn how to do that?" I asked, while she put away the unused materials back into the box. She took a black felt marker and put a diagonal line from one corner to the next, then put it back on the wall. "I was in the military for a short time, but most of this comes from there." She jerked her thumb toward the door. "Cheerleaders are athletes. We're basically gymnasts without the equipment. Our bodies are our equipment, and sometimes equipment breaks." She chortled a little bit at that and said, "Plus, we spend a lot of time co-practicing with the players, the big babies." The fond way she said it suggested there was a game at play, and if it was one thing I noticed about humans, is that their games can be very strange. I cocked my head. It made her smile go bigger, and when I let some of my ears flop down, she elaborated. Mentally, I chose to name this expression of mine, the La Misa interrogation technique number 1. It made humans happy, and happy humans were talkative, answering questions I didn't even ask yet, that they might not have answered if asked directly. Football was created so men could stay fit for war. It kept them manly, but it also leads to a lot of injuries. So everybody on our teams learns first aid, and we get to practice it a lot. And since we're together a lot, a bunch of couples form. It's kind of become a tradition for the person who gets hurt to get looked after by whoever they're, sorry, I don't know much about Dlamacins, but coupled with, hooked up with. Do those terms make sense to you?" she asked when the box snapped back into place on the wall. "They do. I've been on Earth a few months now. Surely William told you I live with him?" I asked. "No, he didn't actually." She snorted and put her hands on her hips. "Sounds like him." She rolled her eyes. A laser focus on the point, but none of the details around it. She let out a weary sigh that reminded me vaguely of the way Rebecca sounded when she was at her wit's end with the man. "Were you two coupled with, or?" I asked, keeping my head tilt in place to keep her relaxed. Her mouth dropped open. "Oh God, no," she said, and started to laugh, drawing one hand up to cover her mouth. No, 10,000 times no. First of all, his daughter is only about 8 years younger than me, give or take. Second of all, his wife'd be scary." "Then how do you know him?" I asked. Now I was curious, even intrigued. "One of his old army buddies is my dad. Plus, he used to tutor me. William is actually a pretty good teacher. I passed a few math classes thanks to him. And I guess you could say I know him pretty well. He's like an uncle to me. But since I'm all grown up now, I guess I just call him a friend." The way her face lit up when she said it, I couldn't really doubt her. This is one of the greatest strengths of humanity. Something I saw even in the very worst of them. Their ability to create families without any blood ties. To grow communities out of almost nothing, whether it was games or just knowing someone who knew someone. These little connections, and big ones alike, made them unique in the galaxy. I had to envy them, growing up that way. But I covered that envy up, and she stepped aside to let me pass. "Thank you," I said, and tapped my injured side. She tossed the fabric aid strip into the trash and replied immediately, "Don't worry about it." She walked me back outside, and when we got there, I saw a boatswain straining to rise under a pile of humans. He was giving it a valiant effort, but it was not to be. While I knew we were faster than humans, it seemed our strength was not that different, and human range of motion was better. I should have been alarmed, but when I caught sight of his tail, it was wagging, and he shouted at an old bald-headed human, "One more throw!" See, like I said, babies. They love it when a pretty girl plays Nurse Nightingale and treats their injuries, and they love to horse around. I don't think men ever really stop being boys. They just become responsible ones, or awful ones. Lisa said while she stood and watched. I couldn't say for sure if she was right or not. Maybe there was something to it. But then she pointed out a table with a large round container. Short version, keep water cups on the table for the team, and keep the bucket full. Make sure there's enough for all the athletes on the field, she said, and I bobbed my head up and down to show I understood. The table was placed so that I could see both practices, and the work was fairly straightforward. I had 38 cups out, plus 2 for the coaches, and 1 for myself, and 1 for boatswain for a total of 42. I calculated that the cooler, with ice, would hold roughly 6 refills each based on its size, dimensions, and however much ice was added. A separate cooler, roughly the length of the table itself, sat nearby, which I used as a seat to watch the human shenanigans. That cooler, it turned out, was full of ice and other drinks of multiple colors with various nonsensical names: electric wave, and sea breeze, and sunlight. Humans loved their nonsense phrases for some reason. I hadn't yet worked that out quite yet. The football players eventually tired and were given a short break, approaching the table in a small cluster. Not far away, I watched the cheerleaders and their shouting going on. Lisa wasn't wrong. They really were using their bodies as equipment. Pairs would act as throwers, catchers, and they made various standing pyramids that she would jump from, spin in a circle in the air, and then rely on the people at the base of the pyramid to work together to catch her. It was the singularly strangest artistic work I'd ever seen up to that point, but strange or not, it was impressive to my eyes. We could never do that, I thought privately, and tried to think of the female of my species who tried to get the last spot in Professor Sickleth's class. Fierce competitor or not, as easy as it was to picture Boatswain playing this football sport in some way, I could not imagine her in the same outfit as Lisa, doing those wild spins through the air. The cheerleaders paused at last and approached the table. The football players moved aside to give them some room, and their stern-faced coach approached. She had the beginnings of gray hair, but they were spaced out among a still vibrant fiery red. Her face had the start of wrinkles, and her lips were thin and even, neither frowning nor smiling. She was slender still, but age was slowly taking away her fitness, giving her the bare beginnings of a belly. In her hand she held a clipboard where I caught a glimpse of numbers in small boxes. I had to guess she was rating performances in people's roles, but I had no idea her criteria or how she scored so many. As soon as she approached the table, I knew one thing for sure: she was counting the cups. "Good," she said, and gave a prim, sharp nod down at me where I sat. "The last idiot thought athletes only meant them." She jerked her thumb toward the football players. "Then he was inefficient, and very bad at his job," I said in my most professional academic tone. It was also one of the worst insults I could think of. Our language could definitely use more meaty human swear words. It's just a little too clean, I think. But in the moment, it seemed to delight the older woman in front of me. "Mavis," she said, and went around the table to shake my hand, leaving room for her team to get at the cups after she took one of her own. I wish the football players had stayed closer. I would have liked to know their reaction to her words about the previous water boy, but it was not to be. They were off on their own and hadn't been listening. It was a minor loss, I suppose. I stood and took her hand. I noted the calluses there, and she must have realized it, because she squeezed a little tighter, and I could have sworn I saw her lips turn up a little at the corners. "Fencing," she explained. "I can't do what they do anymore, but I'm not completely broken down yet." "I see," I said. I couldn't help but think it must be hard for the athletes to get older, to see their bodies unable to do the things they loved. It was why I loved being an academic. As long as my mind worked, that was all I really needed. I didn't say that to Mavis. Somehow that felt like it would have been cruel. The cheerleaders were mostly of the female species of humans, but I did notice what I thought was a male or two among them, though it was hard to say with certainty, as some human body types are almost androgynous. But I could say that they were all young, no more than in their 20s. Mavis seemed to read my mind. This is a hard sport, and it doesn't take many injuries before you're done for good. But? She looked past me, up toward the sky. I recalled the way I'd seen Lisa seem like she herself might defy gravity for a few moments, like she would touch the endless blue above us all. "It's worth it," Mavis answered, then focused on me again. "Welcome to the team." The rest of the afternoon was like that, with Bosun thankfully willing to help me out since he was there anyway. I kept the water filled and the teams from being too thirsty. Honestly, I barely noticed the time passing until it was actually time to leave. When I did, the football coach showed me how to pack up, where the old cups were thrown into a wooden crate. He pounded down the top. All of the cups were dumped into place. His fist was fairly large, despite his age, and I could tell that he still had some of his old strength left. The wooden top scraped against the sides as it was knocked into place, and he explained it all to me. "Smack this down like so, that way all the garbage can be tossed together and recycled." He pointed to the entrance where the locker room door was. "There's a storage area in there. Take the hover cart and load the crate on it. Dump the water and ice in the grass, load the coolers on the cart, put it all back there along with any unused cups. Questions? He asked, and I thought it over, scratching under my chin as I ran through all the ways things could go wrong. Sir, what if we run out of water during the games? I asked the obvious question, and the old man replied, First off, I work for a living. Don't call me sir. It's just Paul, or Coach Wills if you feel really fancy. Second, if you run out, you go get more. There's a hose inside the storage area. Fill her up and get back as fast as you can get here. Just keep the cups full. I will admit, humans are a mostly fastidious lot. They have elaborate self-care and cleanliness rituals, and to stink is a profound social gaffe. It is, from my observation, the clearest sign of having given up on functioning in society. So to hear Coach Wills say to fill up the containers with a hose? I tilted my head at him and asked him, Are you joking, Coach Wills? He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at me for a long, quiet moment and said, Listen here, these boys get sweaty, muddy, and thirsty enough to lick sweat out of your fur after the first hour or two. A little hose water won't hurt 'em. He spat into the mud. Didn't expect squeamishness from an alien that took a bite out of a perv. I scratched under my jaw and said quite truthfully, Coach Wills, I can still taste a piece of him in the back of my throat, and it is awful. It was the right thing to say. The salty old man threw back his head and laughed hard enough that he drew Boatswain's attention from speaking with one of the other players. After Paul explained what I'd said, another round of laughter was picked up. One of the players removed their helmet and groaned, I can hear the eat me jokes already. The player in question had a light-hearted tone, and I didn't take it seriously, nor did it seem that the others had either as they laughed it off, and in an attempt at joining in their laughter, I said in as deadpan a voice as I could manage, Humans. Taste. Awful. I will not burden the Academy with the litany of jokes that followed, as most of them involved some form of reproductive reference that will not make sense to most species. Some forms of human humor don't translate very well, though it serves others well to learn its structure enough to imitate it. But I will point out that helmetless human who smelled a lot like sweat and was still flushed in the face bore a striking resemblance to Coach Wills. It was their positioning, really, the way they stood with one hand on the hip and the helmet under one arm, much the way he now held his datapad. They were laughing somewhat less than the others, perhaps because while the others were joking and laughing, socializing like very young Dlamisa before separation, the helmetless human took an interest in the old man's work. The football shirt uniforms, I should point out, had numbers on the front and names on the back, and I was pleased to see the last name Wills, largely because I was now fairly sure I was right. Son, grandson, or nephew, I suppose. The disinterest in the team and the interest in the old man's work reminded me of the way Percival guided Teresa. There is a word for this which is almost totally unique to humans: nepotism. Essentially, it is the promotion of family members into positions of authority in private or public enterprises, without regard for whether or not the person being put into that position actually has talent. I had to caution myself to make my notes somewhat tentative, as I couldn't be certain I was right, not without asking, and I didn't want to risk an insult on my first day. But I will say that in my study of human history, nepotism is the singular most common form of government and commerce. Children were raised in their family businesses. The ruler was chosen from among the children of the existing ruler. Wealth, land, goods, all would pass through generations of the same hands. I will pause to point out that this often worked surprisingly well. A child grows up learning specialized skills and then steps into the family business, having spent their life preparing for it. Unfortunately, there were those inevitable lapses of talent, accident, war, or worse, and inevitably most of the time it would fail. It was and still is frowned upon, but as evidenced by Percival, Teresa, and now at a glance, the Wills family, it lives on. I turned two of my ears toward their conversation and set myself to my own job, walking slowly to catch as much as possible about what was being said behind me. It's fine, but if you don't change up the line, you'll be stuck when one of them gets hurt, and mind that the damn meatheads don't forget that they're student athletes. Then I lost track of the conversation as I went inside to get the hover cart. Cleanup proved easy. I set out the various plastic bottles of their multicolored flavored drinks, which the cheerleaders and players all paused to take. I got the feeling this was a regular thing for them, that it was how they ended every game. Humans need a lot of water to survive, and some specialized drinks provide not just water, but vital salts and electrolytes to replenish them faster. As I loaded the cart unassisted, a rare occasion when I would be given no help from those around me, I took note that the Wills pair and the cheerleading coach were standing aside and watching both groups, making sure that everybody finished the entire bottle. Nobody wandered away, and they all drank so fast and so deeply that I could hear their various gulps. I realized I was seeing another rule at play. It reminded me very much of the way William and Rebecca minded Fauve and ordered their household. Human leadership appears to be essentially parental, setting examples that subordinates are to follow. Only after the others drank did the young Wills approach and snatch up the last bottle for himself. I finished throwing everything together and hauled it away. The steel-gray cart hummed contentedly ahead of me, the little blue lights pulsing underneath. The work proved surprisingly easy. My only trouble was really with banging the crate top down for the cups. Physical work. It was not, is not, and never will be what I am best at. But I managed. I was just storing things away when I smelled Bosun and Lisa behind me. "You got everything? You good to go?" she asked as I straightened up. I put my hands on my hips and arched my back. "Yes," I answered. I was still a little sore from my earlier run-in with Bosun, and he lowered his tail and bowed his head as a second apology. I had no intent to break discipline that way. He repeated, and again I waved it away. "There was a ball involved. It was inevitable," I answered. "We might have to make exceptions to the usual rules for that kind of thing," I added, and this incidentally became the foundation of Bally law after the sport spread, that injuries sustained or caused by the pursuit of a ball either by natural means or by incidental collisions shall not be subject to punishment or discipline unless the ball was put into play with the intent of creating those injuries. "So, Lisa, what's next?" I asked, content to give Bosun some space while he processed my dismissal. "Next, I shower, change, and head back. Make sure you check your schedule, download any books you need, and then I guess that's that. Are you going to do the classes in person or remote?" she asked, and my answer was quick. "In person." I said, "I need to get used to human crowds. A small one is best. Maybe I can get something to suppress my sense of smell to make it easier. But whether I can or not, I have to do it this way. My career depends on it." "You take that mighty seriously," she said when we left the storage room. "Of course. Adlamisa has his work and not much else. We go to work, we go to sleep, we eat, we speak a little. But we work, and work, and work. To be the very best in my profession. Nobody has ever studied humans to this extent except my professor. If I'm successful, I'll be immortalized in my field for generations. To get there, I have to do everything in my power, even if it means taking a few lumps along the way." I tapped my finger to the spot above my eye she'd taken care of earlier. Bosun was looking at me with a new respect, his tail wagging and his head nodding with approval. Military Dlamisa are a rare breed, and they tend to be somewhat contemptuous of the cowardice of others, or what they see as cowardice. I suppose because of my natural timidity and my obvious fears, he hadn't thought much of me before that moment. But even if I am not the bravest of my race, I am and always have been ambitious to make my mark on my people's history, to rise to the top where I could say I mattered. It mattered that I was there in the time that I lived, and it was really the only way one of us was ever really known at all. In the years since, I was sometimes asked if I regretted the things I did that put so much at risk, that nearly cost me everything and reset my life to zero. I look back on the memory of Fauve standing between me and the security people, the memory of that first thrown ball, the memory of Michael chasing after me, of William and Rebecca's tight embrace. And I wished I could laugh like a human, because if I could, I would always add in that laughter when I say, even if it cost me everything, I would have done it all again without any regrets. It was worth it, because they and all they and so many more I have yet to even mention were worth it. The ride back after we were done with everything was perfectly ordinary, really. I didn't notice how much time had been lost, so I got my call to the embassy out of the way as quickly as possible, letting them know about the local military office wanting to do an exchange and have Bosun work with them. Nobody answered, but I left the information and forgot about it. My meetings with the ambassador were few and short, but he was one of us through and through, and a Dlamisa never passes an opportunity up when it has a low cost and a high yield. Bosun let out his loud roo the whole ride back to the hover bus, and when we got there, Lisa was quick to add, "Make sure you're not late for in-person classes. If you are, They'll lock not just the doors, but digital access. They hate lateness. Good to meet you. She put out her hand, and I clasped it with gentle firmness, making sure that my finger claws didn't rake over or poke her skin much. And tell the family I said hello. I will, I said, and grabbed the rail to pull myself up the steps to the top of the bus. Bosun followed, but he didn't speak. His nose was in his datapad, typing away as fast as he could. He wasn't nearly as fast as I, but he was adequate at least. He sat beside me, letting out happy roos most of the ride back. He drew substantial attention from those around him, most who watched with a mix of bemusement and amusement. Our dog-like faces and some of our mannerisms were clearly endearing to the passengers. I did catch a few people's whispered words when I was recognized as the one who attacked Wolfbeard. This favorable attention, even if it was a little crowded on the top of the bus, made the feeling of being surrounded a little more tolerable. It didn't hurt that Bosun's entire role was security, and he loomed over every human on the bus. It was strange, really. He loomed so large over most of them, but rather than intimidated, they found him, well, some of the words I overheard included, cute. I want to pet them. Oh. I'm sure it would have felt insulting except for the sheer and obvious fact that we really did look like some of their breeds of wolves and dogs. If I looked like a mix of Irish setter and golden retriever, Bosun was like a mix of giant Great Dane and giant Doberman Pinscher, one that had been given a lot of strength-enhancing drugs. Though his tongue lolling out of his mouth while he rooed and typed utterly destroyed any sense of ferocity about him. While we rode, I couldn't help but think I overstepped, talking to him about leaving here in a few years. Military Dlamisons don't tend to think in the long term the way most of our race does. They tend to focus on the more immediate, which isn't to say that they could not, only that their tasks lent themselves to more immediate short-term thinking. As such, I knew it hadn't completely hit yet, but it would soon. I was not looking forward to that day. When we did finally return to the Walker house as the sun started to set, I found the smell of coffee caressing my senses as soon as I entered the house, and I heard the sound of Michael clapping in time to a cartoon on his little child's datapad. Fauve was chatting with her father at the table while they played a game of cards with Byron and Rebecca. How'd it go? William asked. His slender face was not as good at disguising his sense of worry as he thought. It was sweet, really, in a way, to think of him concerned about me. Fine. I'll be a water boy for the football team and an admin assistant in the office, and I'm enrolled in a few classes that will be starting soon. Also, they want him. I inclined my head toward Bosun, who immediately went to sit beside Byron, and the two fell into talking among themselves. Fauve approached and gave me a hug, her slender arm squeezing my a bit, her free arm going up to show the cup of coffee she'd made. Come, sit. You know how to play Spite and Malice, right? She asked, and I shook my head. I looked down at the table. There were seemingly random cards scattered around with 4 stacks in the center, with some cards up and some cards down and several more in long rows. No idea. I was telling the truth, and Fauve looked over to her mother and father. Can we start again so that Bailey and Bosun can play? She asked. Sure, why not? William answered. Go ahead and explain the rules. I'll get dinner started, Rebecca said, and stood up to go into the kitchen area. So it's like this, Fauve said while she began sorting out the cards into red and blue stacks. Each person gets a stack of red cards, the top card always facing up so everybody can see it. The one to get rid of all their red cards first is the winner. We draw blue cards and try to build up the center from ace to king, and put our red cards down when we can. So if there's a 6 up in the middle, and you have a red 7, you want to put your red one there. But everybody knows what you need to play, so they try to block you by placing their own card down first. This is both spiteful. She paused and shuffled the cards so fast they made a rapid swish sound as she bent her hands into an arch and they slid together in a varied order. And malicious. She finished with a wicked little smile on her face. You draw 5 cards, then end your turn by discarding them into one of 4 sequential columns that you make. And if you can't discard because you are out of columns or have nothing in sequence, you're probably going to get stuck, since you don't normally hold more than 5 cards in your hand. She began to deal out the cards. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I flipped up the top card from my red stack. It was an ace. Ooh, easy first play, Fauve said, and looked at the rest of us. William had a 4, Rebecca a king, Bosun and Byron both had 7s, and Fauve herself had a deuce. On the surface, It looked like an easy play. But I was also last in the play order, being on Fauve's left while the order went from her right side. Then Fauve drew and slapped down 4 aces in a row. My auspicious start was gone, and the game did not get better from there. But I didn't care because while we played, slowly whittling down the number of cards in our stacks, they talked. So I learned about the equipment and how to use the sound dampeners, and Teresa gave me a manual her grandfather wrote. It's on paper and it doesn't leave the building. But it's supposed to teach me everything I'll need to know to work in their cooperation. Fauve said, fairly dancing in her seat while she chattered on about what she was doing and learning, her hair bouncing around behind her. One would hardly believe what she'd been through so recently, and yet she seemed fine. I'll tell her later, I told myself. I didn't want to ruin the day. I felt William's eyes on me. I felt his question and couldn't answer, so I focused on my cards and let the others talk. Along the way, in between turns, I typed up my observations. Cards is a fairly primitive form of game dating back centuries, with endless games played with the same tools, simple numbered cards with small designs on them. This is Spite and Malice was one such game. Its chief function is to facilitate casual socialization. Humans are so thoroughly social that they create games that have low stakes or no stakes just to have occasion to talk to one another more. This is especially true of families such as the Walkers, who seem to value their closeness greatly. William and Rebecca listened closely, listening, being another carefully cultivated skill, asking little questions along the way, making eye contact with their daughter, and letting her finish before they conversed with their own incidents of the day and their intentions for tomorrow. I lost the first game, and barely noticed before it became Byron's turn to shuffle, and he began rattling off a story about one of his tours of duty before dealing out the cards again. So the night evening went. The game only stopped when the smell of roasted stew filled the house, and the other guards were called in to come and eat at the table like civilized people. There we were, all of us, a pair of Dlamacin soldiers, a Dlamacin researcher, a human engineer, a scientist, a teenage girl with ambitions of media dominance and a human infant, chattering with a half a dozen different conversations before we even knew it. The taste of stew thick on my tongue, and the promise of just one more game after dinner before bed. Fauve kept glancing at me, not saying anything in particular, but it felt off. I was fairly sure she couldn't have any idea about what my professor said, but it still felt off. If she had questions, though, she didn't ask them, instead excusing herself when William seemed to make a bottle of whiskey appear out of thin air. She knew well enough that liquor meant grown-up time was beginning, and gave enthusiastic good nights to everyone before venturing up the stairs on her own. For my part, I watched her go and bade her good night as well. I wanted to follow her upstairs and tell her the truth. Part of me knew I should. However, all I could do was tell myself it would be a later. And when we finally ended the evening, I was slurring my words even in my own head, saying, "I'll tell her tomorrow." But before I even made it to my room, I was pretty sure I was lying. I don't know exactly what it was, but I felt like I had a vague idea of what to do. I just didn't yet have the words to do it. I stretched out on my bed and held the datapad over my face and began dictating to it, reciting observations, critiques, and sensations. Color symbolism, the engraving of institutional values into stone, everything I saw right down to how close Coach Will's air stood when listening to her father's words. I had the light off, and even though I could see kind of well in the dark, at least somewhat better than Homo sapiens, well enough at least that I could keep the screen brightness to barely above its off setting. No light. Nope. Absolutely not. I told myself, and made a mental note after I sobered up in the morning to make sure the machine recorded my words properly. When I woke up in the morning, blinking my eyes in the dark, I reached up and touched my head. I couldn't help but groan at the throbbing. "I will never drink again," I muttered, and reached for the datapad while I sat up. The bed squeaked a little under me, and I shoved my back up against the wall. I didn't turn on the light. I really didn't want to do that. It was fair to say that even though I knew the rest of the house was stirring, I was hiding out, at least a little. I pulled up the University of Louisville website, which was a nightmare to navigate, I will admit, and once I found everything I needed, started the download of books, materials, and other assorted software used in learning, and then began to read. I spent the next 2 days like that, holed up in my room. Comfort in isolation is natural to a Dlamisa, and I had some time before I had to return to work, though I did keep my word about requesting that the embassy allow Bosun to take some time off from minding us to do an exchange with the local army office. I could hear them all upstairs, but I felt listless, withdrawn. That ghost of an idea for a research project had still not come together in my mind in such a way that I could actually say what it even was. The humans call this state on the tip of the tongue, where they can almost say it. The knowledge is there, but they just cannot bring it all together in such a way that they can understand it, or make it understood. I begged off of invitations to join them for dinner, and it would be a fair thing to say that for those few days, my research suffered. All I could really write about were my feelings. Why am I isolating myself? I wrote that a dozen times, though I say it only once in this final release. In my original writing, I asked myself that again and again on multiple lines. I didn't really understand it, and in fact I said, I don't understand. Why am I doing this? I ran the shower a lot too, even though I didn't get in. Humans never disturbed each other in showers, baths, or toilets. Cleansing rituals were private things except between bonded pairs, or so I concluded from the fact that William and Rebecca would sometimes run the shower at the same time. I did ask to observe once, to which Rebecca replied by crossing her arms in front of her chest and glaring between her husband and I. She said only, "Don't say a thing." William, however, didn't listen. There's videos of that sort of thing if you want, Bailey, but I'm afraid our privacy is off limits. I expected Rebecca to be angry, but instead she seemed quite pleased with him. That was when I started paying more of a mind to the things that humans did or seemed to do in isolation, whether that isolation was one person or a pair bond. I read over my professor's notes again, and concluded that isolation for prolonged periods is harmful, but isolation in small blocks of time is beneficial to human well-being. I laid out examples of things they did without thinking, unconsciously embracing their cultural mores without even being aware of it themselves. And now here I was, making use of those unconscious boundaries to make more space for myself. I wasn't really sure whom I was avoiding more. William for his inquisitive looks my way, his wife for the inevitable spoken questions, or Fauve for the conversation I would have to have. She had no idea that this really still loomed over me, and she was so upset by the possibility of my leaving before, and truthfully, so was I. The fact that everything was just getting back to normal, that we were all secure in the fact that the failed human would not be leaving prison and would not stop trying to, just solidified that belief that I would be staying. I tried to think of her response. As humans went, she was the most Dlamisa-like, reasoned, calm, studious, but she was not a Dlamisa. She's an adolescent human, a child in their terms. I knew very well that human children could be excitable, their emotional states far larger than their bodies. Fauve being as reserved as she was, I had to wonder what a real outburst from her would be like. Humans are strange with their emotions, sometimes embracing them, sometimes rejecting them, sometimes at war with them. They were perhaps the humans' greatest strength and greatest weakness, as they drove the humans to action, to build, to protect, to attack, to destroy, to take risks. They seemed to be like some mysterious element that was unpredictable by any known measure, and the less some humans seemed to have for themselves, the deeper they actually ran. Of course, all the showers and late dinners in the world couldn't keep the inevitable at bay, and though I might have continued the process far beyond a mere 2 days, 2 days was all I got. Because who should knock on my door in the middle of the night but Fauve herself? "I know you're up, Bailey. I want to talk." Damn, I thought, and got up to unlock the door. In all my life up to that point, I'd never moved so slowly. Fauve, I guess you could say, was a less than fastidious girl. Oh, she kept clean right enough, but she differed from her mother, spending no time on the face paint humans referred to as makeup, never wore red waxy stuff on her lips, and while she could be a little vain about how her hair was styled, she seldom did much more than brush it or braid it down the middle of her back. On this occasion, I opened the door to find her slender, serious face looking up at me. I wish I could say something clearer than serious, but I couldn't. I couldn't because she might as well have had her face carved out of ivory, as she wasn't the most outdoorsy of humans. Her naturally light skin ran toward the pale, with light brown eyes that matched her hair. She still somehow managed to look imperious. "You didn't come up for coffee tonight," she said, and it was not a question. It was a statement, almost an accusation. "You haven't come up for the last 2 nights," she said, and stepped inside my room when I moved out of the way. as we both shared a fondness for the stuff, and she tended to be a night owl, remaining up late into the night almost every day. It was a now established routine that I would join her at the table for a cup. I know she did the same with her father, usually with snacks of some sort. But since the incident, we almost always had a cup when I was up late at night taking my notes from the events of the day. Human children are a very curious lot, I said before and say again. They're a naturally scientific species, or at least they can't be. Fauve, being the pragmatic and bluntly put proud girl that she was, epitomized both a scientific mind and directness that would make a Dlamisa say, "Could you be a little gentler with your words?" These were some of her finest qualities, in my opinion, most of the time. Now that this bluntness was directed at me, I wished she was more like most other humans. I sat on the bed with my shoulders slumped. Setting aside my datapad, I folded my hands together in my lap and waited. I felt her look me over and knew she was looking at my tail. There was no wag to be had. I couldn't even fake it. "You've been avoiding me," she said matter-of-factly. "For more than the last 2 days. Ever since your professor showed up, really. But even more now," she said, and looking down the way I was, I saw the slight bulge in her sneakers, her toes scrunched against the inner surface. Avoiding Fauve was one thing, lying to her was another. But I still couldn't speak, so I just nodded. "Are you mad at me?" she asked. "I mean, you stopped drinking coffee, and even you don't take that many showers or for that long." I shook my head a little. "Did I offend you? Did I violate some Dlamacin taboo and now you can't even look at me?" Her voice rose an octave higher. I hadn't heard her voice do that since the Wolfbeard incident, when she told him to let go of her. I really, really wanted to speak, but it felt like hands grabbed all 3 of my hearts and squeezed. So all I could do was shake my head several times in rapid succession to deny her charges. "Bailey, you're my friend still, aren't you? Is that it? Did I mess up somehow and ruin that? I'm sorry if I did. Forgive me. I don't have a lot of in-person friends. I'm not really a people person, so maybe I don't always act like people expect. If I messed up, tell me how to fix it," she exclaimed. Her brown eyes became large as her pent-up emotions began to get to her, overriding her reason. It was so hard to remember that she is just a human child. According to my previous research, human children held themselves responsible for a lot of things they shouldn't have. Chronic main character syndrome until they become adults, even for the ones who are older than their years. I reacted as quickly as I could and violently shook my head. Her distress snapped the grip on my hearts, and I finally found a voice to speak. I could have done a much better job of it, no gently breaking the news. It was closer to what humans call ripping the Band-Aid off. "They're going to make me leave." Fauve was stunned into silence, her slender hands balled into little fists at her side, but no tears fell. I don't think she knew quite what to say, so I expanded on what I'd said, cursing my inept presentation of the circumstances. "Unless I can come up with some research to justify the risk in keeping me here, the university wants to recall me. That's why my professor and fellow students came to see me that day. To explain my options, I have a few months at most. He promised to sign off on any project I thought had merit and to support any request to stay, but it's out of his hands." My face drifted away from the floor so that I was raising my eyes up to her. I could see the reality settling in on her face. But all that was settled. Our world and your world were okay with it all. It's that guy that was bad. She snapped as if I didn't know that myself. "I know, but students at that school, well, we're subject to their rules. They can recall me to explain myself, and if I go back, even if they judge my actions favorably, they might not let me come back here for another few decades, if they even do at all," I explained, and Fauve turned around to shut the door. She took a deep breath. "Why didn't you tell me?" she asked. It was kinder now, the way she spoke, though she paused to wipe her eyes. Realizing that she wasn't at fault clearly made her feel better. Humans, it seems, have a highly developed capacity to feel guilt, and it frequently serves as a motivation to action, tied closely to their general sense of fairness and justice. The idea of righting wrongs is a major feature of many of their arts and stories. I didn't know how to. This is all strange to me. I'm not as good a student as I thought I was. My own voice's pitch went up a little and I shrugged to go with it. A little self-effacing mockery at my own expense seemed fitting at the moment. "So, if I understand you right, Mr. Not-So-Good-a-Student, if you come up with a study or experiment or something that demonstrates a clear value to your school, you can stay?" Fauve asked, and I gave a very slow nod to her. Yes, the university's purpose, its mission, is education that will promote peace among the galaxy's many races. That's why they're the only university to take students from anywhere. Peace in the galaxy is in everyone's interests, but war is always a possibility. Violence by one of their students, however justified, while on a student visa? I gave a contemptuous sneeze. No, they're not going to tolerate that. Just because the human and Lamisan worlds are willing to overlook an incident, that doesn't mean the school will. So then, there's no problem, is there, Bailey? Fauve asked. Her fists opened, and she gave a broad shrug that was almost a half flail of her arms as if she were completely clueless. Of course there is, I answered. No, there isn't, she retorted and approached me. She wiped her sweaty palms against her jeans and crouched down so that I didn't have to look up at her. Instead, I was looking down and she grabbed my own ringing palms to stop the nervous motion I didn't even know I'd been making until she made it stop. All you have to do is that. Come up with something valuable to the peace of the galaxy, study it, publish your findings, and convince them it is worth their while to put up with a few extra risks. She gave me a reassuring smile, and if I could have laughed like a human, I would have. Sure, just change the state of galactic knowledge. That's not that hard, right? I asked, and her smile got a little bit bigger. Bailey, are you mastering the noble art of sarcasm? She asked, and I didn't even pretend to deny it. I have ample time to practice around you, I replied, and she pushed herself up to a standing position. Her right hand went to my head and scratched the top. It felt so good after all the stress that I tilted my head and leaned into the blessing of the scratch. Come on, come up for coffee. You'll come up with something, big dummy. You made me worry, she said, and then took my hand to take me upstairs. Maybe we'll come up with something. I mean, they want something valuable to interspecies peace. I'm a species, you're a species. Let's put our heads together, and if nothing else, well, even I can't finish that whole pot by myself. She gave me a gentle smile over her shoulder, and I stood up to follow her. It had been hard to say that much to her, and I thought she still underestimated the probability of failure, but at least it was out. And if I were to be honest, what I imagined was worse than the reality, even if that was tempered by unfounded optimism. A little optimism goes a long way sometimes, especially with bad news. Bad news and a cup of coffee, that is. I would be belaboring the point, I think, to say yet again that the resilience of humans never ceased to amaze me. I still felt ready to fall apart, and yet Fauve seemed her normal self again, now that the question of why I had been avoiding her for the last few days had been answered. This leads to another conclusion about humans. Certainty of doom is better than uncertain happiness. When dealing with humans, knowing what is going wrong is almost always preferable to not knowing what is going wrong. Humans are a very active species. Even those who are not physically active tend to be mentally so. I cannot say how much of this is nature versus culture, but as a species they tend to be very self-observant. What am I doing? Where am I going? What am I accomplishing? What am I doing wrong or right? Who am I? They are a race in constant flux to the point where one of their great philosophers once said, "An unexamined life is not worth living." The very notion of simply being without reflection causes them to doubt the worth of the way they live. Looking back now, following Fauve up the stairs while she bounced on her heels and hummed like everything was just fine, I wondered how much it bothered her that I seemed to draw myself back from our connection for seemingly no reason. The stairs creaked a little on our way up. Though we did move with care, she never let go of my hand the entire way, like she was afraid I'd be one of the ghosts out of their stories, just drifting away as some ephemeral shade. Her hand was sweaty too. Humans are very sweaty creatures. Not that I minded much. The hairy cannot critique the sweaty after all, especially when Rebecca was so patient with my occasional shedding of orange and black fur around the family house. I sat down at the table, and Fauve retrieved the cup with the name Bailey Walker on it. I was quiet while she poured the coffee. It was a nice gesture on her part. It reminded me of the way Rebecca always did the coffee prep when Fauve was asleep. I didn't type this up until later, having neglected to bring my datapad, but I couldn't help but notice the little things. Fauve stood at the coffee maker and scooped the grounds out of a fabric pouch. With my sensitive nose, I could experience it as she never could, and I tell you, it was wonderful enough that I could have believed that the old human superstitions had some merit. How else could something so rich and smooth envelop my nose? But I digress. She scooped the same way her mother did, not with a gentle tilt. but with a sharp flick of her wrist designed to hurl the grounds down into the brown paper filter, thus creating an audible and pleasant swish sound that also stirred up the scent a little bit more. She had the water ready, and I knew at once she planned this. It had all been laid out with the idea that I would tell her the truth, that everything would be all right. That was why she was fairly bouncing on the balls of her feet and humming with a smile on her face while she worked. For all of her father in her, the coffee making was done just like her mother. It was a tranquil, pleasant air about her, which I have to admit, I missed seeing. I didn't really know quite how to explain it, but that this kind of generational cycle was the stuff traditions were made of. While I watched Fauve work, I could easily imagine her own daughter doing it one day, insisting her spouse get out of the way and let her do it. It seemed to bring her joy, this simple little thing she was doing for someone else, and it made my earlier cowardice about telling her the truth just so much worse. I bowed my head and my tail curled under the chair in which I sat. I'm sorry I didn't say anything. I just didn't want to upset you, I said, but that was a lie too, at least. At least it was a half-truth. Fauve tapped on the countertop while she waited, bopping around to some music she hummed that I had no chance of recognizing. She didn't answer me at first. She just waited until the coffee was mostly done and filled first my cup, then her own. A few drops sizzled as they hit the hot plate beneath before she could replace the wide glass pot. "Is that all?" Fauve asked without looking my way. "How did she know?" Human social perceptions heights just seemed to get worse or better, really. I lowered my head a little bit more. Yes, I didn't want to deal with this either. I didn't mean to worry you, really. I just didn't know what to do. This is all so new and I like you all a lot, I didn't expect that. But I do, and I didn't want to disappoint you, or see you get upset. I don't know. I used all the air I had in my body to spit those words out, and finally wheezed my way into morose silence. All I managed to mumble out while she brought the cups over was, "I told you all before, I'm kind of a coward." What I did not expect was her response to my words. She set the coffee down and flung her arms around my neck and head and squeezed as tight as she could. Had it been Boatswain or Byron, I do believe I might have died. As it was, her hold was fairly tight. Thankfully, my familiarity with hugs was such that I at least knew this was one of the most important signs of affection a human could offer. She rubbed the top of my head, and my tail instantly started to swish back and forth. She rubbed the top of her head against the top of mine. "Big idiot. You said you're an alien, but that sounded pretty human, and pretty male too." She snorted a little. "You had me worried sick." She added, "I know I'm just a kid, but I think things will work out. You just have to find a way, and it's like my dad says." Her voice deepened a little when she cleared her throat, and she straightened up, holding one hand on her hip, closing both eyes, then holding her other hand up at chest height with her pointer finger extended while the rest balled up into a fist. She said, "There is a solution to every problem. It's just a matter of finding it. So just find it." "What if I don't? I don't want to leave," I said honestly, and she looked at me cockeyed, like I was being an idiot again. "Then we better get a lot more of these in," Fauve said, and hugged me again. There's something about human affection that makes for a powerful sense of determination. When she hugged me that second time after reassuring me there was a solution to be had, I somehow knew she was right. I'd find a way. I wouldn't fail. I couldn't fail. It was impossible after all, I had a family on my side. The coffee tasted extra rich that night, is all else I will say. I'm sure if they ever make a movie about our coffee session that evening, they'll compress the story so that we came up with the perfect solution within a few hours. Movies are like that. They compress real events that take weeks or months or years and make them into hours or even minutes. But for the proper historical record, we came up with nothing. "Could you do something with the military? Like the thing with the embassy guy? You know, showing how we can work together that way?" Fauve asked, and I cocked my head so hard my ears briefly flopped. "The military?" I asked her in return, placing special emphasis on the word. "Fauve, that might work well for relations with my world, but most intelligent races in the galaxy are prey races. Species like yours, mine, Kawik and Slith, and my other colleagues, that come from predator origins, are extremely rare. There's no more than 20 of those out of the roughly 1,000 known intelligent species, and that's not counting the ones that look like they might develop higher intelligence at some point. Including those?" I had to shake my head at the idea. Predators are outnumbered in the galaxy, let alone real apex predators. She looked down at the table when I said that and reached for her spoon. Predictably enough, at least to me, she kept sugar on the table, and after scooping a few spoonfuls in and stirring it, her lips pursed thinly together while she took long, slow breaths. The metal spoon scraped against the glass with the steady slowness of grains of wheat being ground by oxen, and I could see that what I said did nothing to make her any happier. I didn't have to wait for too long to find out why. "In our history," she said, "those who are outnumbered don't come to good ends. Not most of the time. What would the Zenti have done if they found Earth before we got strong enough to protect ourselves?" The answer was obvious. Raid. Raid. And raid some more. If you were weak enough, maybe even occupy your world and make you plunder it for them. They've done it before. She bit her lower lip, and I hesitated. I thought I went too far, that I scared her, and my immediate instinct was to reassure her. "But you don't have to worry about that. The Zenti are at peace now, and the human fleets and soldiers have a mighty reputation." I reassured her, and it had the added benefit of being true. If the Zenti wouldn't dare attack humans, nobody would. "Still," she said, "that sounds dangerous." I couldn't really deny it, though I had no idea just how significant her three little words were in the human psyche at the time, and more importantly, I could see it wasn't going to make her happy, and making her happy was far more important to me than I ever imagined it could be when I was still far from Earth. "How about a game?" I suggested. "You could teach me some card games?" I proposed, and she perked up a little and got up to retrieve a deck while I got up to retrieve snacks. For the next few hours, the stress was forgotten. Fauve and I played cards using potato chips as chips, eating the winnings occasionally while we drained the coffee pot down to its last drop. Every now and then she got up, came over, and hugged me, like each one would be the last. It was as welcome as it was human, as were the head scratches that went with it. I admit I had yet to initiate any physical affection with anyone, only received it. But it seemed my otherness, my alienness. Let the humans put that aside as a quirk of my species correctly, I might add. But until that night, when the possibility of leaving forever, or at least for years, was spoken out loud, I never noticed that the only physicality I actually initiated was violence. I was instinctively violent toward the failed human, but I was not instinctively affectionate toward even my obviously favorite human. More than that, I actually mentally withdrew myself from her for several days. Drawing conclusions from this was difficult, as my statistics professor said. If your sample size is small and your standard deviations are large, any conclusion other than no conclusion is bad, and you should feel bad. He was a very wise teacher, as teachers went, so with only a sample size of one and a known weakness in myself, it was hard to say much with certainty. Aggressive protection seems to be far and away easier to turn to, though, than aggressive affection. I remarked this exact thing toward Fauve, as our supply of both coffee and potato chips began to dwindle, leaving the white chip bowl nearly empty. Fauve didn't say anything right away. Thoughtful answers or none seemed to be her preference, again a fine quality that I greatly appreciated. But when she did, she asked, "Do you really think of giving hugs to be aggressive affection?" "I do," I answered. "Do you not like them?" she asked, and I could tell she was trying hard not to sound hurt. Her eyes jerked away from me for a moment, though, and I almost jumped out of my skin to deny it. No, they're..." I rubbed the back of my head and wagged my tail while I fumbled for words. "They're actually great. They feel warm, soft, and feel fuzzy, but in a good way. I like them a lot, even more than head scratches." That settled her brief flash of anxiety, but I was surprised by what she said next. "Good. For a moment, I thought you didn't like it. I thought maybe I was just doing what that creature was doing. I don't want to be that person. I keep forgetting you're an alien. You might not always think the same way we do, feel the same way we do. I just kind of assumed you did, and I shouldn't have. If I upset you, I'm sorry." "I'm still figuring people out," I said, setting my cup down on the table. I noticed the way the remnants of tan liquid swished and swayed back and forth against the inner wall. "I don't always know what to say myself. You humans, you're funny, but in a good way." I hastened to add those last two words. "You didn't upset me, not once. I don't mean to say this is aggressive in a bad way, just that it is. Like it's very forward, close. You actually have to go to someone." I emphasized that considerably and cocked my head a little. "We don't do that much. You've seen how I respond to crowds. I am... What is that phrase you humans use? Not an air conditioner. Not a fan, Bailey. Not a fan. She corrected me. A little smile traced over her lips when she corrected my improper application of an idiom. Right. That. I nodded emphatically. It just doesn't feel that aggressive to me. She replied and filled up her coffee cup. Aggressive sounds threatening, she said while the dark liquid sloshed around into the cup in front of her. And if you care about somebody, and they like you too, what's the threat? She asked. I got up. I don't quite know what possessed me to do so, but I admit I felt like I'd neglected something important, accepting the affection of the entire Walker household and offering very little but politeness in return. I approached her side of the table, and though I couldn't open my arms nearly as wide as a human, she got the point. Fauve leaned to the side and I gave out my very first hug. I don't think it was ever her intent to give me evidence in the scientific sense that hugs are not aggressive, or at least not always aggressive. But I do think she wanted me to know it was all right to give as much as receive. Zenti beliefs on take and take were barely an exchange, and never an exchange of equals. Their trading practices involved giving just enough for the other side of what passed for a bargain to pretend they were doing the plundering rather than being plundered. Notably, the Zenti secured advanced spaceflight over 200 years before humanity. But their technology grew stagnant, and their society thrived only because the typical response of most races to danger was flight rather than fight. Races like mine that had a subpopulation of aggressors that made up a vigorous military were the only real check on their plundering ways, until humans took to space and responded to Zenti aggression with what came to be identified as a hallmark of mankind: overkill. But as Fauve accepted my hug, and we shared the warmth of an unimaginable affection, I was reminded of a story out of human mythology. Two males were suckled by a she-wolf, Romulus and Remus, and the two brothers went on to build a city. Romulus would strike down Remus in a fight over whether the city should have a wall or not, and with the death of his brother, Romulus got his way. My professor warned us early on to study humans, study their stories, even their fictional ones, or as he put it, especially their fictional ones. Wolves are defensive creatures, and from what I knew of what became the Roman Empire, they always insisted that they were defending themselves from some injustice. Notably, this was not always true, but their self-perception was that they were defending themselves all the way into being an empire. Fauve's desire to receive as much as to give was, in my view, closely tied to their innate defensiveness as a species. Though they rose to become apex predators, many of their ancestor species were essentially scavenging prey animals that were far from the fierce killers that now dominate the human's little blue dot. The give-and-take approach to affection is, I believed, tied to their sense of everything else, their physical security as much as their mental and their cooperative nature. While they do have a long history of plunder, because they are so very predatory, every conqueror who endures for any length of time must get buy-in from the conquered population to some degree. You must give something even to those you take something from, and it has to matter to them. Perhaps that is a great deal to conclude from a single hug, but there is more. Rebecca and William always struck me as a team. The same seemed true with Percival and Teresa, and from what Byron said, the same was true of their military. Notably, even his bonding with Bosun was rooted in their shared teamwork and experience. Not long after that, however, the pot was empty and the chips were gone, and I said, I really do have to get at least some sleep. I have my first day tomorrow. Plus, I'm going to start classes soon. Sure thing, big dummy. Fauve said it with such sweetness and affection that the insult wasn't an insult. Don't worry me like that again, okay? And don't worry, you'll come up with something, I'm sure of it. She said, and rose up to her tiptoes to scratch the top of my head again. My tail wagged, and I agreed, Sure, I'll do my best, I promise. I said, that much was a promise I could definitely make at least. There was a noise of thunder outside, and we reflexively looked up at the ceiling before turning our eyes toward the window instead. The noise of rain began, and it started to come down, hard. I'll go tell them to come in. They can crash in the living room. Fauve suggested, You can go on to bed. I nodded, but I didn't do as she suggested. I did head for the stairs, but everything is research. So I waited there just out of view while Fauve opened the door. Thanks to my sharp vision and Fauve's slight build, I could see that Bosun and Byron were rushing up the stairs already to take advantage of the overhang on the porch. The swinging bench outside was creaking, as the wind began to billow and batter it back and forth. And when the lightning cracked across the gap from earth to sky, I could see that the two were already thoroughly drenched. Earth weather is unpredictable, especially in the Kentucky place. Heavy rains could come almost out of nowhere. "Yeah, let me get you some blankets. Just use the towels in the bathroom to dry off," I heard Fauve say as the drenched giants turned sideways to enter at the same time behind her when she came in. As this is a belated edition, I will add that since that observation, I have written 2 books just on the subject of human impromptu hospitality and its connection to weather and danger, and their capacity for thoughtful assistance being nearly instantaneous. I will quote only 2 passages drawn from human sources. "For the men of Wu and the men of Yue are enemies. Yet if they are crossing a river in the same boat and are caught by a storm, they will come to each other's assistance, just as the left hand helps the right." And another, a saying out of a place called Mongolia goes, "Happy is he whom guests frequent. Joyful is he at whose door guests' horses are always tethered." Hospitality is central to human social dynamics, so much so that it is said that enemies will share a tent in peace in a storm. The human world is dangerous, but this very fact of its danger has created a people who are capable of caring about even strangers as if they were their own closest family. Whether it be a giant of a human soldier or a lone Dlamacin student who now just didn't want to leave. I went to bed rather than intrude further, more determined than ever that I would find an answer, a way, something to justify the years of experience I longed to have, even if I was being a little selfish about it. Determination is a funny thing. It may drive you to seek results, but it does not actually ensure you get them. My first day of in-person class came sooner than I expected, and I found myself staring at the steps leading up into the building for a lot longer than I needed to. "You nervous?" Bosun asked. He joined me for today, at least for the outdoor trips. His voice was a very low growl, and he made a point of using our native tongue to ask. English was the dominant local tongue, and we usually just used that. Every Dlamisa who visited Earth for work purposes was required to be fluent in the local language. We did have our translating implants, but the reality was that since all language is to some degree a matter of cultural perspective, they were absolute garbage when it came to daily use. Their primary function was as an assistant to us to help us learn quicker than we otherwise would. That way we could pick up on human idioms and cultural references. Bosun's was better than mine. Dlamacin military budgets were something to behold. His included an augmented reality option that let him pull reference materials up in front of his eyeballs. The university student budget? Not that great, but this just made his use of Dlamisar that much stranger. He hadn't spoken our language even once in my presence. Not till now. "If you are, don't be," he said, and looked around. His arms hung loose at his sides, and he looked around at the various human students zipping by on their scooters or walking into buildings. There were a lot of them. "Easy for you to say. You have suppressant drugs and conditioning," I retorted, and he let out a heavy grunt. "Even so, you got up after being sideswiped by a Dlamacin space marine, and from what I hear, you threw a human who was nearly as tall as me. You're at least a little tougher than you think." Bosun said, "Besides, I won't be far. Any trouble? Call me." This was yet another indication that humans and Dlamisa could take a great deal from each other. His words were reassuring, but everything is an experiment, and I made a mental note of it later. Military Dlamisa are notoriously thick-skinned, literally and figuratively. They say little and are used to speaking to no one for long periods of time. Some ships even put them into cryosleep, only waking them up to fight when the time comes. Part of that is because our soldiers are so exceptionally dangerous, and many other species have a hard time being around them. We were the humans of the known galaxy before the humans, you might say. So to hear him express compassion toward me, offer praise, encouragement, there was only one obvious source for that, and that was his association with Byron. "Thank you," I said, and just before I could head for the stairs, I heard a familiar voice. "Hey, waiting here for me?" I turned to the voice to see Lisa's smiling face. She wore a pair of jeans and a cropped shirt that exposed her midriff, along with some perfectly ordinary sneakers that were a vibrant blue shade. "I guess I am, even if I wasn't." I perked up when I found myself with a companion to go in with. "Hey, Bosun, have a good one. Don't worry about this guy. I'll watch his tail," she said, and we both looked at her in surprise. It was the first time we'd heard an expression of our home world pass a human's lips. "What? I pulled down a Dlamison phrasebook. I might as well make you feel at home, right?" she said, and kept that big, welcoming smile on her face. The natural ambassadorial skills of humans never ceased to amaze me. As I followed beside her up the stairs after she traded a few courtesies with Boasfin that I barely noticed, I couldn't help but think, the human capacity to make friends might make them more dangerous than their capacity for violence. It wasn't hard to imagine weaponized diplomacy, backed by the rapidly growing human military might. Fove's concern about species like hers and ours being outnumbered, being recognized around the world by human leaders, was an intimidating thought. I was so lost in those thoughts that while Lisa led me to the classroom, I didn't even notice the directions. I just aimlessly followed after her. "You need to stop getting distracted," I told myself as we walked through the thick wooden door. It was heavy, shockingly so. So much so that I stopped at the door and swung it several times. "It's old," Lisa said when she saw me fiddling with it. "You say that like it's an explanation." I retorted and swung the door once more for good measure. I managed to ignore the gaggle of other students who watched with expressions that ranged from bemusement to amusement at what to them must have been a curious alien antic. "Oh, right, you wouldn't know." Lisa snapped her fingers and said, "That just looks like all wood. In fact, it's got a heavy iron core. A few hundred years ago, they used to have a problem with school shootings. A bunch of schools, from the ones for very small children to college students like us. They got shot up and a bunch of kids died." I couldn't go pale in the face, but I could drop my jaw, and did. Crazy people were allowed to have guns? I knew humans could be reckless. Everybody knew that, but that took reckless to another level. They weren't supposed to, but it kept happening until they made it so almost nobody had guns. Then there weren't guns for crazy people to get. That was a few hundred years ago, but one of the solutions early on was to make bulletproof doors to keep crazy gun-wielding maniacs out. Lisa explained, and I closed the door behind me with the utmost gentleness. We don't have the problem anymore, but nobody ever took out the doors. So? Big, heavy doors in a lot of the old buildings that were around in the early 21st century. Lisa said it reassuringly, and I admit, my sigh of relief was visible. There is an unpleasant thought. Education is stressful enough without getting shot at while getting it, I said, and the other students nodded along with the sage understanding that can only come from students of higher learning. The class was laid out with a number of simple, square-topped desks and chairs made of wood that could have stood to be a bit more comfortable if I'm being honest. Interestingly, the alignment of desks was a curve that created a wide-open central space, or would have, but that central space was taken up with a long, flat desk on which nothing sat. I wanted to ask questions, but before I could, a middle-aged woman with short brown hair walked into the room and strode up to the far end of the room. She was somewhat obese as humans went, though not to the extent that Wolfbeard was. Unlike him, however, she wore a bright and sunny smile, and she seemed to crackle with energy and varied gesture. "Welcome to creative writing. I'm Professor Edwards," she said, and then for seemingly no reason at all, she slapped the wall behind her with an open hand, creating a massive crack sound that stiffened my tail and everybody else's backs all at once. "Didn't see that coming, did you?" she asked. And that's part of what makes creativity what it is. She hadn't waited for anyone to answer. The unexpected, the unlooked for, taking two ordinary things, an older woman's hand and a boring old wall, and combining them to make something unexpected. Take a chainsaw and a person, you get Chainsaw Man. Take a corpse and a living person, you get a vampire or a zombie. Take a human and a dog, maybe you get a Dlamisa. She winked in my direction, and I can only say I was glad to know I was acknowledged in such a friendly manner. You can make anything in fiction, and during this class, that is exactly what you're going to do. Now turn to page 35 and let's get started. No sooner than we heard her command, than we all began flipping through our datapads to follow along. We read through quite a bit in a very short period of time. I learned about how unreliable narrators created realism and confusion. I learned about the 3-arc structure. I learned a lot in a very little time. And when the class began to wind down, I got my first creativity exercise. I suppose I should point out that creativity is not widely encouraged among Dlamisa. We're able to do it. We have our arts, our music, but our society is so focused upon its efficiency and advancement that we do nothing to fund or promote the arts as a result. It should come as no surprise that few of my race are ever really exposed to them. My first real exposure to concentrated quantities of creativity was in studying human media forms, their old movies, books, and the materials I would need or thought I would need in order to understand them. But I had never created anything myself before, unless you count Ballyball. The exercise we were given was simple. Spend the last 10 minutes of class writing a story about being somebody else in this class, anyone. Take a good look at them, and try to imagine their life. Don't say who, just write a short fictional story about what it's like being them. I was coping well enough with it being only a small number, about 25 people, but I felt every eyeball in the room turned toward me. I didn't need to be a genius to know that everybody picked the alien. "Oh boy," I said out loud and cocked my head. I let my ears flop down and looked at them all in that curious expression that seemed to make the primates happy. "Trust me, I'm not that exciting." I cautioned them, but with enormous and absurd grins on their faces, they immediately began writing. For my part, what could I say? The more I learned, the more I realized I didn't know, and trying to imagine all these different lives just based on appearance alone? Then it hit me. I don't have to go just by faces and bodies. I shut my eyes and focused all my attention on my sense of smell, and I inhaled deeply. One stood out in particular, our instructor. There was so much there. The smell of fresh-baked bread, a soft lavender shampoo, and thanks to my exposure to Michael, I knew the smells that toddlers accumulated. I knew the scent of stress, and there was plenty of that. I had enough. I hastened my fingers to the surface of the datapad and began to write. A volume could be written about the impressions I got from the would-be writers in that class, and I dare say that any student of culture could draw a great deal of information on the local population just based on how I was featured in the stories I would hear when they were eventually read at the start of the next class. However, while I did request and receive copies from those who wrote to feature me in their one-shot short stories, which I eventually released in a short compendium to my larger volumes of studies on humans, this is not the place you will find them. Some of my colleagues, one of whom would prove quite vexing in time when we finally met, would be particularly critical of withholding those stories from this particular volume. However, instead the choice was mine, and I made it. Class came and went, and I parted ways with Lisa as quickly as we began. I worked that day and filled out idle paperwork in between the arduous task of ordering the local unit's database of documents and information into something sensible. Truth be told, nothing of note, even by my standards, happened that day, which is why I gloss over it to cover the next day of class, and where I and the others read their brief stories out loud. Those same critics would level their clucking tongues and accusing fingers at me for including a fraction of my own work where I excluded the others, but I assure you this is justified. Our plump but energetic teacher leveled her pudgy finger at me and said my name. "Bailey, you may read now." To my eternal gratitude, I was the last to go, and so I had time to brace myself mentally. I told myself over and over, just treat it like your doctoral presentation. It's just like that, just practice. I tried not to be nervous, though my tail drooped a little, and a mortifying awe came from somewhere in the tiny sea of faces when that became obvious. But I did my best. She stepped aside, nodded encouragingly, and left the podium to me. At that moment, I recalled the way Fauve stood in front of hundreds of adults, and I wondered with awe that any human, any creature, could be that brave. All I could be was just me, which at that moment didn't feel like very much at all. I lowered my head and looked down at my datapad, cleared my throat, and read. My story is titled, If Only, by Bailey Walker. I do my best, and I am so tired. She won't sleep, she won't cooperate. If only I had time for me. If only they knew how much I loved them. If only they knew how much I cared. Wouldn't they return the same to me? If only they knew. Would they dare? The warmth of the sweets that I give them, and the warmth of the sweets I consume. I will spare you the rest of my awful first attempt at a fictional work. I had written the short story in poetry form, which was meant to show the frustration of a single mother who ate sweets to feel something good while feeling unappreciated in her home. I felt the long, quiet stare of my teacher a little too much for my liking, and when I stopped reading my short page, it was several lengthy seconds which felt like minutes, before at last our teacher said, very good first effort. Not very action-oriented, but very emotive. Still, try to flex your creative muscles a little. Fiction can be anything. You could have her flee from it all by jumping into space on a pogo stick, or an alien shows up and sweeps her off her feet, or she develops superpowers and suddenly everything is easy, only it leaves her unfulfilled now that there's no challenges left. Do anything, and the less real it is, the more it can touch the audience. The best familiar in fiction is far removed from reality, but still also touches home in just the right ways. She gave me a very fragile smile. I'd seen it before, on Fauve, William, and Rebecca, when they were sure they should smile, but weren't sure they could keep it up. She knew. Humans are a disturbingly perceptive species in some ways. In a way, I failed. If I had made it more outlandish, she wouldn't have seen who it was about, but I was so focused on the details. Talk about an error. After class, Lisa seemed to notice my distress, and she gave the fur on my arm a little tug. "Coffee?" she asked. "Work starts in an hour," I told her, and she tugged my fur again. "Coffee is 5 minutes away and work is 7 on a scooter." "So, coffee?" she asked, and tilted her head up at me with a playful smile that was really more of a taunt. She leaned forward a little and tilted her head up so that the autumn leaf design of her hair swayed a little. I do not know why, but I have a hard time saying no when these humans ask me to do things. I rubbed the back of my head, my ears flopped down and my tail wagged a little. Yeah, sure," I said and began to walk beside her. The buildings may have been largely square or rectangular, but the University of Louisville seemed to love to make the interiors round for some reason, with open corridors and each level able to look down on the one below it. I drew some funny looks and some surprised ones too, but those I could blow off. But from a very small number of human males, I drew looks of outright hostility. Their glowers were matched by the brief baring of teeth, but none approached me, and Lisa seemed not to notice them. Another of my kind might have been confused, but I was not. I knew that despite the help of Percival, there were still those out there who were convinced all aliens were a threat, and from my own casual browsing in weak moments, I knew that some awful things were said of how I related to my human family. That didn't linger on my mind for long, however, as we made our way downstairs in short order and stood in line at a small counter while Lisa fiddled on her datapad. "There, order placed," she said, and stowed it in her backpack. "You what now?" I asked. "I ordered for us both, don't worry, this one is on me." She said, "You grab us a table, I've got nowhere to be until practice, and you've got nowhere to be till work, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't get our table early." She pointed out, it was an efficient argument that no Dlamisa could resist. Yeah, sure." I agreed, and looked to the side area where out of dozens of tables, only 2 or 3 remained open. The hubbub of chatter wasn't that bad, despite the little crowd. It reminded me of the bar on the ship that brought me to Earth in the first place. Now here I was again with yet another Lisa, who was seemingly just as charming. "I still have that liquor she gave me." I thought it over and licked my lips. No, save it for a special occasion," I told myself. But before I thought too much about that, my new Lisa sat down across from me. The table was round, small, and just perfect for 2, and she asked me abruptly, "What's up?" "Nothing," I protested. "You don't have to say," she said, and slid the thick paper cup over to me. The hot, steaming liquid drifted up to taunt my nose with the scent of that wonderful, rich, dark bean. "But," she took a sip of her cup, "William did tell me you're a terrible liar." "A lot of things," I admitted. Deception, it seems, was not my greatest skill. "You don't have to say," she repeated herself. "But nobody here is listening. Well, except for me." She pointed to herself with one finger. "And besides, you want to be focused for your job here in a little while, right?" The threat to my efficiency loomed large in my mind, and I went over how the weight of my deadline for an experiment loomed larger every day, how I was upset that I made Fauve worry she'd done something wrong, and how I screwed up that assignment by making it obvious to the teacher that she was the subject. Lisa remained quiet through it all, and herein I must add, one of the humans' finest strengths is their capacity for empathy. From a scientific standpoint, it simply refers to the capacity to learn by observation, to understand the motives of others. It is part of why humans undergo a prolonged period of maturation and learning before they grow to adulthood. But this hyper-empathetic trait was so powerful that this human I barely knew not only managed to identify that I was disturbed, but able to get me to talk about it. Empathy, in this regard, is not only the capacity to understand, but also to care. Their ability to connect thought and feeling, action and decision, is far superior to any other predatory species I have ever encountered. It made me wonder how it is that humans, with this hyper-empathetic trait, were ever able to take the lives of their fellow men. I resolved to make a study of human war culture and history later, but in that moment, it was just a wave of relief washing over me to vent to someone who would listen and reassure me that it wasn't as bad as I thought. That, however, was interrupted by the buzzing of my datapad. "Just one moment," I said, and Lisa sipped quietly on her coffee while I pulled out the pad and unlocked it. "Oh, this is unexpected," I said as I read through the message. "What's that?" Lisa asked. She leaned forward over the table as if to look at the tablet for herself. "The merchant vessel, the one I'm supposed to handle, they got slingshotted by a rogue star passing through space that greatly increased their speed and, well, they're going to be here in a few days." "Is that bad?" Lisa asked. "I don't know. Based on what this says, they heard about bourbon, whiskey, and various other things. And with them being ahead of schedule, plus with the probable damage to the ship from the slingshot maneuver, do you think Louisville has enough liquor to keep a cargo ship full of really drunk Dlamacin merchant sailors happy once they find out what the stuff is like?" I had my doubts about that, but Lisa seemed not to, as she only reached out, tapped the black tip of my nose and said, "Challenge accepted." I should have known better than to ask a human if something like that could be handled. I really should have. But to my credit, I knew a mischievous look when I saw it at least. "You're thinking of something, aren't you?" I asked, and Lisa nodded. She was wiggling in her chair with the kind of excitement I didn't often see even out of humans, but that I've at least seen in fiction, and recognized that it meant she was anticipating something. Lisa didn't speak right away. She had her datapad out and was typing something. A moment later there was a ding noise back, then more typing, then more dings. I pulled the face. The cocked, curious look that made humans seem to melt and made them talkative. "A bunch of your guys' sailors are heading here, right? Space Marines? Space Doggos? Merchant Space Doggo Marines?" "Whatever, yeah?" she asked, clearly trying not to keep her smile from getting larger. "Yes." I drew out my answer. I kind of had a feeling I knew where this was going. "So, like, you're on the football team now? And you work for the little army office here. What say we get everybody together for a good time? A little goodwill exchange. They're going to get some shore leave, right? Not just hang out at the space dock," she asked. But she already knew the answer. Louisville had always been a transportation hub, and it wasn't uncommon for shuttles or ships to land on the outskirts of the city. Maybe we could introduce them to some human sports, arts, and how we kind of cut loose, and they could show us what they do when they need to unwind. It'd be fun, and after that nasty business recently, a little goodwill couldn't hurt. It was a more tentative tone out of her than I expected, but I could see she was hooked on the idea. It was at this point that the seed of an idea that had taken root before began to break through the soil of my mind and blossom. "I'll talk to the ambassador. We've been here for a bit and I have to go to work, but thanks for listening. Have a good day." I know I spoke more rapidly than I normally did, that it probably looked like I was blowing her off, but the truth was far different. Academic vigor was taking hold in me like fire through dry grass. Looking back even hours later, I might have hurt her feelings a little, but I am Dlamacin, my work, my task. I was honed in on it. I began typing out a proposal with pros and cons, intending to send a concept draft to Professor Sislith before I even reached my place of business. In the first edition of this publicly released journal, I did not include the concept document. However, due to popular request for the sake of the historical record, as I have the only remaining copy, I will enclose it below. Professor Sexlith, proposal. A study in interspecies team dynamics between Dlamacin Space Marines, Earth military units, and Earth sports teams. Hypothesis. Different species may bond effectively through cooperative competition. Plan of action. Introduce a sport with which the teams have no prior experience, but which athletic figures are capable of engaging in. For our purposes, I will introduce each of the 3 groups to Ballyball, and then pit them against each other. Variables will include team shifts, rewards, and the introduction of alcoholic beverages. As we change dynamics and levels of social inhibition, I predict the teams will gel into one unified whole across each variable. Justification. It is paramount to the peace of the galaxy that species learn to work cooperatively, not only in spite of their differences but because of them. Understanding our respective strengths and weaknesses will allow us all to come together in a common peace. Species justification. Humans and lamisans are available in sufficient numbers for observation, are both evolved from apex predatory races, but also clash in the wide gulf of cultures from which we come. If humans and lamisa can come together, then any species can. It was crude, but it was also a matter of urgency. I knew I could clean it up later. As I zipped along the path on my scooter, racing toward my workplace, I drafted a spoken message to be delivered over the global net. Professor, at your earliest hasty convenience, I urge you to check the proposal I've just dispatched. I apologize for the crudity involved, but variables have changed and approval will be needed soon, before the arrival of the freighter. I will get approval from the local military. I'll go through Byron if I have to. Please get back to me as soon as you've granted approval and I'll let you know my budget by tonight. I hung up the call. He hadn't answered. That wasn't shocking to me. The professor had a lot of students to mind here on Earth, and at least one of us caused all manner of havoc. My arrival at my workplace came minutes later, and I walked in 15 minutes before my day was to begin. I have to admit, the human military had quite an appeal to me. They were quiet and businesslike. I sat at my desk and began sorting through files and linking data, and went uninterrupted for 2 straight hours. It was only when I heard the telltale ding on my datapad that I stopped my work and pulled it out of my pocket to check. Clothing may not have been necessary on my world, but it was hard to deny the practicality of wearing things with built-in carriers. My finger trembled when I went to my datapad screen and unlocked it with my telltale squiggle pattern. All 3 of my hearts were pounding in my chest like I was in the crosshairs of a Zenti pirate vessel all over again. If he doesn't approve this... I felt my air sac seize up. I pictured myself trudging, walking down the long corridor of the entry station, the walkers going with me. Fauve would hug me, I was sure. I think they all would have. Michael, given time, would forget me, painlessly, easily, until I was just this faint, vague memory of a figure he used to play with. Fauve? She would grow up, grow older. I'd be able to correspond with her, and in time she would be all right. Human children are adaptable, and we could write to one another at least. And we probably would, for a few years at least, until her adulthood and her own life took her away from keeping in touch. Then we too would drift apart. William and Rebecca, they would age and pass away before I could even hope to return, and that is if I didn't have to take a human colony posting. I had very little chance of ever seeing my humans again if this did not go well. Even if he approved it, even if he was on my side, this was what humans call a long shot. But it was the only shot I had. I suppose it was my own anxiety that convinced me not to approach the officers at my administrative job just then. I just plugged away at my work sorting files and organizing their database in silence. It was eerie how little these humans spoke. It reminded me of the polite but dismissive behavior I received at the embassy of my people. Nobody spoke unless they had something that absolutely had to be said. Silent work and steady progress. If they were more efficient about it, I would think they were Dlamisa in disguise. In other circumstances, it would have been a scathing insult, but human inefficiency seemed to be just a trade-off for their other, finer qualities. The things that made them better friends, better families, better people in general to be around, also made them less than stellar at the things that kept an organization running smoothly. Case in point, I was looking at a form and noticed that a leave request was approved. This form was on paper, a rarity, but I saw why. There was a yellow note attached, stating to just process it. It was for the soldier to go attend a recital for his daughter. Technically, the dates were outside of the acceptable range, putting him into debt in terms of time off, but they wanted it approved anyway since his family was out of the area and he would have to travel. There are levels to this, and I had to learn more. So I brought the leave form up to the giant of a man who ran that office. Sir, this leave puts him in the hole. He won't be able to take any more vacation time for at least 3 months. The behemoth grunted. Yeah, so? So, is that wise? According to your rules that I read earlier, they can only go into the red on their vacation time for emergencies. I pointed out, and his eyebrows raised. You read the regs already? He grunted out the question with surprise obvious in his voice and face. Yes, sir, and this seems to go against it. I checked, and there's nothing about ballet recitals that constitute an emergency. My answer obviously didn't please him, and I reflexively took a step back when I saw his face briefly redden. He took a deep breath and said, Listen, Bailey, Specialist Sanchez is a long way from home. His family can't be with him because his wife needs specialized care. His daughter has only 2 of these recitals per year. He's never missed one. His wife can't make it. If he doesn't go, she won't have anyone in the audience to dance for. Being a good father is an emergency. She might not remember every time he's around, but she'll sure as hell remember when he's not. Approve it and plug it in. Override the denial with the emergency option. If you say so, sir. I answered, returned to my desk. I reached for my stapler to secure the post-it note permanently to the page for archiving, and found that it was gone. I'll need that stapler back, I said, and plugged the information into the system. But while I did so, I made note of several key details. The commanding officer knew the fine details of a subordinate's life, and acted to ensure that those fine details were provided for. It was an almost unthinkable level of personal care from a senior to a subordinate, something I had not seen often save from my own professor until coming to Earth. But here it seemed to be quite routine. I thought about the epoxy-covered balloon animal the police officer gave me. It still sat proudly on my shelf, a memento of being arrested. I still thought about him sometimes, his friendly and engaging air, how far he went to make sure I wasn't afraid. This capacity for kindness out of the people around me and over me made one thing abundantly clear. With this philosophy of humans that put each other before the idle processing of data, we might have a somewhat less efficient galaxy, but I was also sure we would have a far, far better one. When my stapler was placed back on my desk, I secured the note to the paper document and put it into a small tan file folder, and resumed my work without further issue until it was time to go home. I left the office in the early evening and made my way back by hoverbus. The air was crisp and clear, though I admit that with my open mouth I'm pretty sure I swallowed a few bugs. Worth it. I savored the feel of the wind carrying my ears back and the feel of that billowing breeze against my fur. I didn't really mind the passengers. They were few in number, and their own obvious amusement at my swaying tail and happy expression made them easy to be around. I was surprised, however, to find that Boatswain was waiting for me at my stop. I tilted my head back to look up at the giant of my people, and before I could even ask what he was doing here, he spoke. "I need your help," he said. "My help?" I asked. I could barely believe what I was hearing. I stuck my fingers into my ears and wiggled them around as if to clear them. "Yeah," he said and pointed away from the stop. "Let's walk and talk," he said, and I nodded. I felt a little dumb right then, especially in retrospect when I thought about it, given what I'd told him before. We were a few feet away from any prying ears when he said, "I thought about what you told me, about leaving. You were right." "Oh, you checked your assignment schedule, I'm guessing?" I asked, and he gave a very morose nod. "I'm supposed to rotate out in 2 years to help stand up the new embassy on the Zenti homeworld. It's a big move for my career." The way he said it told me all I needed to know. "But you don't care about that, I'm guessing?" I asked. He shook his head. "I like it here. I don't want to go either. Byron is my human. I want you to help me stay here on Earth. Ask the embassy to keep me. Tell them you won't accept other guards." I knew immediately from his use of the plural that his comrade felt the same way. "That might not work. I may have to leave even sooner than you do. But if I can come up with something that would justify you staying..." I knew how much it meant to me not to leave the walkers now, and the lesson I learned not but a few hours earlier was not lost on me. "I'll do what I can." It was all I could promise. "Thank you," Bosun answered. "Don't thank me yet," I retorted. "Thank you," he reiterated just as the house came into view. All I could think of when he repeated himself was, "I'll have to do something to earn that." It was the first time I'd been thanked that sincerely by one of my own kind, and I didn't want it to be for nothing. Dinner that evening was a very pleasant experience. It usually was. Fauve spoke about her enthusiasm for her new internship. The work she was doing involved, much to her delight, a lot of coffee. As she put it, "Coffee is fuel for creative engines. They're always on the go there. Teresa mostly has me just following her around and minding her schedule. But the weird thing is, she has me taking a lot of notes." This had my interest. Notes? What kind of notes? I could see that I just barely beat William and Rebecca in asking the question, as both leaned forward with interest. The high investment of humans with their young necessitates a lot of communication, and I had to think of these two as experts at it. Oddly enough, human communication involves a lot of listening. Her routine, how she orders her day, and at the end of the day she asked me why I think she was doing what she was doing when she was doing it. Fauve scratched her head and briefly ran her fingers through the long strands of thin brown hair. She was homeschooled a lot, and this was how her grandfather and her tutors taught her. Fauve cleared her throat and did what was, in my view, a passable Teresa impression, not just the what and how, but the why. When you know the why, you can figure out the rest. Sometimes she corrects me, but she says I've got good instincts. Fauve was beaming with obvious pride. Humans can be such a proud species, and their pride is the thing they're the very worst at hiding. In my view, all of them could use a little dose of Dlamacin humility, but strangely enough, their sense of pride is a double-edged sword. It compels them to do their best, or it convinces the worst of them that they're better than they are and inhibits their improvement. That's fantastic, Fauve, but remember, you do still have your other schoolwork to do, William reminded her, and Fauve looked briefly both crestfallen and annoyed. Yeah, Dad, I know, she replied, and looked over to her mother for aid. Divide and conquer seems a common strategy among children, and though Fauve didn't expressly ask for her mother to intervene, it seemed their silent communication was flawless. Human eyes provide an interesting form of communication that I have not seen elsewhere in the galaxy. Dlamisa like me do use some silent communication, our body language, our tails, even our eyes can show some expression. But a single look can convey volumes of understanding between humans who have a long association with one another. I have theorized that this is linked to their empathetic method of learning and socialization. Combined with long association with one another, they learn each other's thought patterns and gain an understanding of intent without having to actually speak. Fauve's mother was evidently fluent in this silent language of expression, as she paused from feeding the wiggling Michael and said, "Don't even think it, young lady. You're 14. You've got a lot on your plate, but if you need to quit something, it won't be school. You can quit your job at the mall." Fauve pouted a little. "But it's so easy that it's dull." "Then do it faster and get it over with. If you finish by the time you're 16, then you won't have to worry about it anymore," William remarked offhandedly, and Byron chuckled from his seat beside me, trading a look with Bosun. "Smart girl. Wish I could have done that. Or, nah, I had too much fun playing football. Wouldn't trade it for anything. But a little more smarts would have been good for reducing worry about tests." He shrugged his own commentary off and cut into the center of his steak. Bosun's tail wagged beside him as the behemoth of a human security officer started regaling the table with stories of his football days. I added nothing to the conversation for a while. Instead, I was writing. The walkers let me work on my datapad in between bites of food, understanding, thankfully, the need for me to continue my observations. I cannot emphasize enough how lucky I was that I ended up with such a scientifically minded household. An engineer and a biologist both readily understood the need for a careful study of data, and that my work in this respect was a constant for me. I wasn't sure how Fauve felt about being a bit of an experiment in her own right, but if she did mind, she never said it. If I asked, I think she would say, "Of course you want to study me. I'm fascinating." She could be very proud after all, though it might have been at least somewhat tongue-in-cheek, and I could already imagine the playful smile on her face in saying it. Normally, my notes would have been different, but this evening I was busy laying out plans for supplies, writing down things to send off as communications later, and drafting a request to the University of Louisville to let me use their football stadium for my study. I was in the middle of doing this when a message popped up from Professor Slith. "Funding has been approved for all necessary supplies, approval dispatched already. Proceed as planned and create a formal write-up when time permits." I couldn't resist. "I figured out my experiment," I said, my tale giving away my obvious enthusiasm. "And I just got approval." I added, and the table fell silent. I rarely jumped into conversations, so this in and of itself was unusual. I could see from their brief, quiet expressions that they were processing what I'd said, and from the relief on their faces and heavy sighs as if they'd been holding their breath for some time. They were happy about it. I didn't write down all their questions, but suffice it to say they wanted to know what I'd come up with. After I explained, Byron rubbed his jaw. "You might not get much help from the local military office. Gotta be honest with you there. Not that they wouldn't want to, but offices like that aren't exactly known for their competitive athleticism. Besides, if you want some real play that'll keep the government interested, My guys'd be happy to jump on board. Since we're still tied to the federal government and we're technically a branch of service, it meets your needs. We would have to hold off on the alcohol component, though. He pointed out, and I admit I was less than pleased about that. Give me the thing, the whatever. Contact for the ship coming in. Bosun said, Every Dlamacin embassy security officer has fleet time. I'll write up a testimonial about the value of the exercise to duty performance. Anything that increases efficiency is a win in their eyes. Plus, they need something to fill the time in port during repairs, I'll bet. I can't believe they did a slingshot maneuver. His fur bristled a little at the very idea, but I had little real understanding of why this mattered. Fauve spared us all the question. Is that bad? She asked. If by bad you mean a choice between a silent scream in the eternal void, your corpse floating along for millions of years until you are swallowed by a star or a planet. He tapped one finger on the table. Or your ship burns up so that you are incinerated alive in one blinding moment of agony after a miscalculation. He tapped his next finger on the table. Or if you consider the possibility of flying into the path of a black hole with no chance of avoiding it. He tapped his third finger on the table. Or if you find it unpleasant to crash into an asteroid you couldn't see coming. He gave a hard, derisive sneeze. Well then, yes, it is bad. It's that dangerous? Fauve asked, mouth open and eyes wide. It has some advantages, Bosun explained. Shorter travel means less exposure to danger, plus it would carry them through Zenti routes faster than any Zenti could travel. They may be quiet now, but you never know when you'll encounter a rogue somewhere. But yes, it's extremely dangerous. I thought your species was supposed to be very cautious, Fauve said, and looked at me with mock-accusing eyes. Then again, she broke into a teasing little grin, and when I leaned forward she scratched right behind my ears. Bosun huffed. Most of us are. But military Dlamacins and ship captains are some of our outliers. You don't leap into the void if you aren't a little reckless. He wasn't wrong. I knew of a dozen races that, though they developed advanced civilizations capable of spaceflight, absolutely refused unless they were in cryosleep while they were still on their world and transported like cargo to some other place. And they only did that because there was always the possibility that their world might undergo a disaster, and they'd need a new home ready for themselves. Whoever the captain is, they must be an outlier among outliers to do something that wild. Given the way his tail wagged, it was obvious that Bosun was thoroughly enthusiastic about a chance at meeting a wild Dlamacin ship captain. I was less enthusiastic, but I couldn't turn down his help. I'll send you everything you need, I promised, and if you'll participate too, I think I can help. He figured out what I meant when my tail smacked against his, and though he didn't say anything in terms of thanks, I believe he was thinking it. From there, we spent the rest of the evening coming up with rules for Ballyball, an official list of things that could and could not be done. If we have pads, we could include biting, Bosun suggested. Biting humans is how we got to this point. Plus, that seems contradictory to the whole notion of peace. Besides that, we need to test out how well this works on the whole before we start including things that could cause injury. Humans would need all new armor on their necks just to be safe. My bite strength is the equivalent of one of their lions. A modified space marine with training? I snorted and shook my head. I did a comparison while I was bored during the trip here. Your bite strength is greater than 6,000 psi. Every eye turned toward the Dlamacin security officer. I can't prove it now, of course, but I swear he sat a little taller in his chair. A strong bite is a point of pride for a Dlamisa, and when he saw Byron nod, Bosun opened his mouth to show off his teeth. Unlike mine, his teeth were capped with a titanium tip, and his were significantly larger than mine. He flexed his upper body, and his neck visibly bulged while he showed off, I explained. Our ancestors would chase prey, stab with our forefingers to hook into the flesh, and then our teeth would latch on. After that, we would shake the prey using our neck muscles to shred the flesh further. Aside from humans, we're the only known species that can track prey all day, though we do need to stop to drink unless we have something to help with that. Bosun snapped his jaws shut several times in rapid succession, drawing some impressed whispers and Rebecca's intense curiosity. So how do you get a bite strength like that? She asked. She set down the spoon she was using to feed her son and approached Bosun. She leaned at the hip so that she was facing his jaw. Military Dlamisa are so large that even seated, she was eye level while standing up, and had to lean to the side to look under his jaw. Her hair tumbled long and loose, swaying in the breeze that passed through the open window. She smelled faintly of coconut and seemed utterly fearless. Perhaps some will not find this strange, but I would remind anyone who does that the galaxy is populated predominantly with evolved prey species, and out of those that did evolve from predators, apex or otherwise, Dlamisa were the most widely feared. Our predatory bodies, mine being something of an exception, always appear aggressive to more timid species. Getting up close to one of us is not something lightly done. Every instinct in the body of a prey species warns them not to come too close. Even many predators naturally stand away. But here, humans are magnificent in their utter fearlessness. True, one may make light of her coming close by way of saying she was using her reason and trusting to her personal knowledge of myself and our resident guard. But I point out that reason does not eliminate instinct, and there was no evident struggle over whether she should approach. No hint of instinctive fear of my enormous mountain of muscle and dark fur. "May I?" she asked, her hands coming up, and after a glance down at me and a whack of my tail against his, Bosun lowered his head a little and let her work. Rebecca brought her hands up and touched the underside of his jawline with the pads of her fingers. She let out an appreciative whistle as her fingers inspected Long Jaw. "What?" Byron asked, a note of rare intellectual curiosity in his voice. "My boy hear that impressive?" "Yes," Rebecca answered. "Good God, I've never seen a structure like this. In most species, the jaws are connected only at the base, near the back. But in our friend here?" She straightened up and began following the muscle lines all over his snout. "No, muscles run from front to back as well as at the base, almost like a drawbridge. The way it coils from point to point is totally alien to this world and any species I've ever seen. A bite like this will go through bone like butter." She gave another appreciative whistle and began reflexively scratching the top of Bosun's head. His tail wagged at the praise, and he began tapping one foot on the ground, his tongue lolling out in happiness. Praise for our bite is one of the highest praises you can offer one of our kind. I dare say he has the strongest single bite on our planet, at least 20% greater than a Nile crocodile, she added, and if Bosun's wagging tail hit mine any harder after that, I think mine would have flown off. Heh. I knew those chompers were strong, but not that strong. Byron looked up, and Bosun reflexively opened his mouth to show them off again. "But that's my boy for you. Strong like bull, bite like gator." He nudged Bosun in the ribs, and though I didn't get it, I gathered there was a backstory there to some conversation I hadn't been party to. "So, biting is definitely off the table for the rules of the game," I reiterated, and Bosun reluctantly nodded. "Damn, I like biting." He reflected. "Me too, buddy, me too." William answered, and his wife gave him a dirty look which I can only describe as a long suffering, though I was not quite sure why. "So how does a species get a bite like that? If what Bailey says is right, even he's got a bite like a lion. Is that natural?" Fauve asked. I winced a little inside at the way she said it. Jaw strength, after all, is key to our culture, and the strength of the bite in male or female is a strong predictor of whether or not one will mate with the other. Fauve might not have meant to say I would never find a mate, but it was quite the implication. Still, it was an innocent question, so I answered accordingly. "Most of it," I said. "He's had some enhancement, genetic modifications primarily. However, that only enhances his already considerable strength. To be with embassy security, he had to have a minimum bite strength of 4,000 psi. Bosun clearly didn't mind the praise, and added in, "I can bite clean through a Zenti shell and spit it out, no problem." So again, just to be clear, no biting. Not until someone has come up with suitable safety gear at least, I reiterated, and the table was filled with sage nods. Other rules were easy, with the field's white line boxing everyone in. 1 human thrower per Dlamisa, 1 Dlamisa per thrower. The Dlamisa could only carry 2 balls at a time, his own plus 1 stolen from one opponent. The farther the throw, the more points the throw is worth, with 1 point for every 3 meters. If he stole a ball, then the points were based on the farther throw, effectively doubling the value of the long-distance throw, even if they got a ball that was thrown only a short way. Tackles were permitted, punches and kicks were not. Disrupting throws were permitted. And so the rules continued. Little by little the game evolved, up to and including how the throwers could intervene with returning Dlamacin retrievers, as well as how many balls could be thrown in a match, and how they would be held after retrieval. Then, just like that, I think William said it best. There's nothing left to add, and there's nothing to take away. That means Ballyball is perfect. You know, I realize this is for science, but it honestly does sound like it might be fun to watch. Could we maybe invite a few people? Rebecca suggested. I felt multiple eyes on me from all directions but the wall. It seemed to run counter to the spirit of the observational study, but then... Maybe? I could include one more variable as well. Yes, sure. What's just a few people? I asked. I'll probably have to have the captain there anyway, and I'll have to have the crew there as well to see who is willing to volunteer. So what's a few humans watching for fun? And just like that, I asked the dumbest question of my entire life. A few days later, I was at the park, mid-air, grabbing the tennis ball before I realized that I was going to land in the water. I recalled a human saying, "Look before you leap." I had enough time to realize the wisdom of this expression, just not enough time to save myself. I did catch the thing in my mouth. It's a funny thing my species still does, a holdover from our predatory days. Even though we have hands that allow the manipulation of tools and can grab with almost the same strength as a full-grown human, they do have a greater grip strength. We still instinctively grab things with our mouths if we're not thinking about it. And the lure of the ball was far, far too great. So I, in my unthinking state, grabbed it with my jaws and came crashing down into the water below. My fur at least had an oily undercoat. My particular variety of Dlamisa was very good with water, and as such, even if I didn't have the fans to help, I would drip dry if given time. I heard my human laughing while I swam to shore. Fauve was dressed in jean shorts that have been popular on Earth for centuries. It was hardy, durable clothing and as such barely changed over time. Much like shoe design, there comes a point where maximum efficiency, durability, and performance are achieved, after which improvements are mere tweaks to the existing form. She also wore a loose-fitting, short-sleeve shirt, emblazoned with the artistic stylization of a demon princess from her favorite anime adaptation of the novel series How Misunderstandings Made a Demon Lord. She had particular, even peculiar tastes, my human. The character in question was as far from Fauve's personality as could be. Fauve was an introvert, and seldom had any real interest in leaving her home by non-electronic means. Though not fearful of travel, it had no interest to her. She lived more in her own mind than any other human I knew, including her parents. But the character in question was the demoness Lamashi, whose story had her actually running away from her home in the castle of the Demon Lord and becoming a pirate. Strangely enough, the story came full circle with her returning to her father and to her responsibilities. But her adventurous and outgoing nature carried her far away for a good long time. As I swam to shore, I saw her laughter stop, and she turned her attention to my datapad, which sat on a park bench near the water. "Bailey, you've got an incoming message. It reads urgent. You might want to look at this," she called out, and I pushed myself to my feet and began to race up toward where she stood, water flying about as I shook off what I could, splashing her in the process. "Yeah, I had that coming," she said as she wiped her face free of most of the water that struck it. She snorted, and I picked up the datapad. She was right. I opened up the device and saw a priority message pop up. My jaw dropped, but no words emerged. "Well?" Fauve asked, as the ball rolled out of my mouth, bounced off the screen, against my body, and then down to the ground where it came to a stop at her feet. She crouched down and picked it up. "What's up?" "They're here! Are they insane?" I almost shouted my disbelief. "What? Who's here? Are we in danger?" Fauve asked. Her face looked like it was going to drain itself of blood for a moment, going as pale as a vampire's. "No. Not unless you're prone to heart attacks," I said when I found my voice again. "The merchant vessel." I knew their captain was a reckless sort to have done a slingshot maneuver from a rogue star, but this takes it to a whole nother level. "This is from the ambassador. The ship did an atmospheric skip maneuver and used an integrated human propulsion device to..." Fauve's face went from pale to blank. "Say what now?" she asked, and I picked up a stone from the ground. "They did this," I said, and launched the smooth round stone toward the water. It skipped along the surface until it bounced against an ancient boulder that I could see must have broken off from the stone above. According to the ambassador, the captain finished the slingshot maneuver by heading toward a planet. Normally you have to slow down in space and avoid centers of gravity. That should have slowed their arrival time somewhat. This one, though? I shook my head. Even thinking about it was dreadful. They aimed for the atmosphere of some of your larger planets and skipped across the surface to slow down. It means they never had to make a slow maneuver until they were closing in on Earth. I could see Fauve still hadn't grasped the sense of danger involved in that kind of thing. Her head was cocked a little. I kind of get it, she said, but your sense of what is dangerous is kind of conservative, Bailey. So how dangerous is it really? That depends on the ship. You'd have to talk to your father. He'd know better than I. But just at a guess, from what little I remember of learning about those kinds of things, a nearly 3% chance that everybody dies. My tail bristled at the very idea of taking that kind of risk. Why would they do that? I couldn't imagine any reason why they might take a wild chance like that. 3%? That doesn't sound so bad, Fauve replied. It is. I said, from my perspective, it's insane. Optimal risk management reduces the chance of fatal incidents to 1% or less. Most captains won't do anything with even a 1.5 chance of serious damage, and they're considered the crazy ones if they'll do that much, let alone death in the void. So could they be in trouble? Is that maybe why they took the risk if it's so bad? Fauve asked, and started walking over the long dirt path that would take us out of the park. We walked through the stream of Cherokee Park. It was a wide thing, fairly flat at the crossing, but you'd still get your feet wet to go through it. The water was cool, crisp, and clean. A fish jumped from the deeper section and flopped its way over the stone to reach the other side. It wasn't a very large creature. It wiggled, flopped, and angled its way toward us. Fauve crouched down, grabbed its tail, and flung it in one smooth, bending motion of her hips, all the way toward the deep section where it landed with a little splash and vanished out of sight. It was a casual gesture on her part, a trivial kindness really, but the unthinking act had me marveling at the duality of human nature, reflexively responding to a creature's needs, and then moving on as if it never happened. Would I have done that if she hadn't? I asked myself that question more than once before we even reached the dry stone and moist ground on the other side. I doubted it. Acting for my human was one thing, I know her. Acting this way toward a stranger, or a random creature with no higher intelligence that is basically food, it was bizarre. Most of the time, Fauve seemed very Dlamisa-like to me. Pragmatic, logical, and relatively cautious. But in little moments I was reminded that she was still very much a human girl. A wide gulf existed between us that no amount of affection could ever truly cross. But I could still be impressed by that difference. Her question, though, rattled around in my head, and no matter how I thought about it, I just couldn't come up with anything. If the ship were damaged, remaining in place and calling for help from a human patrol would have made more sense. They were heavy in some areas. Humans had more manned vessels in space already than some species that had been traversing the void for centuries. It lent some credence in some quarters to the Zenti myth that humans were not a naturally occurring species, that humans seemed to love the idea of sailing through the deadly void of space. As much as I wanted to say I had an answer, I didn't. By the time we finished the walk home, I had typed out and sent an answer to the ambassador promising I would be there in hours. No, none, I answered as we walked the last stretch toward the house in silence. Just none. I guess I'll have to ask. Can I come? Fauve inquired. She batted her eyes up at me the way she did when she asked her parents for something. I was reminded of something I wrote in my first volume, Cute Can Be Weaponized, or something like that. And Fauve was a master at using it effectively. Please? I won't get in the way. Plus it'd be neat to see one of those ships up close, and to meet the crew of a people who spend their lives in space. Who wouldn't want to do that? That's so cool! She interlocked her fingers together and held her clasped hands against her chest. Please? I'll be quiet while you do whatever, and I can take the hover bus back by myself. I had learned one other valuable trick on Earth. When dealing with a human child, putting the question off on the parents was always an effective strategy. I don't mind. I genuinely didn't, but I couldn't be sure about how the others would respond, so I gently cautioned her. If your parents don't mind, I don't. But I have no idea how the others will react to you. The ambassador and his staff are getting used to humans. But this crew has probably never seen one of your kind before today. If they want you to go home, you have to leave without complaint, okay? Fauve gave an enthusiastic nod. You're the best, Bailey. I promise I won't be any trouble. She gave me a sudden and impulsive hug that probably drenched her shirt, then ran inside ahead of me. Before I even caught the door, I heard her shouting, "Mom, Dad! Bailey says I can go see the ship come in if it's okay with you. The aliens are here early, can I go?" Her enthusiasm was infectious beyond reason, and I went to get myself ready for what was no doubt going to be yet another unique experience. Getting ready was a very noisy affair. Fauve, normally a quiet, almost demure child, was loud and bouncing off the walls, metaphorically speaking, upstairs as she shouted at her tablet on the Chaos server about how she was going to see a ship land. To most species, this would be nothing special, especially these days, but at the time, no alien vessel had landed directly on Earth before. Not even the vessel that brought my professor actually landed. Like all vessels, they orbited, docked, and then boarded Earth transports to descend into the docking area. This was an exception, the very first of its kind, a direct landing on Earth, and that too was strange. I could chalk up the reason that both Earth and De La Misa were approving it, given recent events. Anything that shows we're completely at peace with one another must look good to both sides, I muttered while I toweled off downstairs and listened to Fauve's excited noises. She had to have been in the kitchen just waiting for me to be ready to go, and was busy talking to her friends on the server, while either she or one of her parents brushed her hair. Sex divisions in labor were once very stark in humans, but the lines blurred as their general sense of equality increased, and as a result in the modern era, William spent abundant time in caring for his children. Notably, he seemed to enjoy it, particularly in brushing her hair, considering it father and daughter time. The human urge to connect is a powerful one, crossing lines of sex and culture and, evidently, species. Or oddly enough, even reality itself, as humans grew bonded to both inanimate objects and fictional characters. More on that in the future. For the present at that moment, I was rushing a fair bit myself. I went through 4 towels even with both fans going at the same time, then threw on fresh clothes. I suppose I didn't actually need them, what with the fur and all. But I thought it was best if I met with the landing ship dressed in the local custom, so they'd recognize I was between both worlds at that moment. For clothing, I chose short cargo pants that were good and loose, coming down to just above the joint in my legs, and a button-down shirt with a chest pocket to hold a pen and paper pad. While most people on Earth didn't even need them anymore, I liked the aesthetic, and I appreciated the pragmatic approach of having a backup item to write with in case something went wrong with the electronic device I always had on me. After changing, I picked up my drenched clothing and tossed it into a basket holding other laundry to be done. Mrs. Walker did most of the washing. She was very particular about it after William said once, "As long as it gets dry, who cares how?" As I heard the story, she muttered something about weaponized incompetence, and forbade him from doing laundry after that, preferring to let him do something else instead. I had yet to be assigned any chores in the household, save for occasionally minding the tiniest human in the family, a task I enjoyed a great deal, even if it did occasionally get my tail pulled. I took my time going up the stairs despite the fact that I myself wanted to hurry. I was listening to Fauve's incessant chatter. "I know, people who actually live in space. It's amazing. Yeah, I'm getting the occasional nasty message still, but they've dropped off a lot. No, I'm not really worried. I've got Bailey and the others, plus Mom and Dad. I guess maybe those xenophobic nasties may throw a fit over an alien ship landing on Earth. But who cares? Teresa is still sore about what happened to her parents and won't let them get a lot of media attention except when they get arrested for stuff. I really wish Mr. Barnum were here to see this. He was a cool old man." Some humans would perhaps criticize me for eavesdropping on my human that way. It is considered rude by most human cultures, but not being human meant I didn't think that way. I'm a Dlamacin scientist first, a researcher in anthropology, and some things you can only learn by covert observation. The Walkers knew that when they took me in. I suppose, yes, I'm making excuses, but only for the greater good. Had Fauve's words been intimate or harmful to her, I would never release them. This, however, only offered insight into her excitable nature and the socialized way excitement was shared between individuals. I noticed how she still turned a thought to the late Percival Terence Barnum. He was an intriguing old man. There was no denying that. This is just one more example of the human capacity for bonds, even brief ones, to transcend death itself, even for the young. I reached the main floor of the house and made my arrival known by not hiding the sound of my footsteps. William wasn't present, however Bosun, Byron, and Rebecca were. Fauve's mother was finishing up putting her daughter's hair into a ponytail, and when she saw me emerge, she said, "I don't mind if she goes. But just to be clear, that's only if it isn't dangerous. It isn't. It's safe even by Dlamacin standards. I promised. And with that, Rebecca made her decision. Good. You're so risk-averse, I'm surprised you sleep on an elevated bed. If you say it's safe, it must be. Rebecca chuckled at her own joke, but neither Bosun or I did. Why is that funny? I asked, and Rebecca answered me with a casual quip. Oh, it's just that every year a few hundred people around the world die by falling out of their bed while they sleep, she replied, and both Botswan and I gasped. I'm picking up a rod to put in the frame so that doesn't happen to me, I said at once, and all three of the humans laughed, while Bosun nodded along with me. How are you all not extinct as a species? You're all so reckless. I was utterly baffled, but they shrugged all at once. Weaponized judicial recklessness has its uses, I guess. Byron replied to me and got up as soon as Fove's hair was done. The girl turned and traded an embrace with her mother. Okay, we're going, Mom. I'll do my schoolness tonight after I get home. Fove's homeschool program, being self-paced, let her work whatever hours she wished. I've said little about the human education system, but as we left the house, I asked what she knew about it in general. I will relay what she said as best I can. My dad says that a long time ago, schools were based off some kind of dumb ideas about learning, that education was one size fits all, that the goal was to make just good factory workers, and that's about it. Lots of memorization and repetition and tests. And it was only okay even at its best. That sounds kinda bad to me. But when things got modern, or started to, they got to kinda customizing education. Me, I got basic skills early, the stuff everybody needs. Simple math, language, writing, stuff like that. So that's like most education systems I've seen, including home, I pointed out, and Fove shrugged and said, I don't know about that, but when I started to get older, they started talent checks, where I tried a bunch of different things. That was around 10 after I had most of the basic skills a person needs just to live. Talent checks are where they started letting me look at more advanced subjects and trying simple versions of them, different types of science and other stuff from art and music to cooking and programming. The whole idea is to figure out what I'm good at. I'm still doing those now, and they'll keep going until I graduate. What happens then? I asked. Do you get assigned a job? I didn't think this was the case just based on my observations and Teresa's offer. But then, I couldn't be sure that my presence wasn't altering the options of my humans. No, I start applying to different things. They give me my aptitude ratings for everything, and I start secondary education if I want. Like if I want to be a doctor or a nurse and I have a high aptitude for it, I go for free to study it. But if I have a low aptitude for it, I have to spend 2 years volunteering for a hospital or something and earn a placement spot before I can go. Same goes for anything else. If I have a high aptitude for cooking, culinary school is covered. Low aptitude, I have to go through an apprenticeship to earn a spot. If I really want to do something I have a low aptitude for, I can buy access to the school if I've got the money, which I guess I do now. But I can only buy an empty seat, which means I may have to wait months or even years for one to open up. What if you don't want to do secondary education? I asked. Fove shrugged. Since Mr. Barnum left me lots of credits, I guess I don't have to work if I didn't want to, but I guess I could just keep working. Secondary isn't for everybody. But most people who don't go secondary instead go for a paid intern spot or go work at one of the other jobs that don't require more education to do, or ones that will train you specifically for it. Do you know what you want to do? I asked. I'd never asked Fove this question. I knew she was intelligent even by human standards. I tried to think of a job she couldn't do, and none came to mind. I don't know. I like what Teresa does, what Mr. Barnum did. I'd kind of like to keep that up. Teresa says I need some secondary school, but with her recommendation I'm guaranteed a spot anywhere in the world and can do a work-study split. But I'm also kind of interested in all the new Xeno studies stuff. Maybe. Fove had stopped talking to me. She trailed off, lost in her own world. I may have asked the question, but as we got on board the hover bus that would take us to a then completely unused landing platform outside of town, I could tell she was asking herself questions. I wonder if maybe I could combine Xeno studies and media management. Xeno media specialist, maybe? She wasn't really answering me anymore. I could feel the shift in her focus. Young girl or not, there was ambition in this one, an ambition I could completely understand as being not that different from my own. There was a reason I liked this human so much, a reason I considered her mine. Reader, you may recall my mention of the spreading of media from Earth out into the wider galaxy, the popularization of human music, movies, television, and more. Perhaps it jumps ahead to tell you why, but the why was sitting right next to me at that moment as we raced on, wind in my face, savoring the scents and feel of the breeze, and happy as could be despite not knowing all that lay ahead. Knowing what I now know, with the benefit of hindsight, I shouldn't have been surprised by anything that happened, but that's how life is when you can't see the future. I envied the few races of the galaxy that had known precognitive abilities, at least a little. However, the thing about the precog races is, they didn't see literal futures, only probabilities, and with various degrees of reliability. While they enjoyed a marvelous reputation as advisors, the reality was that in checking the models made by normal human methods versus precog races, beyond a matter of days, human modeling outperformed the precogs. Largely because precogs could only come to a single conclusion individually or collectively, they were so predictive that they were myopic, and to put it bluntly, unimaginative. Humans, because of their lack of predictive power beyond simple pattern seeking, created elaborate models that imagined many outcomes. Most precog races were so limited that they had just enough warning of danger to know it was too late to avoid it. And I doubted even a precog could have seen coming, the things that I experienced next. The hoverbus route carried us well out of the city limits. This was a functional necessity, as any ship coming in would need substantial space, and it would be extremely loud. This is one reason why Kentucky was one of the states where landings of this sort were possible. There were 12 points around Earth that had been built expressly for large ships to land, but none of them had ever been used. While I rode, I began browsing through the media outlets' coverage of the event. For the first time in history, an alien ship will be landing on Earth. The world's media outlets are watching, and we now go live to the scene where crowds have gathered to watch the historic event. The camera panned to show numerous onlookers, drones, and individuals who were gathered in the observation areas. There were a handful of protest signs, mostly misspelled. No alien invasion, no aliens, Earth first, go home extraterrestrials. But for every vile and hateful sign, there was something better a dozen times over. Welcome, neighbors. We're all aliens to someone, and friendship, discovery, for every bad human who lived in fear and hatred. There are 100 more who would sooner lend a hand, a hug, and help the people around them. I couldn't help but pity the hateful ones. Their world is so small, they can't see how big it all is, and what we could all do if we worked together. I was thinking out loud as I scrolled over the screen. What I said got Fauve's attention, and she looked up from her own datapad and over toward mine. "Remember what I said before?" she asked, and as she'd said a lot before, I shook my head. "You're going to have to narrow that down." I told her, and she chuckled. "All right, that's fair. I mean, before everything, at the table before we met with Percival, how I wanted to speak for myself, how I didn't want to live in fear, how Fauve Walker does not live in fear." "Remember now?" she asked. I did, and gave a quiet nod. "Yes, what about it?" I asked, and she put her finger on my datapad, scrolling it up to a man whose face was frothing with anger, mouth open, holding a sign with a caricature of an alien on a sign and a giant X through it. She tapped the screen and began to play the short video. "They want to replace humans, dangerous creatures, they's bad, it's all a lie, they ain't like us," he was shouting, bouncing around with nervous, manic energy, his pudgy face sweating bullets as he went on and on about a vast conspiracy that was utter nonsense. "That's why," she said with more solemnity in her voice than a young girl should ever have had. "I don't want to be like them, full of hate, full of fear, full of whatever makes people think like that. You see them all the time, even these days. Little worlds, little minds, they're cruel and think they're kind. They're evil and think they're good. They're full of fear and think they're brave because they lash out. I won't ever be like that. That's why I had to go talk for myself." She wasn't loud, but it got attention shifted to her from a few faces. Of course, Boatswain and I drew some attention, but less than we would have had the Earth government not broadcast what our species looked like all over the world. However, at first glance, Fauve looked like any other human girl, so she drew no notice on the hoverbus until she said what she did. From there, the whispers spread, and she was recognized as the one who, depending on you asked, started, or was the start, of what was popularly referred to as the Battle of Waterland Park. She sat up straighter in her chair, ignoring the eyes and whispers. I wondered if we might have drawn more attention than I liked, but Byron crossed his arms in front of his chest, and between he and Bosun trading stares at anyone who looked her way too long, whatever passed for a peaceful ride was restored. In retrospect, I think people were just curious to get a look at her, a kind of morbid curiosity. I doubt anyone intended anything threatening. But Bosun and Byron are security officers first, and they took their work seriously. I couldn't help but wonder what it would look like to watch the two of them fight together. But I dismissed that as my natural predatory instincts rearing their head, and pushed it down. Thankfully, the hoverbus took us over a more skyward route, allowing us to bypass large swaths of terrain. There was no need to abide by the roads, and as such what would have been a 2 to 4 hour drive was a mere 30 minutes away, and the giant platform came into view. It was a marvel of human engineering, simple and pragmatic. The concrete surface was framed by enormous nets that would catch anyone who was blown away. A single high tower stretched toward the sky, and an array of smaller buildings including everything from a medical quarantine center up to and including a military security point all remained just outside the netting. The net itself was composed of nylon-wrapped metal that was highly magnetic. This magnetism was magnified tremendously by an underground facility, the purpose of which was to help draw the ship toward the center, where yet another magnetic field would draw the incoming ship in and then lock it into place. The amount of power required for this would be sufficient to keep a city going for 3 straight days, and it was all used in an hour. It goes without saying that starships were not expected to land often, but if they did, they would land exactly where they were supposed to. As the hoverbus landed in the parking area and everybody disembarked, we saw the crowds were already there mobbing the waiting areas and platforms, but at least there was a rope corridor and a security detail from my embassy, along with our ambassador and a matching group from the Earth government. "We're here," I said when we came within speaking distance of the pair of ambassadors. I had to marvel at the fact that I was here. Unsurprisingly, Sexlith was also present, as was the rest of my class, but for me this held special significance. Because unlike my colleagues, I had a personal stake in this. While they were bonding well with the other branches of the Walker family, they were also not on the short list of people who might have to leave. As such, Axlith ensured I would get to go with the official welcoming party, a chance to meet this crazed captain and make my request in person. The noise and furor was such that none of us could hear the other. Humans are a very noisy species. The crowd made my hair stand on end, and I briefly froze up. Even my ambition was not enough to make my legs start moving. The scale of the crowd was obvious. The numbers of humans was growing from hundreds, rapidly toward thousands. The noise of even quiet drones was growing like the wings of thousands upon thousands of mosquitoes. I saw so many faces turned our way as Fauve took my arm and practically yanked me forward. So much was on the line for me, between this and the crowd. The sea of smells and emotional states seeping out of human bodies from excitement to fear to hatred. It was getting to me. I wasn't the only one either. I looked down at Fauve, who held my arm tight in her slender fingers. She looked up and caught my eye. "Come on, I'm here too," she mouthed, though maybe she actually said it out loud. If she did, it was drowned out. On a large electrovid monitor, which to those not used to human tech is basically a video screen on fabric that you could stretch between 2 poles or pin to a wall, was set up where it could be seen by all. This particular model was 50 paces tall and 100 wide at least, and was set between 2 long metal flagpoles which had been pressed into service for the occasion. On the screen, I got my first look at the vessel that was closing in. A small square showed the human newscaster, one of the darker variations of humans, with a rich, smooth voice who said, "We've just been sent a first transmission from the captain of the vessel, along with a brief transmission. A freighter-class ship designation E-626, Earth designation ID Red Spark, here it is, on screen from its file photo." The echoing voice of the newscaster was quite neutral and might have been drowned out save for the impromptu speakers, and at the sight of the ship, the human onlookers, even the protesters fell quiet. It was definitely a Dlamacin cargo vessel. But from where we were standing by the time that announcement was made, and thanks to the new quiet from the pensive crowd, I could hear our ambassador speak quite clearly. "That is not the right vessel. They must be wrong." He said it so definitively that I found it hard to doubt him, but even so I had to ask, "If that's wrong, sir, then how is it here?" I raised my arm and pointed toward the sky. Clouds were moving aside, blown away by the ship's decelerators, parting the sea of white over our heads as it came into view. The ambassador was quiet, probably because he was looking at the same thing I was. The ship from the view screen was roaring down from the sky. The birds gathered on the platform gave a wide berth to the ship, and a low hum began from the underground facility. "Stand clear. Any personnel near the landing zone, stand clear. Do not attempt to retrieve any lost metal objects." The announcement came over the speaker as the ship descended. The oscillating magnetic devices shifted power dynamically according to the position of the ship, slowly drawing it toward the center. "Descent in 5. The voice echoed over the ground, and for a moment it seemed like the whole world was silent, save for the ship and the machines drawing it close. "The first ship to land on Earth is Dlamison. Our people will be remembered for this, all over this world, and maybe more. We can settle the misidentification later. For now, the whole world, no, two worlds are watching." I was in reverential awe. The broadcasts from where we stood were live streamed to every corner of the globe, major cities from Berlin and Moscow to Timbuktu and New Kyoto. All eyes were on my people. It was humbling and proud, watching them come close, ready to kiss the earth. Their oxydraulic landing gear coming out as they were aligned into the center and drew ever closer. I wondered, what will their first words be? Humans are as fond of famous first words as we. It was one of the things their kind and mine had in common, in the search for immortal fame. What was said by those who went first was scrutinized long after the passing of the speaker. "Landing in 1. The announcement came out, and even those full of hate were for perhaps the first time in their lives, full of wonder. 30 seconds. The announcement came out as the ship was only 100 meters off the ground. 10 seconds. The announcement rang out. The hum from the magnetic devices began to die down as the power consumption diminished. The thud of the touchdown was enough to shake the world, or so it seemed from where we stood. And then the doors began to open, and a ramp slowly descended. No one spoke. No one made a sound. There was only the hum of the ship as its engines slowly died and the ramp came down to touch solid ground for the first time in who knew how long. I tried to see inside as the lights came on, but there was no one there. A human might have made themselves known immediately, but Dlamisa tended to take our time about these things, giving others a chance to respond to a new presence, at least for a few seconds. "That is not one of our official merchants," the ambassador said the instant the female of my species came into view. She stood in full view as the camera zoomed in to take her figure in, definitely female, with a long tail and a shapely form. I hadn't seen a female of my species in what felt like years, but my surprise at seeing her was not nearly as great as it was seeing what she wore. That she wore anything was a surprise, but more than that was no uniform I recognized, at least. Not from this century. She stood in a kind of modified set of boots that rose up to the bend in her legs, like it was based on a human model and then altered to fit us. I will never forget what she wore. A dark bodice and a loose scarlet coat with long sleeves and a black skirt that was slid up to her right hip. Even that was less surprising than the eye patch over one eye, the tri-corner hat, and the sword on her hip. My people do not use, and have never used, swords. She sauntered down the ramp with her tail wagging wildly behind her. I looked at the view screen like I was in a trance. Her fur was a bright and shaggy red, and her snout was middle length, much like mine. Her mouth was open and tongue lolled out happily. Gold rings in her ears wobbled back and forth with every step. She stopped at the base of the ramp, staring down at the final step that would carry her from her ship into the annals of our people's history. Then she stepped forward, and before the eyes and ears of an entire planet she said, "For all them what went out and didn't make it back again." "Did she... What?" The ambassador's tail was stiff. "What is she wearing? What did she say? Is she not using a translator?" I wasn't sure if it was rage or dismay, or that he was just at a total loss. I was no less confused, and from the look of them, the Earth ambassador, the security teams, including Bosun and Byron, were as much at a loss as anyone. Perhaps then it is no surprise that it was Fauve who spoke up first. "She looks so cool. She's like a pirate." That was when it clicked. The captain's clothes, her sauntering manner, even the sword and the way she spoke. All seemed like they were ripped from the pirate movies I looked at a long time before coming to Earth. With nothing else for it but to go forward, the lot of us collectively approached. Though I won't pretend we didn't hesitate for a step. There was simply no other option. And so we found our rhythm, and as a gaggle of confused individuals, we approached the ship of my people. To their credit, the security teams of both Earth and Lamius spread out to surround each half of our dignitaries, save for Boatswain and Byron, who stood in front of Fauve and I near the back. When we approached, it was the Earth ambassador who spoke first. He was a slender man of medium build and tan skin, a thin mustache beneath his lip, and horseshoe-pattern baldness on his head. In the name of the Earth government, we welcome you as our guest. Please make yourselves at home for the duration of your stay. The captain made a polite half-bow to the lot of us. It was quite formal, and appeared to imitate the mannerisms of humans from centuries before the present. Then she spoke in the most bizarre fashion. "Thank ye, human person. I be grateful for the safe port in the storm, especially since I have a small confession to make." She then straightened up and added, "First, thanks much for inviting us to Earth. Me apologies for the tricky stunt. Me colleague here be right. I be not the correct ship. I beat them to it, played a sly and took their place. They be fine, just weeks behind us still, playing it safe, sound and air so dull." Her tail wagged back and forth as she laid out her confession. "We was sailing the void when we caught wind of the transmission calling a merchant vessel to Earth. A new cargo, something worth a lot to a lot of folk. A cargo I once got a chance to try and wouldn't miss a chance to try again. With money on the table waiting to be taken, I wouldn't miss me chance. So I turned me ship around and headed this here way to get what I could before the rum been gone into the bellies of a crew a lot more dull than mine. Thank ye, Ambassador, for granting permission to land, even if you did nae quite mean it for us. I've been a jolly admirer of humans for some years, and I be honored and grateful for the chance to visit for fun and profit." She brought her hand down and clapped the slender human on the shoulder, her tongue lolling out of her mouth. She cocked her head to the side, clearly far from done speaking. She introduced herself. "And before ye ask, the last humans I met couldn't pronounce me name in me language, so they gave me a name in yours that there I liked a lot. You can call me Bonnie Red if it please ye, and if it don't, try and pronounce it in me language." She let out the little row noise our species made when we were at our happiest, and from her wagging tail, I could see she was over the moon with glee. Seeing the crowds well beyond our little gathering, she hopped up and down, ears flopping wildly about. She raised her open hand and waved it as much as her arms allowed, like she was waving hello to dear friends. "Ahoy there, humans! It be jolly to meet ye. I hope we can be mates." With her giant, gleeful, and to my eyes, frankly beautiful face, Captain Bonnie Red seemed to grab hold of hearts and imaginations in the watching humans at the same time and just squeeze the goodwill out of the lot of them, even the ones who had precious little goodwill to give. Maybe you couldn't get blood from a stone, but it seemed you could get goodwill from one if you were a Dlamisan in a pirate costume. Professor Sixlith asked the question our ambassador and everyone else seemed to be too confused to ask. "Are you not using a translator, Captain? What is with your way of speaking?" He licked his eyeballs with the nervous rapidity I was familiar with, clearly as disturbed as the rest of us. She seemed to straighten up and preen, almost panting with pride when she explained, "Oh, after I met that there last crew of humans, they told me I reminded them of a gentleman of fortune, showed me clips of some movies. After I did a run of supplies for the university, I gave them a discount in exchange for copies of all the Gentlemen of Fortune movies made from the 20th through the 23rd centuries. That be how I learned English. My entire student body, and our professor, let out the various noises of exasperation our species typically did. It was exactly the sort of thing the university would do to save credits. Copies of something cost nothing but a few minutes to make, and credits saved were credits that could be used elsewhere. And now here we were, thanks to them. Face to face with a pirate-crazy Dlamisan ship captain with a thirst for rum. I won't pretend I wasn't nervous about this prospect, but with Earth having given them an official welcome, and the situation being what it was, it is a credit to my people's ambassador, and perhaps to the influence of humans, that rather than kick up a stink on the spot, he rolled with the unexpected punches and answered, "You should get a translator. Come by the embassy later to sign for one, I beg you." His pained look and stiff tail said he did not care for the way Bonnie spoke. "Of course, sir, of course. But where's that there one who sent me the rules of that there game? The one what wants to see how we work together?" "'Ear?" she asked, and to my dismay, Every eye turned toward me, and everybody stepped aside. I had no idea at the time whether having her attention on me was good or not. But if I had known that what she asked was transmitted over the entirety of Earth all at once, I, at the time, would have thought it was a harbinger of disaster. "You and me, we got words to trade later, bucko," she promised, and gave me a very human wink before she let the tide carry her through the rest of the moment. It was a wild, heady time, and I didn't get a chance to make notes about what happened. I had to piece it together. I suppose bringing Fauve this far was needless, but I was so used to her being close by that it never occurred for me to leave her watching with the others. "I had planned for you to address the crowd, to say something to mark the occasion, but my people's ambassador looked the bizarre and frankly outlandish Dlamacin female up and down. She couldn't properly rest her hands on her hips, at least not as humans could. Our mobility in our arms was a little less than them. However, the way she seemed to preen with pride, tilting her head up, fairly daring him to level too great a criticism at her, he let the statement come to a close, left hanging where it was. Her eyes went to the podium standing nearby, and the array of drones hovering and bobbing beside one another. The hum of her ship was gone, and up on the ramp there were the many furry members of her Dlamacin crew. At a glance I could tell they had picked up bits and pieces of their captain's habit. A few had gold earrings in their ears, others wore eye patches. It was a motley band if ever there was one. But none of them came down. They only watched. I suppose it's fair of me to say that they were more Dlamacin than Bonnie Red, since they chose to refrain from the lot of strangers where Bonnie seemed eager to mix. I'd be happy, right pleased even. Being the first one to land a ship on their world and saying nothing just doesn't seem too neighborly. Having said that, she brushed past the body of still confounded dignitaries and over to the podium. The cameras opted for a wider shot for her. Such was her oddity, I think, that her face alone would simply not do, so they caught everything about her, not zooming in until she was mostly obscured by the brown-polished podium. "Ahoy, humans! I be guessing I be not quite what ye expected. Course I be not what me folk expected either, but that be all part of the fun of living, getting what you don't expect. I be a simple captain in a jolly big void, so maybe I be not the fine, formal female that their history loves to tell stories about, but since I be the first, I want to say a bit." She kept her voice slow and steady. Odd as it was the way she was speaking, her mannerisms and echoing voice captured the crowd's attention and kept silent even the elements that might have been disruptive. I recalled the words of Percival about appearance. She might not know what he did, but she sure nailed it anyway, I thought as she took a deep breath before continuing. "Me first meetin' with humans been your soldiers. Me crew and I owe your people our lives. They intervened during a Zenti attack that there should have killed us all." She drew her sword, no easy thing for us to do. Unsurprisingly, given her appearance, it was a cutlass, and then drew it to the center of her body in a kind of military salute. "I salute ye. It be because of your fighters I learned your language. From your Gentlemen of Fortune movies, I think you call 'em pirate movies. And because of them I became a jolly admirer of man. Other people who love the void like me and mine? How could I not want to come say hello?" I wondered if, in any city in the world, her appearance had not caused silence to fall as her words were translated into the many popular languages of the world. She certainly had me spellbound as she wrapped up. "So let me just say to you what one of your folks said to me over rum after blowing up them what tried to blow me up first. The universe be full of danger, but it ain't full of strangers, just mates you haven't met. You can call me Bonnie Red like he did, and I hope I can call you friends." I'm sure that there were still the hateful ones there, ones who loathed us and were small-hearted and narrow-minded. But among the great big body of man, when Bonnie finished saying that, and her big bushy tail wagged back and forth with the same energy of a human child on Christmas Day, and her sword went back into place only for her hand to go up and start waving like she was seeing an old friend for the first time in a long time. She captured their imaginations in a way I never could have, and when I compared Bonnie Red to the alternative, a stuffy by-the-books Dlamacin captain with the dour professionalism of our ambassador, I can't help but think that we couldn't have had better luck than we did with her arrival. I leaned over toward my people's representative and whispered, "We have to run with it. She's perfect. Look." I inclined my head toward the mob of humans who were ready to embrace their new celebrity. The mob was waving back at her like she was a family member that just landed from a long flight after a trip took them far from home. Any hostility was drowned out completely. My ambassador opened up his datapad as if to confirm my words and began flipping through various reports from around Earth. In New Kyoto, Berlin, New Mecca, and a dozen other cities, there were humans waving at giant screens, as if Bonnie Red could see them too. I don't know if she learned to cock her head and flop her russet-colored ears from the last humans she met, or if she did it intuitively, or completely by accident. But the reaction to her was instant. I could only hear where I was. But the awes were audible even from where I stood. I tapped my ambassador on the arm and indicated as subtly as I could my human who remained just behind me. "She's so cute and so cool." Fauve wasn't shouting it. What she said was, if anything, barely a whisper. But she was antsy, almost dancing the way she shifted around on her feet like she was starstruck. "I can work with this. Trust me, Ambassador. Remember the ball incident?" I asked, and he reached up and touched his head, as if recalling his own hangover. Our night of drunken revelry returning to his mind, I think, lent me, for the first time in my life, more credibility even than the professor had. He gave a subtle nod. "I'll handle things with the next ship myself. After I arrange housing, you will be responsible for assisting our fellow citizens with how to function here while on shore leave." "Me? Not Professor Siglith? Not someone from the embassy?" I asked, my heart's all seized up in my chest. "You said you could work with this. I'm taking you at your word. You wanted my help to stay, did you not? Prove your worth, or you have none. Whatever budget you need, I will grant, but keep them out of trouble." He said, and I could do nothing but accept his words. Many humans after my first edition were of divided opinions about our ambassador's approach to the matter. Some humans praised him as a hard-nosed professional. Others called him callous or cruel for laying so much on my shoulders. But I have to defend him. Bonnie Red was clearly an outlier among outliers, and anyone who would work for her had to be at least somewhat the same. The consequences of their bad behavior, the stakes for us, were high. In retrospect, after the release of my work, people learned much more. But in these early days, there was rumor, speculation, injured humans, and an arrested Dlamisa. Humans were still an enigma to the galaxy at large, and from the history we did have, humans were even more prone to war than my species. The possibility of war breaking out, however remote, was there in the minds of planners from precogs to my people's high command. The experience with humans just wasn't broad enough yet. Even their assistance with the Mixiki looked to some races like we were seeing a new apex threat on the galactic stage, so putting it on me with an unlimited budget, and by extension my fellow students, since there was no way a savvy instructor like Professor Siglith would leave me to handle all this by myself. Well, there is a Dlamison expression. The one you put in charge is the one who has the most to lose if they fail, followed by the one who has the most to gain if it succeeds. I was both. Failure here would mean I would almost certainly be pulled off-world, but success meant I would dramatically increase my odds of staying. And if I'm being fair, I think he believed I was more of an outlier than I was. Between getting drunk in the park, inventing a game on the fly, and that incident with Wolfbeard, he probably felt I too was a rogue element. In retrospect, maybe he was right. It was a flurry of activity. Both my peoples and the Earth ambassador were more than a little anxious about this unknown rogue element that had somehow been welcomed to Earth. But if Bonnie Red held any particular feelings about their perspective, she definitely did not show it. Instead, she went along with us every step of the way as if she was supposed to be there. I think she was prepared to answer press questions all day, but she only got to answer a few. "Did you have a favorite pirate movie?" "Aye, Cap'n Jack Arrow." "Are you a pirate?" "I be a fortune seeker sailin' the void. I never attack ships, but if a ship comes and strikes me first, a little compensatory coin may find its way into me pockets. That's just fair compensation for me trouble, though." Bonnie patted the leather coin purse at her side. It jingled. She had actual bits of metal in there, though almost certainly not currency in the form pirates thought of it. She probably had the little credit transfer drives for energy reallocation. "Where'd you get your clothes?" That question came from a hovering drone emblazoned with a lot of different wild colors over it. I couldn't begin to imagine what agency it belonged to. She stepped beside the podium and struck a pose with her arms up to show off every line. "I had it made for me custom by a pioneer human living off-world. You be making quite a name for yourselves out there beyond the void." But even though I think she was willing to spend all day chattering, The ambassadors of two worlds were not prepared to let this rogue element go on longer than they had to in order to keep up appearances. They approached together to present a unified front. "Thank you for your interest in our people. Truly, her courage and openness is an inspiration to us all. But the journey was long and dangerous, and Captain Bonnie Red, not to mention her crew, must be exhausted." My ambassador said first, only to immediately move aside to allow his human counterpart to take center stage. I could see from his sweating face that he was throwing away a well-prepared speech and adapting to the moment to get the unexpected out of there before anything crazy happened. "And there are formal matters to attend to. I must take her from you, but thank you all for this truly historic occasion." He then approached Captain Bonnie Red and held out his hand. She smacked her hand hard into his and shook it with vigor, the two of them looking toward the cameras to provide a fine and immortal display that would be in museums after everybody around us, human and Lamasa alike, were turned to dust and ash. Long after Percival's little tree was stretched up to the sky, this moment would linger on. I wish he were around to provide good advice. I'm sure he'd know how to make this work. I was fretting. I knew it. Bonnie at least seemed very enthusiastic about humans, and that worked in my favor. But on the downside of this, enthusiasm without knowledge was a ship without a captain. Bonnie, for her part, had the sense to go along with the two officials saying, "Send your customs folk in to inspect me ship, nothing there to hide, and me mates all know what's comin'." That was all it took for word to get passed on, and customs officials who had frankly never really had to do anything like this before, soon streamed out of a nearby building. There were dozens of them in bright blue skin-tight uniforms, no pockets, and hair cut close or shaved entirely clean. They were almost as perfectly uniform as some swarm species, but I knew why. Not every human is a good one, and thieves, while not the worst of the worst, exist. As such, they kept the human uniforms done in such a way that nobody could steal anything from a newcomer to Earth. They carried a series of small metal suitcases. I knew well enough, even without asking, what those were for. The first ship to land on Earth had been who knew where. As such, they had to check for any possible disease, disinfect, and inspect for contraband, up to and including trafficking of any kind. Manifests had to match, as did cargo and other material. Anything could wreak havoc if it was an unknown. No pets, no ship mascots, not even any plants or other creatures. Privately, I considered cross-contamination to be nearly inevitable. Ants get into every damn thing. I thought about the one I found crawling in my fur, despite having taken a shower. But every world engaging in the transport of goods and people alike had measures like this. But for the moment at least, all was well. I will spare the reader the details of assigning quarters. As it turned out, Bonnie Red's crew was not very large, only 300 strong compared to the 900 we were expecting. However, there was one problem. Me ship be badly damaged and will take several months to repair. Every male and female on me crew been in the void a long time, and they want shore leave 'fore we set sail again. I can cover their wages no problem, and they can sleep on the ship if they need to, but I be no fool. This here be a new world, and they need to know how to act. Any one of 'em turns crook, I've already told them, I won't help. Ye hang 'em from the mast if you want, make them walk the plank or whatever you do. None of me crew be allowed to mess with humans." Bonnie promised us when we sat down around the table. Fove stood back, still ogling the piratish-looking Dlamacin ship captain like she'd met a new idol. I was, I admit, jealous. "Where is the other ship supposed to land when it gets here?" Our ambassador asked his human counterpart. "If this one is here for months." It wasn't a minor problem. The preparations for alien landings hadn't been done worldwide. Even though the landing places were all built, all the equipment for guiding a ship weren't operational, and inspection crews specially trained in xenoship inspection and decontamination were rarer than feathers on fish. We can train new crews, and the landing port off the coast outside of New Kyoto is the nearest to completion. If we need to, we can keep your cargo ship docked in space, and just make runs with smaller cargo vessels and the elevator system to fill your holds. It's not what we planned. I know. The human ambassador said as gently as he could. Clearly he and my people's ambassador had spent ample time together, at least enough for the former to know how uncomfortable things going off script made us. "And what about how to feed a crew of 900? Can your station do that for months?" our ambassador asked. "With some ground support, yes. It may be a lot of dry rations instead of fresh food, but we'll manage. And if they want to land for a week of rest and relaxation after, then the ship can land here, or if New Kyoto's facilities are staffed and ready, there will be fine too. Maybe we can even see our way to handing a few cases of champagne to your embassy as a show of thanks for your patience while we get this sorted out. The promise of backup plans and hospitality, not to mention supplies and the possibility of gifts, was enough to set my own at ease. It was the first mistake I'd ever seen humans make, at least of that sort. The wrong ship landed, and their government had given it welcome. Of course, I later realized that this solidified the favorable view of humans held by many other species. If you're in danger, go for a human colony. Their hosting tendencies that I had written of so favorably before were on full display here. That all sounds fine, he finally muttered, but I could see from the wagging of his tail, as could the rest of us, that he was more eager for that champagne than he wanted to admit. It was then that Bonnie Red spoke up. "Oh, an ambassador. We've got one extra body on board who doesn't plan on leaving with us. A passenger, if you can believe it. From the Ohm world, no less. She'll need papers from you so she can stay, and if she can't, then she'll need a way off-world. You plan on deporting her. I don't mind, but I'm going to have to charge you 10,000 times what it cost to bring her." It was the price, more than the passenger, that caused us all dismay. 10,000 times. It wasn't us who spoke up, but Fauve who could hardly believe it. She might have been criticized for it, or asked to leave, but she was echoing our sentiment. "Aye, lass, the liquor I come here for, well, it's worth more credits than you can count. I plan on filling my ship to the brink with every bottle and brew we can carry. I got no room for a passenger, what gonna cost me money?" Bonnie Red gave a vigorous shake of her head. "Then why did you take her on and bring her here?" My ambassador seethed, and Bonnie cocked her head at him as if he were a dunce. "On account of she paid me," Bonnie replied like he was the thickest of our kind. "Welcome to Earth," Fauve said matter-of-factly, and nobody was going to tell her she was wrong in what she meant. I and the other students, Fauve, the security guards, we were ejected from the meeting for a time after that. Only Professor Sixlith remained, and he had only one question for me when he came out. Voices were being raised after his briefing to the captain about how to behave on Earth. He asked me with many a nervous licking of his eyeballs as he emerged, "Are you sure you can succeed with your test if you use this crew? Captain Bonnie has told us some of the sorts of things she's been up to over the years, and, by your race's standards, she might be literally insane." "I don't really have a choice, Professor. They're here. If I refuse, the university will say I'm tainting my experiment. They'll override you, saying I'm trying to insert bias. I think it will work better than the others, but even if it doesn't?" I just looked at him after I answered, letting him put the pieces together for himself. He made a tentative bow. "I'm sorry, you're right. Get the supplies you need as quickly as you can." "It will be fine," Byron reassured us. "If they're at all like her, my people will get along well with her and hers. Soldiers are outliers in their societies, like I get on with Boatswain here." Byron jerked a thumb toward his companion. "I don't know much about science, but if you want to know how well our species can work together, you couldn't ask for a better group to test it on," Bosun remarked, completing Byron's sentence for him. Fauve was watching quietly and typing away on her mobile device, I assume on her Chaos app to tell her friends what it was like. Humans have a thorough love of their electronic devices, and she was no exception to this rule. I had my mind elsewhere. Professor Sklith did not use the term insane lightly. If he thought the crew was insane by my species standards, well then they probably were. I couldn't help but be anxious despite Boasfin and Byron's reassurances. What if what made them outliers was that they would not get on with humans? What if they didn't want to participate? I might be able to make it up with the other crew, but it wouldn't look good. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I had no idea. I could only really expect to go forward, but even doing that required decisions, and even when there was no choice but one, it might still be the wrong one. Had I entered into a no-win scenario? I just didn't want to leave. Is that so wrong? Is that so bad? I asked myself. My tail was stiff, and though I kept the worst of my anxiety at bay, I could help but fear the worst. "You're such a stupid coward," I admit. I cursed myself for a fool and a coward all over again. I just didn't have the courage to admit I might be failing here. I was so lost in my own thoughts that I barely noticed anything else around me until Bonnie Red emerged, looking and smelling smug, with her tail wagging around behind her, minus her sword, which sat in the hands of the human ambassador. "All right, matey, you the Bailey one, can you be ready by tomorrow?" Bonnie asked, and leveled her hand at me. "To help with the alcohol?" I asked. "Course I hear tell about that game. Sounds might interestin', but maybe later?" She slowed and then stopped her talking. Her dubious enthusiasm dulled into a trance-like state. Fauve must have drawn the ball out of her pocket at some point and had started bouncing it against the wall out of sheer boredom, and now its little thock noise and constant motion drew Bonnie's attention. Her head moved back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, as the ball blurred past, back and forth into Fauve's hands. Fauve noticed after a few throws and caught the ball in one hand. She held it up. "Do you want it?" Bonnie said only, "I don't know why, but I do. I really, really do." "Then you have to help Bailey when he says," Fauve replied. Bonnie turned her face toward me, but one eye lingered on the ball as Fauve tossed it up and down in one hand, her head bobbing up and down while she asked me, "So about the game tomorrow, are you ready?" "I can have all the supplies I need today, but—" I looked over toward Byron. "I can get a dozen men easy big ones. It's a weekend and most of them have nothing to do. Besides, they had fun last time. They won't pass the chance up to do it again." Byron's answer was a significant relief, but I knew better than to hope for the best. We made our excuses after that. I had just enough time to find out that Bonnie would have a link from her ship to the embassy comm system, and then we left. Fauve, however, kept tossing the ball straight up and down in the air. I'm sure that if she'd thrown it straight ahead, Bonnie would have chased it down. But I had no time to consider that. I needed a backup plan. So before we even boarded the bus, admittedly, I might have been rude in not bidding my professor or the other students farewell, but I had my mind elsewhere. So before I even boarded the bus, I was reaching out to the University of Louisville, specifically to Lisa and Coach Wills. As tomorrow was a Saturday rather than a Sunday, there was no game going on, but I needed to make sure everything was in place. My hearts raced, and I felt Fauve's hand squeezing around mine. She could feel I was nervous, anxious, and frankly terrified of failure, more so than I ever had been in all my life. I'd need every ounce of mental strength to hold myself together. My tail alternated between wagging like mad with the promise of success and stiff to the point of shaking with the fear of failure. "So, what if it doesn't go well?" Fauve asked on the ride home. "Then I report it," I said. There was no other option for me, so the answer seemed obvious. "Even if it costs you your stay?" she asked. I was quiet for a long time, at least 5 minutes, but it felt like a lot longer. "Yes," I finally answered. "I'm a Dlamisa of science. I have to report the facts, not my wishes. Of course, failure in science can be success. All studies begin with the idea that you're wrong. That's why you attack your ideas, not just defend them. Even if the study doesn't show what I hope it will, knowing one way that we as different species don't effectively bond is bringing us closer to the truth of how we can." She inhaled sharply through her nose and squeezed my hand again. She felt so warm to the touch, even through my fur. "You're a lot braver than you think you are, Bailey," she said quietly. She offered no explanation, and I had no idea what she meant. Thanks to self-driving cars, I didn't need a license or someone to drive me after I got back, but I wasn't alone. Boatswain I insisted on having with me. The hum of the electric car was the only noise for the first few minutes of the drive, and I could feel the eye of the behemoth of my kind staring down at me, even if he wasn't acknowledging it. I shifted in my seat and brought my tail into my lap and began fidgeting with it. I didn't get the sense that he was angry, but something was clearly on his mind at least. I focused on watching the steering wheel's auto-turn and the road around us. I probably would have been happier sticking my head out the window, but the truth was, I was so nervous about everything that I just didn't think I could enjoy it. Bosun let out a huff. "You attract this much trouble back home?" he finally asked, breaking the quiet of our ride. I saw no sense in denying it. "No," I answered. "I've never been more than a boring old academic, I promise." "I find that hard to believe. You know you're going to have to explain her too," he said. "I have nothing to do with that. There's no way I could have predicted a pirate fetishist would show up here. I didn't even know anyone like her existed." I was telling the absolute truth, but Boatswain, if he didn't believe me, at least acted like he did. "Even if that's true," he started to say, but I immediately interrupted. "It is," I insisted. You can't blame me for every half-crazed member of our species who shows up to visit these wild, scary primates. I admit, I was a little angry when I said it, and it gave him pause. That may be true, but anything you do from here on out is going to be heavily scrutinized by the university, by the embassy, by your professor, and probably by the government of Dlamius. You got them involved. Not that I blame you, but I've been in 14 major engagements, and every time they kicked off, there was talk of peace first. They might have been minor skirmishes for the most part, but I've learned a lot about human history from Byron. We and humans have more in common than not, and that can make for close allies, or bitter enemies. I swallowed hard. I was so foolish. I was so focused on me and on what I wanted and what I was afraid of that the big picture was an afterthought to me. I'm so small-minded sometimes, selfish. That might be the right word. I criticized the angry humans for all their pointless fears and hatreds, but was I any better? All I cared about was what I wanted, staying with my humans. I'm such a damn fool. I clenched my fists and watched the traffic pass by. Yeah, Bosun agreed. Some other species, this wouldn't need to be said, but with humans, we have to be careful. I was modded to be like this, he said and opened his meaty hand. But Byron and the others? They barely required any modification at all. If you fail? He let the question hang, but I wasn't about to let it sit there that way. What? I demanded to know his mind. Maybe nothing? Maybe someone else succeeds. Maybe you fail hard and that wild and beautiful Bonnie Red does something stupid, or her crew does, and your Battle of Waterland Park is just a tiny skirmish before a real conflict between our worlds breaks out. I like humans. I like Byron. I don't want to think about Dlamacin energy weapons vaporizing that house any more than I want to think about the Terran Space Marines ripping their way through our citadels. No pressure, though, I said. It was a pathetic attempt at a joke, and I couldn't even pretend it was amusing. It wasn't. Fove, William, Rebecca, Michael, they lived and worked in Earth's capital, a major transportation hub. If it did come down to it, this city would be hit. Bosun stared at me, waiting for me to say something, anything. I never imagined anything like that when I started. I'm just a student, I didn't mean... I stopped and took a deep breath. I forced my body to relax. I forced my mind to focus. Don't be such a self-pitying idiot. There's no time for that. There's only one option here. And you're Bailey Walker. Top of every classroom you've ever walked into. I thought about Fove, how scared she must have been staring down at all those hostile reporters and telling her truth, with everybody else back behind her, ready to support her. And it hit me. I wasn't standing alone anymore. I had them backing me, all of them. Everybody on both sides wanted something that would help. Nobody wanted me to fail. And I had the strength of my humans, my Dlamacons. I had everybody behind me ready to lend me their strength and cleverness and courage. That was how she did it. The certainty that she was not completely alone. And neither was I. I raised my head and looked Bosun in the eye. I won't fail. I understand what's on the line here, and I will succeed. Bonnie Red may seem... No, be the strangest of our kind that I've ever seen, but I will make it work with her and her crew. Nobody will suffer anything but some mild exhaustion. To be truthful, a promise like that wasn't one I should have been making. I think it shows how much humans have influenced me that I made a reckless promise of that scale. But it says something about Bosun, that he accepted it without complaint. Just then, we pulled into the parking lot of the sporting goods store. I expected something bigger. He said, "Humans love their sports." It was clearly something he approved of, from the way he stood and looked it over after we got out of the car. Oh, they used to have giant stores, but a few centuries ago they realized that bigger companies presented a danger to localized economies, driving out smaller businesses with low costs, buying them up, then raising prices again. To solve that, they took a page out of the Qatari and Philippine government playbooks. A company's total owned or leased land area was restricted to its area of incorporation, and selling in any physical location outside of that required that they form partnerships with locally owned companies and residents. But don't they shop for delivery stuff a lot? Bosun asked. Couldn't they get around that just by selling over their network? Yes, and according to what I read, they did, so they started limiting the variety of goods any one online seller could market, and taxes increased on companies based on their sales. They could get around that by the partnerships that kept the local economies going, and having local stores serve as fulfillment agents and splitting the profit. Now? I inclined my head toward the simple box-shaped store with the flashy sports posters on the front windows. We're only going in because I have to make absolutely sure we have what we need for tomorrow. Humph, clever, I guess. Bosun remarked offhandedly and followed me in. So what did you need me for? You're the athletic one. We need to pick out the right tools for this. Footballs, tennis balls, they have lots of options for us to work with. I pointed out as soon as we entered the door. Both of us began to nearly salivate. It was one thing to say it, but there were aisles full of equipment. Our eyes homed in directly on the aisle filled with, well, I will just call them throwables. Just stay calm, I cautioned Bosun as we made our way to the aisle. He did his best, but his tail threatened to knock over more than one display as he went from item to item and began to handle it. Each of these has advantages, he remarked as he went from tennis ball to foam football to regular-sized football. The thing is, each of them will be thrown somewhat differently. This, he picked up a frisbee, will stay in the air a long way and probably curve some. Easy to see, relatively easy to catch. He then reluctantly set it down and picked up a baseball. Straight ahead or lob, I guess, but it won't go as far. But I will bet someone like Byron can throw it fast. So, what do you suggest? I asked. This. He pointed to the aisle. Take a bunch of them. Remember the game at the park? He asked. I put my hand on my head and groaned. No, and I am never drinking again, I said. Bosun huffed. Right. Well, since you don't remember much, it didn't take long for us to start coming up with different strategies. Adding more variety in throwables creates more strategic options. Right. More thought requires better teamwork. I understood his meaning and I was on board with it immediately. Let me get a cart. No, 2 carts. We need enough for everybody, I said, and he added, I'll get 2 more, and some boxes to carry it all and to use in the game. Bosun's sudden enthusiasm would have been surprising if it weren't for 2 things. I knew how much fun he had, and he knew exactly what was at stake, and now so did I. I'm not quite sure what the clerk thought, watching a small and giant pair of aliens wheel 4 carts filled with various balls and frisbees out of the store, but I was a good enough judge of humans by now to say he was most definitely confused. But our credits were good, so out we went. Bosun had a series of crumpled boxes under one arm for later assembly while I handled the carts. It took 2 trips to get it all, but in the end we had enough material to prepare for a game. Maybe it was realizing how much was on the line. Maybe it was my own sense of renewed determination. But in spite of how fearful I was of everything going wrong, just seeing everything coming together was encouraging. Even energizing. There is something magical about progress. When we get nowhere, when we're mired in our circumstances, emotions, frustrations, and nothing seems to change. It's easy to get lost in them, to just stay as things are even if they're unhappy or scary. At least they're familiar. That first step, that first act toward real success, is frighteningly hard to take. But then the first step is taken. Then another, and another, and another, and another, and before you know it, you're picking up speed and things are changing around you and everything is happening and you're the one doing it, and then when you look back, you wonder, how did I come so far? So it was for me, and I was happy. Happy in spite of my fears and terrors and worries. Bosun's warning provided fuel for my determination, and I was getting somewhere. And to think it all began with one ambitious student deciding humans would be a useful and easy way to make my mark on the legacy of my people. It was this mood that had me entering and unloading the boxes by the door and calling out Fauve's name. "She's not here!" William shouted from the kitchen. "She went with Teresa for some sort of assignment. She said it was important." "Oh," I said, and walked into the kitchen. The other 3 security guards were present at the table having lunch. I do regret not having the time to get to know them, but their shifts were such that I seldom even saw them. Still, they were welcome at the table, their big mouths stuffed with sandwich meat. They only nodded and kept chewing. "Do you know when she'll get back?" I asked. I was actually hoping to go to the park and burn off some energy. "No, but you left your datapad behind and it's been buzzing since you left, so you probably wouldn't be able to go anyway," he said, and pointed to my device on the table. Another buzz began, rattling the tablet as soon as he informed me. I snatched it up. I hadn't been gone that long. I opened it and found myself face to face with Bonnie Red, the red-furred ship captain. "Ahoy there!" she called out. Her face loomed so large I couldn't see all of it until she held it back. "You, matey, you ready to show me this game thing of yours? What's it called?" Bully ball? Ballyball, I replied. She was loud and boisterous, and held the device back so I could see that she'd reduced her attire down to a pair of knee-length shorts. Aye that, she exclaimed, and finger-banged her forefinger toward the screen. Her tongue lolled out of the side of her mouth, and there was a definite intensity to her amber eyes. I don't know where the rum's gone to on this little blue dot of a world, but I'm willing to put it off for a wee bit if you'll bring me that lass with the throwing arm, and of course that little object she kept tossing around. The ball. What say you? I got my translator installed, and thankfully with a wee bit of tweaking, it lets me talk right, or close to it. Ah, Captain Bonnie Red, I interjected. Just Bonnie, or Red, or just Captain, if you're feeling formal rather than neighborly. The full thing is a bigger mouthful than even you can swallow, lad. She interjected back. Ah, right, Bonnie. The lass is out right now, doing some work of some sort. And by the way, you weren't really speaking properly before. I explained. Your use of English was about 800 years behind, I think. Maybe less depending on how accurate their movies were about how pirates talked. I'm not too clear on Earth's history with pirates. Bah, it's right if it's how I meant it, laddie. But I hear you. I'll keep it as it is without further modification. But you, she leveled a finger toward me, are missing out. They're pirates. Their free men of fortune were amazing. Bold, daring, sailing the seas ready for the devil to take their souls into the deep blue at any day. Live free or die. Almost makes me like the Zenti even. But nah, the Zenti had no panache, just locusts, no style. Anyway, focus. She shook her head as if to shake a tangent out of her before going on. So you need to give us some guidance on what we can and can't do, right? Modern rules of Earth and all. We want to be good guests after all. So let's get started now so that we can go out tomorrow. Bonnie was nodding with wild enthusiasm like she could barely contain her energy. She's like a modded soldier, Bosun muttered while standing over my shoulder. Aye, somebody's paying attention, Bonnie shouted, her ears pricking up. I was with the fleet for a while and had some mods done, with the scouts and explorers. Didn't take, no sir, it did not. But it's probably why I'm a bit like this. She would have laughed if she'd been human. Regardless, the briefing, lad. Give it here, she said, and moved aside to show that her crew was gathered and seated on a series of cheap metal chairs, obviously borrowed from the human embassy or the local military base. I was supposed to do that tomorrow after... I wanted to tell her it was a violation of protocol, that we had a specific schedule to keep, but I never got that far. Nope, we're here now. We're ready now. I know we can't leave tonight since we've all got to go through med checks and that'll take all day, but I want us out on the town tomorrow as soon as possible. My sailors have been trekking the stars for 5 Dalamia's years without a port call where we could stay for any length of time. We've got a fortune in credits to run through, and I won't have a minute taken up what don't need to be. You start now or we start without you. You hear me, laddie? And I thought males like Bosun were outliers. I thought, and gave a steady nod. Fine. Give me 5 minutes to get ready. You've got me projected enough for them all to see everything. We'll go over the basics of human customs, what not to do and what to do, but you have to promise no sneaking out tonight to go find... whatever, I urged, and you have to let me assign you some human escorts after the game. You don't want your crew getting lost and in trouble in a strange place after all you've gone through, do you? It was a stab in the dark for me to ask her that question. I was banking on the idea that she was an outlier in more ways than one, and the moment I saw her turn her head away from me to face her crew again, I knew my bet had paid off. Whatever her oddities, I knew an act of care when I saw one. Captain Bonnie Red really did care about her crew. She was more serious when she faced me again, bringing the data device on her end close enough that her brilliant and bright amber eye lingered large in the camera, looming like the moon in the sky. Aye, mate, I swear it on me ship. Nobody sneaks out, nobody sneaks off, and they'll go with your escorts. It's a deal then, I said, and sat down to begin explaining everything I'd come to understand about humanity. Given everything else, I really should have been nervous about Bonnie keeping her word, but I wasn't. William kindly set my special mug in front of me and filled it to the brim with coffee, accepting a grateful wink in his direction while I talked on. I was hoping for the best the entire time, of course, but I was also fairly sure I was going to get it. Fauve did not join me for coffee that night. I smelled the stuff when it was made, but when I finished my briefing it was late. I did most of it from the comfort and privacy of my room. The crew had all kinds of questions, Some of them were good ones, some were silly to my ears. But Bonnie seemed good enough at keeping them focused that I got through it. When I was finally done, I went upstairs and found the table empty. The chair was pulled out where Fauve had sat, but it was empty. I knew she'd been there recently because while her parents are good about pushing their chairs back underneath the table, Fauve is terrible about it. Therefore, she was here after everybody went to bed. I found a space for me, nonetheless. A cup of coffee in the mug she gave me, prepared the way I like it, and a little note scrawled on some scratch paper torn away from something. Good luck, and don't worry. The note read, she didn't sign it, but then again by now? By now she didn't need to. I sat at the table alone and drank in the quiet. Not many humans seem to appreciate the silence and tranquility of time alone. They're a furtive, busy people, always go, go, go. As a species, they tend not to idle well. Exceptions exist, like Fauve, William, and Rebecca. But for the most part, from what I've seen, they seldom spend even 20 minutes alone with their own thoughts. Both the Lisas I met struck me that way, eagerly in search of company, people, and stimulation. I could call them friends in my way, but could never understand that part of them. As I sipped the warm, dark liquid, I thought of everything that had happened to bring me to this moment, not just in the last few weeks. No, I sat listening to the burbling coffee pot as it finished brewing more. I must have just missed Fauve by minutes, I suppose. I thought about the generations that brought us here. One wrong move by an ancestor, and I would not exist. What if Fauve's parents hadn't made just the right choices to meet, fall in love, and mate? What if instead of making her, they'd been arguing that night? A different person might be upstairs now, maybe a boy that Wolfbeard had no interest in. The wars and conflicts and travels, the trials and struggles of eons of time in a universe so vast and large that Fauve and I should never have met. No, not even our species should have encountered one another. Yet here we were. Dlamisa do not believe in destiny, only in the inevitability of improbability, that in the vast realm of possibilities, however remote if something must happen, through physics or chemistry or matter in motion. Some improbabilities, a vast string of them, become inevitabilities. That meant things that could go right, go wrong, and mean the whole damn world to one foolish and sometimes cowardly doctoral student on an alien planet. I finished my cup and set it down on the glass saucer and picked up the note. The light in the empty kitchen was dim, but the room at least was warm. It felt like minutes of sitting, thinking, fidgeting, and trying to mentally prepare myself for the next day. I checked my datapad and saw messages from both Lisa and Coach Wills. My finger tapped on first one, then the other with such excitement that I actually read neither of them. I only typed a response. Any help you can provide is fine, I would be very grateful. For all I knew, they'd said no to my request. I could have reopened their messages. I could have reread. No, I could have read them, I should say. But that anxiety about what lay ahead was such that I couldn't make my finger tap it twice. On an intellectual reasoning level, I knew that not knowing what they said would not change what they said, but as long as I didn't know, at least I had hope it wasn't a negative. Foolish? Yes. Unbecoming of a Dlamisa, let alone an academic, to embrace ignorance out of fear rather than knowledge, whatever it was? Absolutely. But at that moment, at least, I just couldn't help myself. So I put it off. I took my cup to the sink and placed it next to Fauve's. Then before going downstairs, I stopped. I went to the note on the table after a hesitant moment, picked it up, and took it with me back to my room. I set it on my shelf with the balloon animal I'd been given the day of my arrest, and lay down to sleep. I stared into the darkness when the lights were off, over to the place where my things sat, and remained still until sleep claimed me at last. I awoke with a start several hours later. My alarm was going off and probably had been for at least a little while. It was 9 in the morning. At least I had a few hours sleep. That would do. I rushed around with frantic urgency, even though I had plenty of time. It would take a while for the entire crew of the Red Spark to make it to the University of Louisville Stadium. They had things to do, protocols to meet. If it was one thing I could count on, it was that the protocols of Planet Dlamius would be followed to the letter, and even Captain Bonnie wouldn't try to buck those. The house was strangely empty, except for Byron and Bosvin. "We're ready. Everybody else had somewhere to be, something to do with Fauve's work," Byron explained. I reflexively looked toward the door. All my impromptu selected equipment was where I left it. "I see." I nodded. It was understandable. Did they take the car? I asked. Yeah, but don't worry. Byron jerked his thumb toward the door. I requested a rideshare van. Your budget can handle that, right? He asked with a chuckle. Right, I answered. It was true enough between the embassy and the university. In a way, I was the luckiest student ever. What student gets an unlimited budget for anything? Not many, that was for sure. If I'd pushed for it, I probably could have gotten the Earth government to chip in too if I wanted. Thanks, I said. It was still a strange word for me, but I was starting to like the sound of it. There's something to be said for acknowledging helpfulness. A horn honked outside, and through the window pane I could see a minivan pull up. No problem, Byron remarked, and with that, the three of us went to pick up all the supplies and leave the house. With the help of the guards outside, we got it all in one trip, and then we were on our way. But what we were on our way toward, I thought I knew, but the truth was I had no idea. The stadium had a virtually empty parking lot, but there were a handful of vehicles there at least. I had a vague memory of the black van near the front, and a bunch of hulking humans piling out. I will never drink again, I promised, as I recalled the hangover the following day. I still wondered if the ambassador himself remembered much about that evening. We exited the van and began hauling the boxes into the stadium. Even though either Boasson or Byron were easily large enough and strong enough, the bulk of the boxes was a bit excessive, and so we had to make 2 trips into and out of the empty stadium to make it work. Of course, when I say we, I mean they. As for myself, when I entered the wide-open stadium, I found a dozen of Byron's behemoths sitting on the bleachers with bottles of ale from a place called Stone Brewery. They were sizable bottles, but then again, these were sizable males of their species. Can you help me lay this out? I'll explain the rules while they get the rest of it, I asked, and a couple of the hulking humans got up without hesitation, though most of them moved right away. I needed only 2 or 3 to assemble the remaining boxes and place them into position just behind a white line on the field. Strangely, despite the entire world using a single standard measuring system, this one sport uses an outdated imperial method from centuries before referred to as yards. I made a mental note that if Ballyball ever did amount to anything, the measurements might have to change. I snorted at the very idea. This is just a simple teamwork study on interspecies relationship building, I reminded myself, while the humans put together the boxes we would use for the successful scoring. But as the humans continued getting the spaces lined up for use, they started to reminisce about how much fun they had with embassy security. There were nicknames thrown around about their quickly struck-up friendships, and it was then that I learned something remarkable and unexpected. They've been keeping in touch? I could hardly believe it. They met only once, and were all thoroughly drunk, I think, at least by the end. I tried to wrap my head around it, and was still trying when the greater part of embassy security walked in behind Boasson and Byron. Several minutes passed in which no work was done. The reason none was done was because the 2 groups approached and began shaking hands and chattering, shoulder slaps, back slaps, and the occasion bro hug, as I came to learn the name, were exchanged. It was unglamorous, but very human to put off work in favor of socializing, but there it was. A core trait of my people's identity was tossed aside, seemingly without noticing as soon as a handful of their favorite humans showed up. I covertly glanced at my datapad. I wanted to know how much time would be spent in socialization before they remembered we had to finish setting up. But then the X factor intervened. They didn't, I muttered, and like everyone else, I looked up toward the sky as a roar of a freighter transport rang out over the empty stadium. Most any freighter would have some small transport ships to make minor supply runs, deliver people or goods, or even serve to help a lucky few escape disaster. They were rectangular shuttles with sloped fronts and energy-based shielding in the front. I couldn't see Captain Bonnie from where I stood on ground level, but as the ship roared in and cleared the top of the stadium, I had a distinct feeling she'd be present. And she was probably steering it too. It felt wrong to make a leap like that, like I was accusing her, but I nonetheless felt as sure about that as I was sure I felt the soft ground beneath my feet. A multitude of eyes turned toward me. I didn't tell them to do that, I protested while the shuttle landed outside. It wasn't exactly quiet, and I was more than a little bit certain this would attract some unlooked-for attention. But what's a few more at this point? I'll explain it to security. As long as they don't damage anything, I don't think any laws have been broken. Still, it made my tail stiffen. Avast! Avast and have it ye! No matter the games ye landlubbers play, Captain Bonnie Red will always get her way. She shouted when she sauntered into view, while followed by 24 of her crew. They were a motley lot. Bonnie herself was dressed in something a little bit closer to modern tactical equipment, with closer-fitting leather short pants emblazoned with the skull and crossbones over her thighs, and a leather bodice with the same insignia over the middle. Her eye patch was gone, revealing 2 perfectly good eyes, and her gold earrings clinked together as she approached. At least she didn't bring her sword. I said when humans and Lamacen security personnel both stared my way as if to say, "What is this?" Her crew wasn't that different than her, save being mostly male and shirtless, though a few wore sashes across their chests, and a few wore tricorner hats. They were not, for the most part, as large as either security team, but they were clearly lean, strong, and a few were missing fur in places that were scarred over from what could only have been Zenti cutters. As my species went, they were a fearsome-looking little lot. "I briefed me crew on the rules of your game there, lad," Captain Bonnie said, as she brushed past the security teams to approach me directly. She was a tad taller than I, and smacked her hand down hard on my shoulder. "Now where's that lass with the ball, or at least the ball?" I was about to tell her that Fauve wasn't able to make it when we were interrupted by yet another noise. "Fight! Fight! Fight! With all our might! Fight! 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 With all our might!" I knew some of those voices. "The football team!" I stopped, and my hand darted for the datapad. A higher-pitched set of far more feminine voices picked up the tempo. "By the dead gods of men! What have I done?" I exclaimed, and sought the email messages. I tapped on the one from Coach Wills and read it out loud. "Anyone who puts themselves in danger to help a little kid is worth helping out. If it would be useful, I can have the whole team show up and you can change things up a bit." I backed out of that message and tapped on Lisa's message. "I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for William's help with tutoring. If you like, I'll ask my team to come out and support you. After all, you're part of the team. But is it okay if we bring some friends just to watch?" "Laddie, hey laddie," Bonnie said, waving her hand in front of my face. "Dlamius to Bailey, you hear what I ask?" "No, sorry, what?" I asked, blinking a few times before the red-furred Dlamisa spoke again. "What's with the crowd?" she asked. "How many people did you invite to this thing?" "Not this many," I admitted. "But—" I stopped when she tapped her nose several times with one finger. "Laddie, I was a scout. You might a well cut your nose off as compare it to the likes of me, savvy. I'm not barking about these here. I'm talking about them what comin' this way." I don't... What do you mean?" I asked. But before she could answer, I saw Mavis and Coach Wills walking over to me dressed like they were ready for a game. "I hope you don't mind, but the team thought the idea of an exhibition game with our alien visitors was so good that they told a few people," Mavis admitted. "Same for the cheerleading squad, actually." "I mean, do you blame them? Nobody's ever gotten to play a sport with a bunch of aliens before?" Her attempt at imitating Coach Will's stern and serious demeanor were failing rapidly. She was practically dancing. It was all going so fast, I could hear the sound of honking cars. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the cheerleaders setting up, stretching and making themselves ready for their routines, and Coach Wills addressed me. "Listen, you may be a good scientistical alien and all, but you ain't a coach. You let me look at those rules. I'll get the most out of everybody." "And what do I do?" I asked. "You write stuff down, that's your job, and course you the water boy. Keep the water coming, or'd you quit?" he asked. His heavy-set body seemed all the larger the way he asked that, and once again my attempted objection was overruled. "Hey, I like this one," Bonnie said, and looked the coach up and down. "Got spirit, he has. Give him the rules, mate. Just take your notes and let us all do the rest." I felt quite outnumbered in that moment, but the more I thought about it, the more sense it made. I could take better notes if I were standing off to one side, and Coach Wills did have team management experience that it would take me years to pick up. I handed over my datapad, and Mavis picked up the whistle dangling around her neck and blew, hard. Dlamacens winced and let out a long roo noise, adding to the brief cacophony before seeing him call everybody to him. While I went back to get the table laid out with water, I listened in while the coach began going over the rules. It was not lost on me that a handful of people began to trickle into the stands and take out their phones and other devices to start recording. This might have been a little bit much, I said to myself as I walked through the dim corridor and started filling coolers, The lack of ice was unfortunate, but I could already see Coach Wills mocking any complaints, and I wasn't going to be the cause of that. It took me almost 20 minutes to get it all ready, filling enough extra coolers that I had to grunt and strain, leaning back with all my weight to pull the cart with me back out the door and into the long corridor that would take me outside again. I turned around and leaned forward, grunting with the strain as I pulled what felt like several times my body weight in water, trying at the same time not to knock over the plastic foldable tables and disposable cups I'd need to keep filled. I was straining so hard that I must have distracted myself, because despite having better hearing than humans, I never heard the hum of the drones until I stepped out of the shadow into the light and saw them hovering above the stands like a swarm of mosquitoes, and nearly as numerous. Coach Wills took a moment to approach and return my datapad to me. His hand came out. He held the device between two pudgy fingers that must have once been monstrously strong, now waxing and waning between whether they would thin to bone or go to fat, as time took its toll in his slowly declining years. He spat into the grass when he held it out to me. I extended my hand to accept it, but he didn't let go. I wasn't quite sure what to do. I looked down at the device he wouldn't let go of and then up at him. "Don't matter where you from, alien. Don't care what nobody said. Don't care what nobody believes. You helped out where you were needed. Far as I'm concerned, you got a place on my planet. Do what you gotta do, and see if you can convince the rest of them. Good luck." He grunted and released his hold on the device, then walked away from me without another word. I couldn't hear what he was saying to his daughter on the sidelines, but it didn't matter. He had a point. I've got work to do. I told myself and began identifying everybody I could. The football players I did by number, but that was when I noticed something. Everybody wasn't on the field. Various pairs of Dlamacin fortune seekers and security officers were paired off with different groups of humans. The same was true of human security forces and football players, each one interspersed into opposite numbers so that they alternated from one to the next. This is different. The whistle blew, and the humans selected different types of throwables. The football players chose footballs, but the security forces seemed to choose a greater variety of objects. The whistle blew again, and the Dlamacins took a sprinting position down on all fours, tails stiff, bodies low to the ground. Then the whistle blew again, and I darted my eyes to where Captain Bonnie was. She was a waif of a thing next to the others, a little tall for a female of my species, but slender compared to the hulking brutes. How can she think she has a chance? The various balls flung from human hands, the football players in long, steady arcs over distance, while the security team members had a far wider array of results. My people are fast and strong, and I admit I was proud, watching them race over the ground with speed few humans could even hope to match on their best days. Charging forward, eyes low, predatory instincts high, it took everything inside me not to run with them. I could see now why there were others on the side. Human hands held the shoulders of the Dlamacans waiting for their turn. I ignored the cameras and watched the way the humans positioned themselves, waiting for the return. At once it was obvious that the coach had modified my rules a little, offering a few yards distance for interception rather than right at the line. The first Dlamacin soldier caught his football. In his mouth, unsurprisingly, chomping down hard, he immediately began his return. His muscles were rippling beneath ink-dark fur, and he ate up ground like floodwaters overran the land. Until the impact. Two opposing humans charged forward, their hulking frames smashing into his, arms grappling. They picked him up and charged him back several paces before slamming him to the ground, one stealing his ball away before the other could take it, and flinging it into his own point basket. I looked toward Mavis. She had on a pair of augmented reality glasses, and it didn't take a genius to see how she was keeping scores even beyond what her eye could track. But none of that shocked me like the noise. Cheering and oohs. I yanked my head left and right and saw that seats were starting to fill with visitors. My spine tingled as I began frantically dashing down notes and sought out the wily captain. She had her ball before I knew she had it, but carried it in her hand. She had abandoned the faster gait of being on all fours and ran like a human sprinter, even though it slowed her down. "Row!" She howled out and drew eyeballs toward her. A Dlamacin security officer banked toward her, attempting to knock her off her feet the way I'd been bowled over in the past. If she could smile like a human, she would have. She jumped, landed on his back, and hopped off. "Row!" Her wild howl carried through the air as she hopped on the backs of runners as she sprinted toward her goal. The human thrower she worked with clearly had more of an eye for teamwork than the last one, as he stuck out his foot and tripped the human on the left, then ran across the front of the hopping mad ship captain and slammed bodily into both an oncoming Dlamison crew member and a human attempting to interfere in Bonnie's return. "Row!" She held up her hands in triumph as she scored the first point and took position again. Out on the field, it became a melee of strength against strength, speed against speed as my people vied to get closer to the goal and into the reach of their respective human throwers. The crowd was larger, and in a moment of inspiration, I flicked on my datapad and scrolled to the nearest local media outlet. In an impromptu exhibition we're told was jointly planned by the alien exchange students and the University of Louisville's football team, along with a handful of other advisors from local security teams for our joint embassies, a new sport is being introduced on Earth. On site with us, we have someone closer to the inventor of this new sport, who is able to tell us a little bit about it. The camera panned over and I saw, of all people, Fauve. "Miss Walker, what's this sport called?" "Ballyball. It was invented by Bailey, the student staying with us," she said and waved at the camera. "Hi, Bailey. Sorry I couldn't be there to watch." She gave a big, toothy grin, and the young reporter quickly moved on to the next question. "And why was it invented?" the reporter asked, while behind them we could see the screening of the live play taking place as Byron sacked a Dlamison security officer and knocked the ball free. "So we'd have something to play together. See, you can only play a proper game of ballyball with aliens and humans playing to our strengths. They're faster, we're more flexible, and we're both," she made to flex a bicep, "really strong. So we wanted a game we could all play together, because people who play games together can't bring themselves to hurt each other afterward. Even if those games get a little rough, that's just part of the fun," Fauve said as if she were quoting me. My jaw dropped, and I turned half my ears to listening to that, moving the video aside on the screen to go back to taking notes as I watched strategies begin to evolve among teammates and rivals. The pirates weren't as big as the security officers, but they were hardy folk, and they evolved impromptu short-term alliances, tossing balls back and forth to one another to avoid giving up a point. I looked down at the video monitor. Bonnie Red was getting a lot of screen time with her shocking degree of acrobatics, often jumping off of her counterparts to return the ball back to its destination and score another point. Again and again, throwers positioned themselves and runners took position, breathing hard. It was the purest form of athleticism I'd ever seen, muscles rising and falling, my air sacs seized up just watching the sport evolve. 8 times the captain of the Red Spark scored without being touched, until an adroit human jumped up himself, wrapped his arms around her waist, and brought her crashing to the ground. The crowd gasped. I flipped to the video feed while darting my eyes up. The stadium had more and more people streaming in and filling seats. It wasn't hard to figure out from there. Teresa is behind this. I knew it. It was a most Undlamison-like leap of intuition, the logic obvious only in hindsight. Off to my right, the cheerleaders were doing their all to get the crowd into the game, their own acrobatics, sometimes mimicking Bonnie Red. For a moment, though, when she went down, hard, from 8 feet in the air, the whole game ground to a halt. The one to tackle her got up, and for impossibly long seconds, the giant monitor flicked onto life. I don't know which camera caught it, but I could hear the murmuring of the crowd as their sudden favorite lay wounded in the grass. Then, on the monitor, the zoom-in caught the one to take her down, leaning over her. She was breathing hard, her limbs spasmed for a moment, and in a single instant of utter selfishness I could never forgive myself for, I admit. I was afraid for my chances at success. But leaning over her, the human to bring her down extended a hand, and she cocked her head, flopping her ears out, and took his hand in hers to let him help her back up to her feet. "You knocked me wind out of me mainsails there, neighbor. Good hit." She nodded enthusiastically, and another nearby human picked up the ball she'd lost in the strike and tossed it back to her. She reflexively caught it in her mouth. And then the game was on in a flurry of motion, as if it had never paused for a moment. I noted the names and faces as best I could, reminding myself to get number and named shirts for everyone to play in like the football team, and resumed taking notes. As the game went on and players began to swap out, one set of teams began to be supplanted with another, and the crowds continued to roll in. I'm sure that popular human historical fictions that humans love to make, the ones that never let the facts get in the way of the truth, will show that the entire stadium was filled to the brim over hours. But that wasn't the case. I doubt I could have handled it if it had been. There were a few thousand there, but I noticed that the camera that interviewed Fauve showed the crowd up close, thus giving the illusion of being vast, and centered on particular players, thus creating crowd favorites with particularly good performances. Players that cycled out came in and drank their fill, and I did my best to keep the water flowing while noting the little contributions between teammates and rivals. Whoever worked the camera for the big screen made sure to catch particularly favorable acts of sportsmanship. Watching the acts of competitive retrieval continue to evolve new strategies and ever-shifting alliances formed by glances in a single instant, only to be abandoned and reforged from one throw to the next in both retrieval and interception, the scores began to tighten up. And when the student news arrived to start interviewing players, their cameras out and microphones extended the same way toward merchant sailor or Dlamacin security officer or football player or human security officer, backstories began to emerge. I suppose it was inevitable, though. Bonnie Red, as humans say, stole the show. She struck a pose with a simple water cup and told wild stories, her head tilted up with pride, her chest thrust out as if she were a proud human. The pirate bodice and other dress gave her a dashing, romantic air that was both familiar and alien to human and Dlamacin alike. Her silken voice was sweet and smooth like honey, and she played it up for all it was worth. Of course I wanted to find a safe port of call, but you can't hope to get nothing without risk. Not many neighbors out there. She pointed up toward the endless blue sky. Understand that like me. That's why I like humans. You're a right brave folk, strapping explosives to your behinds to send you rocketing up toward space. A lot of folk out there think you're nuts, but I likes it I do. If'n you gotta sail the void, you need good mates and good ships and good ports, and I figure humans got all three. I had to wonder if she wasn't laying it on a little thick, but it felt real to me, the way she praised them. It was like she'd finally found people who might understand her. So even if it was a little thick, I think it was sincere. The crowd continued to thicken until the players began to tire, Dlamacins began to weaken. Human tackles and throws lost something of their edge, and the whistle of Coach Wills finally blew. Time for the final scores! All the frisbees and balls had been used up and stored, and thanks to the augmented reality glasses and a little communication with whoever managed to get the scoreboard going, the tallies began to come out. Another thing I neglected. Largely because I never imagined it would actually be this complicated, I could only conclude that Mavis got involved in identifying fixed teams, and kept my mistake from ruining the outcome, if not the true purpose of the observational study. In my first edition of this work, I spoke of the winning team, but with the long reflection of years, I came to realize it didn't matter. The truth is, as recording devices showed Dlamacin and human players socializing together and speaking openly with one another as if they'd been friends for a lifetime, a far more important victory had been struck. A victory not won by individuals, or even paired-off teams, or even me alone. It was us, all of us, human of Earth and Dlamacin of Dlamius. We both won that day, our whole worlds. In yet another un-Dlamacin-like moment of intuition, I felt the winds of inevitable change sweep over my body and give me chills as if my fur were gone and I was as naked as a human. Nothing would ever be the same, not for any of us, not after that. And I was right. I wish I could take credit for the close of the first game, how the pairs of players shook hands and traded words of goodwill. But I can't. Mavis and Coach Wills, I came to learn, were taking a few moments during the player cycling to tell each of the newcomers among my people a little more about how humans viewed sportsmanship, and a little more about how to show you wanted to do that again. So the gaggle of players formed two lines and began to file past one another, shaking hands and congratulating each other on their performances. They were sweaty, grimy, and to be kind about it, filthy messes. Humans sported bruises, and Captain Bonnie had earned herself an eye that now needed a patch at least temporarily, and she was less sore than most. The bruised-up humans definitely stank to the stars. Humans smell absolutely rancid when they sweat. It was enough to make me wonder if this was an evolutionary defense against predation. Something to look into later. I don't think the no-biting rule needs to exist. No Dlamisa in their right mind would take a bite out of a sweaty human. I shuddered, even to think about it. Stench aside, it was a resounding success, and the spark of competitive spirit was lit in the very best of ways. Lisa, in a moment of what I can only call pure inspiration, approached the bins where the balls and frisbees were sitting, waiting to be loaded back up and taken to the Walker house, and began to hold them up one by one. "Souvenirs for our friends from beyond the stars!" she shouted, and began tossing them over to the sailors, who immediately locked their limbs and chased after them one by one. Lisa, if I did not make this clear, was of the sort of humans that were considered nearly universally to be beautiful, and she was in the flower of her youth. She clearly knew it, and played to it when the cameras were on her, chucking one after another toward a select Dlamacin officer or sailor, and getting them to run one last time. It was pure spectacle, but nobody cared, except perhaps the one to catch whatever was thrown. Unsurprisingly, Captain Bonnie, when her turn came, did as she did during the game, and blended the all-fours running with something close to human gymnastics, rising from 4 legs to 2 for the final leap and snatching a frisbee out of the air in her jaws with a gracefulness that a human ballerina would have envied. She landed with a pirouette and held the disc in the air like a prize before sauntering back to the others. She kept the head-tilt look on her face. It struck me as manipulative to do that. She learned somewhere, probably from movies, that humans liked that expression on our race for some reason. I suppose I have no right to complain, whether you manipulate someone for a minute or an hour, or do with one person or 9 billion. Manipulation is manipulation. And I was confident she meant no harm. She was just trying to win them over. The truth was, looking back, I was no different. I did believe in the work we were doing, the study I was performing. But my motivation? I was driven by my own desires, my own wants. I just didn't want to leave my humans, and the only thing that wasn't secondary to that was my academic integrity. But even that? I look back at that now as a half-formed joke. It wasn't motivated by some lofty ideals, but by the realization that I would put my humans in danger if shoddy work studying their species ultimately led to a breakdown in relations that were only just barely beginning at the time. After each of the bins were emptied, she had 1 tennis ball left and held it up. Most of the Dlamacins held their prizes in their mouths, but the fact that they got theirs didn't stop them from eyeing the one in Lisa's hand. "And hey!" she shouted. "One for the water boy that made all this happen!" She then threw the ball in my direction, and I didn't even hesitate. I jumped, mostly straight up, caught it in my mouth, and I did say mostly straight up. That mostly took me over the middle of the table where gravity worked its mischief, and I came crashing down, landing on my back and sending the table toppling to the ground with cups going every which way. My fur was drenched, but I didn't care. I'd caught the ball after all. When I got back up and brushed myself off, I found myself face to face with a skinny young man who I can only describe as being in cosplay. I say this because despite the fact that we were living in the modern era, he was dressed as if he were from the humans' mid-20th century, complete with suspenders, a funny hat called a fedora, and pad and pen in his front pocket. I had questions, lots of questions, but he beat me to the punch. "How soon till the Ballyball leagues get started? Will you book the stadium for future games or build special ones for different types of team play? How much of a role did football play in coming up with this? Do you have sponsorship yet?" He peppered me with questions in a nasal voice that felt rushed and overeager, and from my point of view, he was standing just a little too close. "What, sponsorship? No, we don't. I mean, the equipment was paid for by the education department of my university." I was flustered, thrown off by the rushing of his questions and from my hard landing, but he seemed not to notice that, and maybe he didn't. Our faces are hard for humans to read. "So, inter-school competition, and you're still available to sponsor. Well, you certainly captured people's imaginations today with this one," he said without pause, but I had to jump in. "What are you talking about?" I asked, and rubbed my head where I'd bumped it after landing on the table. His voice changed, and he pulled the microphone back, suddenly sounding a lot less like an old-timey reporter. He whispered, "Dude, you're trending." He held out his mobile device and thumbed through things. "Play it up," he whispered. "This could be my big break." All those devices. It hit me all at once. Nobody had ever seen this game before, and humans talked a lot. Some told some more who told some more. The ones who showed all had devices that streamed whatever they pointed them at to audiences everywhere. Louisville was an intercultural amalgam of a city. The University of Louisville was a hub of education for numerous different humans from around the world. All of them had their social followers and channels where they put out whatever. And then, Just what did Fove suggest that Teresa do? What were these work assignments recently? So many questions. But all I could do was go with the moment and cope with this pseudo-costumed reporter and answer him as best I could. He probably would have talked all 8 of my ears off. But before he could manage to make even one fall free of my skull, I was saved. Lisa's hand on his shoulder got his attention. He looked over and saw her pretty bright eyes and a smile I knew he had to find charming. She tilted her head and said, "I'm afraid we need to borrow him for a bit." "But," he stammered, and Lisa's slender hand drifted down to his lower back. "Let me just say, he has people who need him at the moment," she added, and with what I can only suppose was a light pressure, got him to move aside to make way for me. I, however, was still somewhat flustered. In the back of my mind, I was mentally tallying the recorded data, occasions of rendered aid and the rapidity of shifting bonds on the field as pairs gelled together. That was the easy part. But between the shouts and the noise, and the constant hum of drones, the rest was a bit more than I expected. Lisa had not been making things up just to get me some space. She jerked her thumb over her shoulder to where the walkers were standing just inside the tunnel. I'd been so drowned out with the smells and the stench that I somehow missed theirs. Fove had a grin on her face that no Dlamacin idiom could ever describe. To borrow a human one, she looked like the cat who swallowed the canary, which is to say smug or cocky self-satisfaction. She rushed ahead of her parents, though she did her best not to run, and looking up at me she asked, "So what did you think?" I had to ask, "About what?" She crossed her arms, snorted, and looked away. "Yeah, like all those drones just showed up out of nowhere. I was explaining everything to Teresa and told her what you were doing, what this was supposed to accomplish, and she said..." Fove did her best to imitate Teresa's imperious and peremptory voice. "You can't come to me with a story like that and expect to do nothing with it. Half of media relations is being ahead of everybody else. The other half is controlling what everybody sees when they finally catch up to you." She cleared her throat and resumed her normal speaking voice. "So, anywho, she made a few calls to some popular D-bloggers, you know, the drone bloggers like the ones who showed up at the house before..." My tail stiffened and ceased its wagging motion. No, it's fine, they just chase stories. And the first interplanetary sporting event? Who wouldn't want to be the first to stream that? It got picked up by local news, and from there it got picked up by more, and... Fove uncrossed her arms and pulled her data pad out of her pocket. "Remember what Mr. Barnum said about perception?" "Yes," I said, and while I said it, Fove was opening up an auto-generated site that included pictures of some of the players along with names and bios. Their photos were mostly captured in motion, and unsurprisingly, Fove went straight to the captain. Her photo was in mid-leap, pushing off somebody's back with the grace of a gymnast. I glanced at the data. Already there were some other photos and a fan site link. Her photo from the landing of her ship, and a short biography gathered from a short few minutes conversation in between her rounds on the field. I read it out loud. "Advance Force Recon with 6 confirmed Zenti ships destroyed, merchant captain with 300 systems visited over a 30-year period." Fove made her own impressed whistle for me. "So cool!" She practically squealed, balling up her hands at chest height and almost dancing with excitement. I raised my eyes from the datapad and looked at her in lengthy silence. Fove coughed into her hand and tried very hard to become a professional young lady again, then said, "Anyway, they're being turned into celebrities. A couple of other sports teams showed some interest in crossplay, and Teresa contacted some shoe companies and equipment manufacturers about sponsorship. The new Kyoto Plaza even put the game on the big screen, see?" she asked, and tapped on the screen to show a video of someone videoing the crowd and the giant screen on the tower. "Teresa says that everybody is a pacifist when peace is profitable." Fove relayed the words of her mentor, and I couldn't really argue. "So anyway, I helped out as much as I could." She lowered her eyes a little. "Sorry I didn't tell you. I thought if I did, you might tell me not to." "Better to ask forgiveness than permission?" I asked, and she gave me a little nod. Her eyes welled up. "I know you think your experiment, your study is enough, but I couldn't do nothing." She bit her lower lip to stop it from quivering. "I figured if everybody on my world wanted you to stay as much as I did, we did. Maybe it would make it easier to convince your university not to make you go away." I wondered how long it would take me to get used to the volatile emotional states of human children. But the truth was, She might have expected me to be upset or angry or flustered. But I couldn't be. A couple of humans with a handful of volunteers ignited a firestorm of interest in a sport just to keep one alien earthbound? It was unthinkable. Unthinkable, wonderful, and to be honest, a little bit scary. But most of all, wonderful. I hadn't said it loud enough for her to hear me over the still fading tumult, so I answered her another way. It wasn't my first time giving a hug, of course, and doing so was a little clunky for me still, but I did my best. Sometimes for all my love of writing things down, data, and well-reasoned explanations, even I had to admit, one big hug said more than 10,000 hours of lectures. I had a lot to do still, I knew that. But the day was looking up. There's so much I have to leave out of my journals that whole volumes of speculation have been written since my first edition about just what I left out. Some of them are flattering, some of them not so much. But the truth is that most of what was left out because it contained nothing of interest. In the immediate aftermath of the first game of ballyball, we cleaned up. That's it. My back wasn't too badly injured, of course, though the table had to be replaced, a fact Lisa apologized for repeatedly, and the respective teams were fairly well bonded. I gathered copious notes that would take me days to sort through, and I had to wait patiently while Captain Bonnie gave her crew directions. I will relay only one relevant part about what she had to say. She was a very active speaker, strutting around in front of the handful she chose from her crew members, and saying, "Now you know why I say we come here. There be fame and fortune to be had, and good mates what see things like we do. All them systems we went to, anyone ever have a time like this one?" "No!" was resoundingly shouted back. "You want to do it again tomorrow?" She demanded an answer in a long, trilling voice. "Aye," they answered with vigor and wagging tails. "Then when that'n—" She stopped in her tracks and pointed to me. "Tells you to jump. Even if it be off a plank you jump. Your mates get out of hand, grab 'em by the tail and you drag 'em back to me, or you be as guilty as they. Anyone what makes trouble for anyone on this voyage, I strand on an asteroid with naught but your tail to chase. Anyone what don't report trouble, they can be on the next asteroid over. Any riddles to throw at me, lads?" "No, Captain," they shouted back, each of them clutching their souvenirs like treasured objects and awaiting their next orders. I noticed that the two security teams were watching the ship captain with mutual approval. I could only suppose that ship discipline had to be particularly strong for a ship to survive in the great gulf between systems. That wasn't much of a shock, really. It takes a rare breed of any species to make the leap into the darkness and sail the void. It was no place for the faint of heart, so it was no wonder that the ship captain with her strange blend of panache and charisma would be found in a place like that, or with a crew to match. "Then get your hides back on the shuttle. There be rum aplenty to be had when all is said and done. But for now we go back to the ship," she ordered, and the raggedy band disassembled and trotted toward the exit. A handful of humans were still in the stands watching the closeout of events from the day, and I couldn't blame them. The captain approached me and clapped me on the shoulder. "Translator off," she said, and I reflexively did the same. I hadn't spoken my native tongue since I got to Earth. There was no point. With only 2 lungs and their limited mouths, humans couldn't hope to manage my language. Dlamacon is unique. Our air sacs are asynchronous, meaning we can inhale and exhale at the same time. As such, when we expel gases for noise-making, such as language, we do it in a fashion that is, not to be too proud, but musical. You have to be able to sing a range of notes in an asynchronous fashion that blends all 3 air sacs at once. Our pitch can be very low or high enough that it is inaudible to humans, and similar to the whistling language spoken in some parts of the human world, we can be heard for kilometers away in the right situations. "Thank you for your support, researcher, Bailey," she said. I was rather surprised to hear someone so newly come to Earth expressing gratitude like a human, and had to remind myself that she'd met their species before. "You're welcome," I said. I had to look up at her up close. Even with her left eye swelling a little, she seemed to be in good spirits. "Right. Now that's out of the way, listen. My sailors are good ones, but they're rowdy. If you can get some of those big ones to help mind them, I'd feel a lot better. Even better if you can set up somewhere for them to—" She paused and licked her chops. "Drink at least until they get their tolerance up. It'd be safer. They've been in the darkness a long time. They need to cut loose, but not too quickly, or they'll be like we were on that field." It was strange not to hear her piratish words, but even common Inkati does not allow for words to be used quite like that. Still, with the musical formalness of Inkati, she was precise in what she wanted, and I was able to quickly shift my thinking. We can arrange an off-site place and arrange for more physical games here, things that will tire them out before they get too enthusiastic and too drunk. The strange thing about hearing and using the Inkati language, when including the English language, is that their concepts did not mold exceptionally well. They created hard stops to the steady flow of our words, as if we were unfamiliar with its use, even though it was quite literally ours. Words like drunk were blunt and harsh compared to our lyrical tongue. Though I never did tell her I believed this, I think that roughness of tongue is what Captain Bonnie liked. The thick, meaty swear words of human languages appealed to her outlandish nature. However, the more important thing to keep in mind here was why she chose to use Encanti to speak with me. She hadn't said it, but the long silence and the stiff tail told me plenty. Not everybody on her crew is without mud in their fur, I realized. Crime on Delamius is and has been fairly rare for a long time. I would not say our society is perfect, but we are so well ordered that few are out of work or devoid of purpose. Still, we do have a kind of criminal class, ones who gave in to their predatory natures. Most of that sort are routed early into military service, often given dangerous jobs, and few survive the void of space for more than a few decades. Captain Bonnie might have taken to her pirate persona for more reasons than mere personality and a desire for panache. I understood the subtext of her words in the context she spoke them, and I curled my tail to the left where she could see it. If no one here is harmed, it will be fine. But tell me the truth. The other ship lives? I admit, my inner coward quailed. Are you insane? Asking a question like that? Even asking it was almost the same as an accusation in Encanti. In our language, you seldom asked a question without a strong doubt about your belief being wrong. And from our perspective, that is how it is. If you are sure you're right, why are you asking? If I had been human, I would have been sweating. We don't have a means to laugh as humans do, but her tail went into a wild wagging mode that was so vigorous that her behind wiggled with it. Her entire body shivered as if she were deeply delighted, and her tongue lolled out when she cocked her head at me. I heard you were a coward, but that was a bold question. Yes, I told the truth. The ship is out there lazily making its way here, and unless their captain is spooked by some unmapped mode of space debris and gives it a wide berth, they will be here in a matter of weeks. I tried not to be rude by inhaling deeply, but I have always had a good nose, and I doubted she'd be able to hide any guilty pheromones from me. Not this close, at least. I detected none. Either she's a killer colder than the void, or she's telling the truth. I concluded and sighed. Fine. I acknowledged. I will speak to the embassy for you. I take it they're rather cross right now? I asked, and she nodded. For some reason they are miffed that I arrived here in place of a ship of the homeworld's official trade expedition. She said it as if she hadn't violated every kind of decency and protocol of our homeland, but I was sure she was only pretending to be ignorant. Ignoring her as soon as possible was likely the way the ambassador was expressing his displeasure. Though I doubted he knew she had some less than silver reputation crew members, otherwise he would be more cautious. I'll take care of it. Just promise that everybody participates in my studies and that I can get a full report on the outside experiences with their guides, all the interviews I ask for, and that nobody will do anything to sabotage my efforts. And no starting trouble, I insisted. And if anything, far from being troubled or intimidated, Captain Bonnie seemed almost impressed, or even pleased. You drive a hard bargain, researcher, but I will meet your demands. Just keep that tidbit about my crew under your tail and sit on it. She replied, and I had to ask, why say it all? Aren't you worried I might speak up? I asked, though my tail wagged hard enough that it was obvious I wasn't angry. My curiosity was piqued. That was, after all, quite a bit to give away. She shrugged. It made sense. You must be at least something of an outlier yourself, the only Dlamisa to taste human blood. I learned a little about you. You're an outlier. Before now I might have bristled. Outlier was something of an insult among us, but as things were? Can I deny it? After everything? Do I even want to deny it? The truth was I didn't. I couldn't. I wouldn't. When I didn't, she went on, I look after that motley lot, but this is new. I would need an ally here, someone I could trust. And when you live in the void between stars, You learn that sometimes finding people to trust requires you to take a chance, and star leapers like us are used to the occasional blind chance. I'll do what I can. It was the best I could do. And Bonnie Red only nodded once, whirled around in what I can only describe as a pirouette with panache, and sauntered away like she was standing on a stage with the whole world, no, 2 worlds, as the audience. I wasn't sure if she knew about the 34th rule of human art, but I was sure she'd learn about it soon enough. As to how she'd feel about it, I never did have the courage to find out quite how she responded to that. Truth is, I did not want to know. But with Captain Bonnie gone, the rest was just wrap-up, clearing away debris, scheduling interviews with the different players, and getting schedules so more could play in the time ahead. William and Rebecca arrived without Michael, and were roundly congratulating me on an unexpected kind of success, chattering away and promising, "We had no idea that is what she was up to." Meanwhile, Fauve had set herself off to one side with that same cat who swallowed the canary expression on her face that absolutely guaranteed that her parents were telling the truth. William, ever the worrier, asked, "Is there any chance that this has made things harder for you? Anything we need to do?" I shook my head and pointed down toward my wagging tail. "No, this may make for some interesting variables, but I can always arrange for smaller private games without all the fanfare as an additional control. I can't see how this would pose a serious problem." While I said that, I had made another mental note to add the soldier-class Dlamacans from the night at the park and their human counterparts to closer study. Bosun and Byron's bond might be far more common than I thought, and I couldn't help but think, I have so much more to learn. I was right, of course, at least as far as the experiment went, and most of the problems it did eventually cause weren't my problems, or problems for my humans, so I was able to sleep soundly while they went on later. Bosun and Byron I did not need to schedule interviews with. I lived with them, more or less, so it was doable at my leisure, but even so, neither was willing to put off telling me how much fun they had. "I haven't had a game like that since high school," Byron enthused. His big squared-off head was smothered in green grass stains, and a dark bruise was forming on his cheek. I made a mental note to add helmets as part of the game. He was breathing hard still. He and Bosun did what they could to hold each other up. "And I've never had a workout like that," the giant Dlamacen security officer enthused. "The last time I had fun, like that?" His tongue lolled out. "Alcohol was involved, and it was while we were doing this." "I'm glad you both had fun," I said sincerely, "but please keep in mind that this is about more than fun, at least for me." They bowed their heads in a show of deference that surprised me. Up till then, I honestly wasn't too sure whether they actually liked me or not, foolish as that sounds. After all, we hadn't done anything truly social together outside of the limited familial or work-related interactions. But I suppose they did, which felt pretty good, I must say. Humans have a saying, "Tell me who your friends are, and I will tell you who you are." There is a great deal of truth to that. Looking back on Wolfbeard, I recalled the nasty, hateful, violent fantasy-loving figures that dominated his life and called him friend, and he was not so different. Looking at William and Rebecca, Latunde was a good man with his own business, and their friends, those few I knew, would put themselves out for him, such as Lisa. Looking at Fauve, who despite having few friends, those she did were people who wanted to build, not destroy. So realizing that those two had a favorable opinion of me, well, their character said something to me of how they saw my own. It was something I knew I'd have to live up to. "So what now?" Bosun asked. I looked at my humans and said, "After we're done here? Home. That is, after all, where I really wanted to be." The next few days were good ones, to say the least. I attended class, wrote a few stories, answered a lot of questions, and went to work to tell a lot of stories and answer a lot of questions. But when I wasn't doing that, I was fielding requests from all quarters. I will relay a few. "No, I don't mind if you send somebody to the next game to measure the heads of various Dlamacens to create custom helmets, but you could just as easily get the specifications for sizes from our military and save yourself several hours and the travel expenses. No, I do not mind if you come out and get foot sizes and anatomy charts to figure out the optimal footwear design for a Dlamacen athlete, but we don't normally wear shoes at all. If you really need it, reach out to Captain Bonnie through the embassy. The scouts do wear footwear a lot, and she can save you time and money. Maybe she'll even have some examples you can buy." Yes, I can do an interview, but everything has to go through the Barnum Cooperation. They will arrange it. I spent a lot of time at the kitchen table, and Fauve never seemed to lose that satisfied expression, though she was ever so sweet about my sudden leap into the public eye. Again. The reason for my sudden renown was the handing over of the lion's share of the credit for the invention of ballyball. Though I passed some back to Coach Wills for some impromptu innovations, maybe I can honestly say I did deserve most of the credit, even if it did come to mind in a drunken stupor. In retrospect, alcohol probably explains most forms of human sports, so it was fitting that the newest craze would originate the same way, from a dead man and his bottomless budget for booze at his final gathering. I think Percival would have approved. The sport, however, gained instant international fame. It was the first of its kind, a sport that required cooperation between humans and aliens, and it was something that both of our worlds wanted. I spent hour after endless hour balancing my efforts between writing up my findings, conducting interviews, and scheduling new games. And there were so many demands for games, I barely had time for anything else. Fauve became my self-appointed secretary in the house after she heard that string of calls, confiscating my datapad and rerouting calls to her own. Rebecca, of course, set down some firm limitations. All schoolwork must be completed daily. All chores must be completed daily. Things of that nature. We still hadn't had any further incidents or threats to the house or the family. But with my renewed prominence thanks to being live-streamed all over the world for several hours straight, both my government and that of Earth decided security should continue for the time being. Getting Captain Bonnie Red a space for drinking and carousing was easy. Muttering the words efficiency and safety to my people's ambassador was all it took to get a few shipping containers set up as an impromptu bar that I would help with stocking. And of course introducing the crew to the vast variety of alcohol that Earth had to offer. But that is a story for the next volume. I still had to make sure that Bosun and his companion weren't shipped off-world, but within a month of submitting my conclusions to Professor Sexlith, he signed off on them and transmitted my short-term study of human Dlamacin cooperative efforts back to the university, along with one more thing, the raw footage of the games. I didn't know he'd done it until I was sitting at the dinner table with Fauve, and she was reading off the latest requests routed through Teresa for a meeting with the heads of several different investors. So, as I was saying, it seems that someone gave the major cooperations of sports investments and manufacturers the idea that you were the only Dlamacin shareholder for the first Ballyball Sports League, and that you were the only one the embassy would listen to about bringing more of your species to Earth to sign on to play the game. Fauve said it with sarcasm so thick and rich that I could have smothered it on the hotcakes William made dad jokes over. But I was lost. How exactly? It probably has something to do with a cooperation being formed in a human's name and then naming you the chief recruitment officer. The $2 million in credits deposited into the account and the public disclosure required by law probably helped. Fauve answered and then handed me an envelope. This came for you today too. What is it? I asked. It had an actual digital seal on the face of it. The Ballyball League Incorporation paperwork. You still need to sign it. She said as if I would have some clue as to what she was talking about. I stared at her, probably looking every bit as dumb as I felt. No, not me. Well, I had help. Fauve admitted. I asked Dad, Mom, and Teresa. I promised her 2 million credits out of my inheritance from Mr. Barnum if she would put down the seed money and help get it popular with sponsorship and franchises and all that other stuff I don't know enough about yet to do myself. I had the idea, but I couldn't do it without people who could pull it off. Dad suggested making it into a cooperative and giving you a position that would make a bunch of rich humans want to keep you here. Mom had a friend of hers in the accounting department of her workplace help put the banking paperwork together to get it registered. So, what exactly does all this mean? I asked. It means Ballyball is an official sport now. That means you can name official teams to different cities all over the world. And because it has to have Dlamacins or some other similar alien species to play it the way it's made, that means there'll be a bunch of people who want to open up immigration and get work visas for more of your people to settle here. And it means you can get a long-term work visa from your government that's even better than your student visa. Before I could respond, I got the ding of a message from the university staff. I swallowed the lump in my throat as soon as I saw it. Fauve knew what it was before I told her. What is it? She asked, and I swear that if she'd been made of glass, she would have cracked. What does it say? Please don't make me wait to find out. Fauve never begged for anything. and this was about as close as she would ever come. Her eyes welled up, and she did her best to blink them back as I silently read the message. I admit, I felt a flash of guilt run through me for making her worry so much before. So I read quickly, faster than I'd ever read before. Then I read it again, out loud. Extraordinary footage. The most remarkable example of interspecies cooperation we have seen since the Gaxa serpent incident. Proof positive that firm bonds, not firm borders, make good neighbors. I slowly lifted my face, but I kept my eyes on the words. We find that while ample study remains to be done due to the very limited and short-term sample size, the only way to effectively conduct further research into interspecies relations is to have familiar eyes on the ground that have already established the systems and methods of said studies. Therefore, we withdraw from consideration the motion to have the locally identified student Bailey Walker removed from the planet Earth prior to the completion of his 50-year study. Contingent, of course, upon the peace between apex predatory species continues without concern for his safety. Wait, so, does that mean... Fauve let the question hang. I could see her chest rising and falling as she threatened to hyperventilate where she stood. I'm staying, I said. I shot to my feet. I'm staying. I don't have to leave. If I were capable of tears of joy, I would have shed them. All my hearts raced into my throat, and I let out a wild and joyful "Row!" And Fauve jumped against me with all her weight and squeezed me tighter than I thought she was capable of. Yay! I gotta go tell Mom and Dad! She shouted, and rushed for her datapad to call them wherever they'd gone off to. I'd honestly lost track of their errands in the rush of everything, but I knew they'd be ecstatic. Byron and Bosun were on duty outside and heard the commotion. Rushing into the house, Fauve yelled, "He gets to stay! He gets to stay! Bailey gets to stay!" I wish I could remember everything. I really do. But I didn't record it, and it was such a wild day from there on out that all I remember was an endless series of howling roos that carried on not only from Dlamacin throats, but from those of human ones as well, and somehow, that just made it all the sweeter. Classes and my normal work at my part-time job went smoothly. I'm sure some wondered why I didn't quit. After all, I found an important job. But I considered it part of my study of human dynamics. They were a unique cultural element, and this was the only way to study them. Creative writing continued, and I'd see Lisa on a daily basis. In the days ahead, I'm sure it's no surprise to you that we would become good friends. All those little things, though, they're stories for another day. Captain Bonnie Red's misadventures would become near legend in their own right. Many of them I would be caught up in, wholly against my will, as this volume comes to its end. Let me tell you this about the first evening taking her and her crew on the town. It was a night to remember. By then, every member of the crew became a celebrity on Earth, after all. They and the embassy security teams were the only ones capable of playing ballyball. And with the help of the late Percival T. Barnum's organization, administered by his heir, Teresa, it reached a global audience and promised to spread much, much farther in the very near future. Complete biographies, less the parts that were to be kept secret back then, were composed, and Captain Bonnie became the most renowned of them all, even without her other misadventures. So much more remains to be said. After all, it is a 50-year stay that I've written about, and I debated deeply in my hearts about where to close this volume out. In the end, it was my creative writing teacher who gave me the answer I sought. She would tell me this: you should always end a story with something that makes a person want to read the next one. Every end bears the seed of the new beginning, and you want everyone who reads the last word to long for the next one more than they long for their next breath. So with that in mind, I will tell you what happened the very next day after a house full of ruing walkers and their guards disturbed the whole bloody neighborhood. I was seated at the Heine Brothers Coffee House on the corner of Bardstown Road, enjoying one of the local mocha specialties when I felt the glare in my direction, like eyes were burning a hole in the back of my head. I turned around and saw what was totally unexpected. A female of my species. This by itself wasn't impossible. Captain Bonnie Red was very female, and so were a number of her crew members. But those were all hard-bitten merchant sailors, or gentle folk of fortune, as their captain would put it. But this one? She was closer to being like me. Smaller, softer looking, like an academic or just an everyday member of my species. She wasn't, however, one that I knew, and that set her apart. That and the way she glared at me. I quickly spun around to avoid looking at her further and focused on my coffee and my datapad, At least she's at another table. But do I know her? Should I approach her? No, she's just minding her own business. Maybe I remind her of somebody she does not like. I made a point of ignoring her, burying my focus into my work and my drink, the comfortable, cool air of the shop, and the light instrumental music that played in the background. Or so I tried to do, but her glare did not stop. I don't know quite when she got up, but it couldn't have been long. I hadn't even finished half my cup when I felt her standing over me. I shifted my attention to the digital table surface and tapped the menu option. I scrolled through, waiting for her to leave. Instead of leaving, she spoke. "You finally see another of our species, and you don't even bother to ask what I'm doing here? You don't introduce yourself? Nothing?" she said, and at that, I had to stop pretending she wasn't there. "I've seen others of our kind here." "Of course you have, outlier," she said, and I felt the bite of her intended use of the word. "I'm sorry?" he asked. "What? You are the one who goes by the name Bailey here, aren't you?" she asked, as if for an instant she was unsure she had the right one. I gave a dumb nod and she sat down opposite me without so much as a "by your leave," or "may I join you?" "Can I help you? Do I know you?" I asked. Whatever her issue was, it was clearly with me. "You have the nerve to ask that?" Her glare intensified enough that her teeth were bared for a second longer than they needed to be when she spoke. "You take my spot at the university, then get a trip to Earth to study humans, and screw it up so badly that travel to Earth is prohibited for civilians and non-marine personnel, other than the ones you gatekeep, thus sabotaging my entire planned career path. And you have the nerve to not even say hello, let alone know who I am?" "Yes, I suppose the answer is yes." I admitted I had no idea what she was on about, and I suppose what she said was true, so I had no choice but to acknowledge it. I then tapped my choice on the menu, deciding to order a bacon and egg croissant, since, angry Dlamisa or not, I was definitely hungry. She was tapping her foot on the floor while she glared at me. "I picked up the name Bao when I got here. I think it was some kind of a pun when a human heard me say wow over one of their architectural wonders. Just call me that." "So, Bao, I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about. And are you going to order something? It's considered rude to visit a dining establishment and take up a table while not eating?" I asked. I tried to place her face, but all that happened was a tickled memory about Captain Bonnie saying she brought a single female Dlamison passenger with her on her trip to Earth. Still, she seemed to know me, but that was a one-way street. "She clearly seems to know me. Did we go to the same interview?" My memory came up empty, but my criticism of her lack of an order seemed to fluster her enough that she quickly started tapping items on the menu before settling in. "So, you know their customs at least," she said, her glare softening a little. "But still, you have no idea what you cost me, how hard I had to work to get here." Bao seemed to practically shake with anger. Her tail bristled and her scent was full of fury. "No, I don't," I admitted. "I have absolutely no idea." My admission did not mollify her. "I joined a merchant ship, the Red Spark. I paid every credit I'd saved over years to get here, everything I had, and that was cheap. I got lucky with even that much. I figured that if I joined a crew with an outlier captain, sooner or later it would come here. I got even luckier that it was sooner rather than later, and I studied the local language for their capital region. I don't even have a translator implant like you." She growled and tilted her head to show that there was no mark beside her ear where it would have been inserted. That was hard. English is an insane language. I don't have a host family to pave my way to an easy success. I've had to work for it all. She leveled her arm at me with her unwavering finger far closer to me than I was comfortable with. I inched back in my chair by a finger width or two. "But you watch me, Bailey. I will surpass you. I will rise to the top of Terran studies. I, not you, will become the galaxy's leading expert on this species. You got in my way enough as it is." Bao was seething when she said it, but I was no less mystified than before. "I still don't know exactly who you are," I said, and she fell silent, staring at me as if I'd grown a second head on my shoulders. You infuriating male," she snapped as soon as she could form words again. "You're even more annoying than I remember." "You're not helping," I said. I was trying to be sincere, and for a moment at least we had quiet when the human barista approached and set small saucers down in front of each of us. The rich smell of bacon, eggs, and fresh-baked bread was enough to at least buy us a few moments of silence and help her to settle down. My mother didn't have the means to get me into the programs you got. My mother didn't take the time to get me into the choice packs that would fast-track me through to a higher education. My mother didn't do any of the things for me that yours did for you. She growled and drummed her fingers on the table while I ate. Your food is going to get cold. It tastes a lot better. Hot. I cautioned her. She huffed and threw the whole thing into her mouth at once. And how do you know what my parent did for me? Infuriating. She growled again and accepted the medium-sized paper cup the barista brought to her a moment later. I cocked my head toward her and waited. You may have been young when I left, but I can hardly believe you don't remember your own sister, she said, and leveled her steady gaze at me. I don't know what I expected her to say, but it wasn't that. Nor do I know what she expected me to say, and we had that much in common, so I said the only thing I could think of at the time. Would you like to join my family and I for dinner? Her jaw dropped, then closed, then opened. Infuriating, she said, and drummed her fingers on the table. Her stomach growled. It was the only noise between us. Yes, she answered, albeit reluctantly. Thus began the next stage in a life I never dreamed of living until I had it, and wouldn't have traded for anything in the world, even if it was a little chaotic. And if I am being completely honest, and I should be, given the spirit of this text, I kind of liked it that way. It was enough to make a boring academic wonder if maybe, just maybe, I was an outlier after all.
Author note: thank you all for listening this far. I hope you enjoy the next 6 books as much as the first 2, as well as the 5 short stories set in this universe. A lot of rough and challenging times lie ahead for Bailey and company, but a lot of good times too. Secrets wait to be revealed, struggles to be had, growing up to be done, and so much more. I put a lot of love into this series, and I hope that comes through. If you enjoy it, feel free to pick all 13 works up on Amazon, and please feel free to leave reviews as a sacrifice to the god of the algorithm. It really helps. Or support me on patreon.com/tellingstories. Every hour that I don't have to spend at my normal job is an hour I can instead spend writing, and that, of course, is the dream of every author. Thanks for everything, and I'll see you in the comments.